We are facing a global fight to address one of the biggest challenges of our time. 5 years after committing to eradicate hunger, we are not on track to reach our goals by 2030.
Chronic hunger is up by 10 million people in 1 year and up by nearly 60 million in 5 years. Almost 690 million people went hungry in 2019, with numbers highest in Asia and rising fastest in Africa.
If these trends continue, more than 840 million people will be hungry by 2030, with Africa overtaking Asia as the region affected most. The COVID-19 pandemic could add over 100 million people to this distressing toll.
Overcoming hunger is just one part of the problem. 2 billion people do not have regular access to safe, nutritious and sufficient food. In 2019, 144 million children under the age of 5 were stunted,
while 47 million were affected by wasting. We are not on track to meet our 2030 targets for child stunting, low birth weight and exclusive breastfeeding.
Countries are also facing the growing burden of obesity linked to poor quality diets, with 676 million of adults obese.
Around the world, many people are suffering from hunger, food insecurity and malnutrition because they cannot afford healthy diets.
Even the cheapest healthy diets are out of reach for more than 3 billion people in the world. In sub-Saharan Africa and Southern Asia, around 57% of the population cannot afford nutritious food.
Our current dietary patterns are also taking a heavy toll in terms of health costs and the environment. By 2030, diet-related health costs linked to mortality and non-communicable diseases could be more than $1.3 trillion a year, while diet-related costs of greenhouse gas emissions could be more than $1.7 trillion a year.
As the world fights COVID-19, we cannot allow the pandemic to stop the global fight on hunger and malnutrition. To achieve a world free from hunger and malnutrition by 2030, countries must transform food systems and increase the affordability of healthy diets.
Shifting to healthy diets could reduce direct and indirect health costs by up to 97%,
while reducing the social costs of greenhouse gas emissions by up to 74%. We must ensure the cost of nutritious foods comes down.
If the whole world shifts towards a healthy diet, we have a real chance at ending hunger and malnutrition, once and for all.
We must act now to build back better and make a difference in lives and communities everywhere.
Nicaragua, toda dulce, en amor para vos. Aquí te esperamos, en la hermosa costa del Pacífico, vestida de playas que desbordan belleza natural, donde gente buena, gente amable, gente alegre, te abre las puertas de su tierra natal. Aquí también te esperamos, en la paradisíaca costa Caribe, en nuestras playas de arena blanca, rodeadas de aguas color turquesa, con un pueblo que celebra la vida, el amor y la paz. El cinturón de fuego recorre nuestra geografía. Se construyen majestuosos paisajes de potentes volcanes. Su deslumbrante belleza se aprecia desde el cielo y desde la tierra. Observarlos y explorar sus senderos es un privilegio. Y deslizarse desde sus alturas es toda una aventura. Nuestra Nicaragua ha sido bendecida con montañas de verdes bosques y abundantes fuentes de agua dulce. Lagos, lagunas, ríos dibujan todo nuestro territorio y es un verdadero regalo de Dios para todo nuestro pueblo. La producción alimentaria no solo es nuestra principal actividad económica. En Nicaragua somos capaces de producir nuestro propio alimento porque contamos con políticas integrales de apoyo al sector productivo en todos sus niveles. Somos un pueblo creativo y trabajador, un pueblo que innova, se reinventa y emprende. El trabajo es tu digno laurel, reza nuestro himno nacional. Y eso lo reafirmamos cada día en el compromiso de lucha, esfuerzo y superación de todas y todos los nicaragüenses. En Nicaragua nos sentimos orgullosos de nuestra historia, de nuestra cultura y nuestras tradiciones, y lo expresamos a través de alegres manifestaciones populares que nos reúnen a todos para celebrar y compartir, y donde siempre salen a relucir los mejores platillos de nuestra cocina, que seguramente te enamorarán al primer bocado. También nos encanta visitar nuestras antiguas ciudades coloniales. La arquitectura de León y Granada es una joya que nos pertenece a todos los nicaragüenses y su oferta turística es una de las más completas del país. Aquí son cortas las distancias. Eso nos da la oportunidad de disfrutar de los destinos de nuestra ciudad capital, Managua, que, como podrás ver, tiene mucho que ofrecer. Y trasladarnos en cuestión de horas a la playa, a la montaña o a una mágica isla habitada por 2 volcanes, localizada en las dulces aguas del lago más grande de Centroamérica. ¡Qué linda, linda es Nicaragua! ¡Bendita de mi corazón! Si hay una tierra en todo el continente, hermosa y valiente, esa es mi nación. Tierra dulce, pueblo dulce, Nicaragua toda dulce, en amor para vos.
El bienio 2018-2019 fue rico en resultados que contribuyeron a que los 33 países miembros de la FAO avanzaran hacia los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible. Pusimos en marcha la iniciativa Mano a Mano en Haití, y en su marco, 6 países están construyendo estrategias de desarrollo para sus territorios rezagados. La Alianza para la Eliminación de la Pobreza Rural creó un índice de pobreza multidimensional rural, que fue aplicado en Colombia, Perú y México. La FAO y las Agencias de Cooperación Internacional para el Desarrollo de México y España capacitaron a 271 legisladores de los frentes parlamentarios contra el hambre. Argentina, Colombia, El Salvador, México, Paraguay, Perú, República Dominicana y Uruguay aprobaron leyes para erradicar el hambre. Los programas de alimentación escolar mejoraron la nutrición de 285,000 niños y niñas en 13 países con el apoyo del Programa de Cooperación Internacional Brasil-FAO. 6 departamentos de Colombia mejoraron sus sistemas de abastecimiento de alimentos para volverlos más eficientes, favoreciendo a 10 millones de personas. Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panamá y República Dominicana crearon el Sistema de Información y Monitoreo de Mercados Agropecuarios. El Proyecto de Acceso al Mercado Agrícola de Surinam revitalizó los mercados del país mediante la comercialización de productos no tradicionales. Las Bahamas desarrollaron un sistema de producción agroecológica de pequeños rumiantes para mejorar el sector ganadero y fortalecer su seguridad alimentaria. La FAO, la OMS, el PMA y UNICEF publicaron 2 ediciones del Panorama de la Seguridad Alimentaria y Nutricional. 10 países mejoraron su capacidad para reportar el indicador de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible relativo al acceso de las mujeres a la tierra. Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Paraguay y República Dominicana crearon políticas para mejorar la situación económica de las mujeres. 8 países del SICA crearon un sistema de vigilancia de la sequía agrícola. FAO, CEPAL y 11 agencias de la ONU crearon el componente territorial del Plan de Desarrollo Integral de El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras y el sur-sureste de México. El SICA implementó su Agenda Regional Intersectorial para la Protección Social y la Inclusión Productiva con Equidad. FAO y FIDA capacitaron a 700 jóvenes rurales de Cuba, Granada, Belice, Guyana, República Dominicana y Haití. 3 países del Caribe impulsaron bancos de tierras agrícolas para mejorar su uso productivo. 7 países mejoraron sus leyes para reducir la pérdida y el desperdicio de alimentos. 18.000 familias mejoraron su producción de algodón en 40.000 hectáreas. 6 países enfrentaron la propagación de una enfermedad mortal para el banano. Ecuador, República Dominicana y Uruguay adoptaron prácticas de ganadería climáticamente inteligente. 7 países del Caribe adaptaron su pesca al cambio climático. La CELAC aprobó su estrategia regional para la gestión del riesgo de desastres en la agricultura. La FAO ayudó a movilizar $128 millones del Fondo Verde del Clima para 7 países y 67 millones del Fondo para el Medio Ambiente Mundial para 19 países. 9 países redujeron sus emisiones de gases producto de la deforestación y degradación forestal. La región impulsó el crecimiento azul para desarrollar de forma sostenible sus zonas marítimas. Para enfrentar la pesca ilegal, no declarada y no reglamentada, 16 países crearon estrategias nacionales. 6 se sumaron a la red de intercambio de experiencias y 2 se hicieron parte del acuerdo sobre las medidas del Estado rector del puerto. 8 países mejoraron la gestión de sus áreas protegidas en el Amazonas. 6 países combatieron la tala ilegal junto a la FAO y la Unión Europea. 10 países generaron mapas nacionales de carbón orgánico del suelo. Guyana creó un plan de acción para la administración de su tierra. Y Chile creó un sistema nacional de monitoreo de sus bosques nativos que cubre todo el país. La FAO movilizó $235 millones en contribuciones voluntarias adicionales a su presupuesto regular, 35% más que en el bienio anterior. Además, colaboró con 14 países en proyectos de inversión para el Banco Mundial, el BID, el FIDA y el Banco de Desarrollo del Caribe por $1.200 millones. Pero estos no son resultados de la FAO. Son el fruto de un trabajo mano a mano con los gobiernos de sus países miembros y con más de 900 socios a lo largo de América Latina y el Caribe. Por eso, todos podemos estar orgullosos. En el próximo bienio, vamos por más.
El gobierno de Nicaragua desarrolla políticas, programas y proyectos que impactan positivamente en la producción de alimentos y en la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de nuestro país, teniendo como premisa que no puede haber desarrollo económico sin sostenibilidad. Nuestra Ley de Soberanía y Seguridad Alimentaria y Nutricional tiene como objetivo garantizar el derecho a la alimentación de todos los nicaragüenses. Contamos con un sistema de soberanía y seguridad alimentaria y nutricional que tiene como instancia máxima la Comisión Nacional de Soberanía y Seguridad Alimentaria. Entre los programas desarrollados por el gobierno para garantizar la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional del pueblo nicaragüense, destaca el Bono Productivo Alimentario. Los protagonistas de Hambre Cero, organizados en cooperativas, negocios familiares y núcleos solidarios, producen y venden sus excedentes. Programas como Hambre Cero y Usura Cero fortalecen las capacidades de la mujer a través de créditos y círculos de ahorro y préstamo para su capitalización, así como sistemas de organización en cooperativas de mujeres y círculos solidarios que les permiten gestionar mejor los recursos y emprender en la comercialización. El Programa Especial de Granos Básicos, Cristiano, Socialista y Solidario, Crisol, trabaja con 144.237 protagonistas. Igualmente, se han establecido diversos mecanismos para garantizar la seguridad alimentaria de las familias más pobres, como la merienda escolar, la entrega de paquetes alimenticios y el programa Frijoles Solidarios. Desde ya el gobierno de Nicaragua tiene nuevas estrategias en marcha, con políticas agropecuarias enfocadas en la sostenibilidad social, la sustentabilidad ambiental y la resiliencia de los medios de vida ante los efectos del cambio climático. La Estrategia Nacional para el Desarrollo de la Ganadería Bovina contempla el mejoramiento de pastos, el establecimiento de sistemas silvopastoriles, el mejoramiento de la nutrición animal y el mejoramiento genético. Con este modelo de producción ganadera, esperamos aumentar la productividad, reducir la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero y propiciar el aumento de la biodiversidad. Las estrategias nacionales para el desarrollo de la caficultura y del cacao fino fomentan el modelo de cultivos de producción y consumo tradicional. Siguen un modelo de producción agroforestal que incorporan el uso de sumideros de carbono y la restauración y conservación de paisajes. Y a la vez que se respeta el arraigo de la población rural a estas actividades, se proponen frenar el avance de la frontera agrícola. La Estrategia Nacional para la Producción de Miel trabaja en la producción de abejas y meliponas, fomentando la adopción de prácticas agrícolas sostenibles que ayudan a preservar otras especies benéficas. Las estrategias nacionales para el incremento de la producción de cultivos agrícolas apuntan a un engranaje de trabajo mixto entre mejoramiento genético y preservación y reproducción de variedades criollas para resistir mejor los efectos del cambio climático. Las estrategias nacionales para el incremento de la producción animal buscan un mejor manejo de las excretas, destinándolas a la producción de energía y reciclaje de nutrientes. Así se reduce la contaminación de fuentes de agua y las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero. Mientras tanto, el sector pesquero y acuícola tiene como base la Política Nacional de Mitigación y Adaptación al Cambio Climático para la construcción de una estrategia integral para el desarrollo sostenible del sector con un enfoque ecosistémico de la pesca y la acuicultura. En el corredor seco de Nicaragua se trabaja en el fortalecimiento de capacidades para el manejo integrado de agua y suelo y para fomentar cultivos, razas y prácticas agrícolas adaptadas a las condiciones de la zona. También se trabaja en la reducción de la deforestación mediante la reforestación de las partes altas de la cuenca y el establecimiento de sistemas silvopastoriles y cortinas rompeviento. Igualmente se trabaja en prácticas de zoocriaderos como una alternativa económica para las familias del corredor seco mediante el aprovechamiento sostenible de la fauna silvestre en cautiverio. Y a través del sistema educativo del país se garantiza la merienda escolar reforzada como respuesta a las condiciones de la zona. Nicaragua cuenta con la mejor red de carreteras de Centroamérica y una de las 5 mejores redes en América Latina. Esto facilita la movilización de materia prima, traslado de insumos y la comercialización de bienes y servicios del sector productivo. El trabajo coordinado entre Policía Nacional, Ejército de Nicaragua, en conjunto con otras instituciones del Estado y la participación activa de la comunidad hace de nuestro país el más seguro de Centroamérica. Esto, que es reconocido por el PNUD, propicia un clima de paz, seguridad, tranquilidad y estabilidad en beneficio de todas las familias nicaragüenses y en beneficio de todos los sectores productivos que dinamizan la economía de nuestro país. En Nicaragua se construyen condiciones favorables para un crecimiento económico sostenible con desarrollo social, donde la producción de alimentos para la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de los nicaragüenses es un compromiso primordial.
Essa parceria ela foi feita em função do acordo da FAO com o IBA, com a ABC, de criar um protótipo de colheita para pequenos agricultores.
Essa colhedora que está sendo testada aqui, ela é bastante idêntica a uma colhedeira automotriz. Porém, algumas diferenças por se tratar de um equipamento que está tracionado por um trator, para ficar perfeita para o trabalho no campo.
E nós, através da Abrapa, da AMIPA, tivemos a condição e a honra de ter esse equipamento para ser colocado à disposição dos produtores, um modelo que está sendo ajustado às nossas condições de lavoura, às nossas condições de solo. E aqui nós estamos numa área de algodão de sequeiro. Existem algodões com maior produtividade, algodão que vai ser preparado para essa colheita mecanizada.
Em comparação com uma colhedora automotriz, a eficiência dela é a mesma coisa. Então, não precisa mudar muita coisa na eficiência de colheita, e sim nas questões mecânicas para receber o algodão.
Todo mundo sabe que hoje o mundo está em crise. Tá? O consumo de fibras naturais caiu muito, o consumo, os preços estão caindo e o produtor precisa ficar na atividade agrícola. Quando os preços estão baixos, o produtor tem que procurar reduzir esses custos. E a colheita manual ela significa até 50% do custo de produção. A gente pode reduzir isso em 10% e gerar mais empregos ainda para a região. Primeiramente, agradecer aos parceiros, à MIPA, o governo de Minas através da CEAPA, agradecer à Brapa, ao IBA, agradecer aos organismos, a FAO, Agência Brasileira de Cooperação do Ministério das Relações Exteriores, que também tem participação nesse projeto, e agradecer à Embrapa Algodão, por ter construído essa máquina que é um kit de colheita de algodão, acoplado a um trator que vai ajudar muito aos pequenos agricultores, a uma nova forma de trabalhar na agricultura, minimizando os impactos do custo de colheita manual, que não é possível mais com um pequeno produtor.
Imagina un lugar en el centro de América. Un hermoso paraíso de paisajes increíbles. Imagina sentir que cuando estés acá, hay todo un mundo alrededor tuyo. Para respirar profundamente y luego perder el aliento. Ahora, imagina a su gente. Personas llenas de historias que te reciben con el corazón y los brazos abiertos. Nicaragua es como su gente, sus lagos y sus volcanes. Imagina un país al que lo bañan 2 océanos. Un lugar forjado por su historia, su geografía y su gente. Imagina que puedes viajar después de esta pequeña pausa para volvernos a encontrar. La naturaleza, paisajes, playas, volcanes y nuestros monumentos no irán a ninguna parte, esperando el mejor momento para que puedas vivirlos. La hermosa Nicaragua es un lugar donde descubres que te descubres a ti mismo. En América Latina y el Caribe, 62 millones de personas viven en inseguridad alimentaria severa. Y el sobrepeso afecta a más de 262 millones. Incluso antes del impacto de la pandemia, la mitad de los habitantes rurales vivían en pobreza. La región deberá responder y recuperarse del COVID-19, transformando su agricultura y sistema alimentario para cumplir los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Hay que mejorar la forma en que producimos, distribuimos y consumimos alimentos para que todos accedan a dietas saludables. Tenemos que asegurar que las comunidades rurales tengan las oportunidades y el bienestar de las zonas urbanas. Trabajando junto a sus países miembros y socios, la FAO promueve la innovación tecnológica e institucional en todos los ámbitos. Mano a mano, con gobiernos y empresarios, la sociedad civil, el sector académico y científico, el mundo parlamentario, los organismos multilaterales y agencias de Naciones Unidas y del sistema interamericano, impulsaremos la innovación para reconstruir transformando. América Latina y el Caribe debe aprovechar su riqueza natural para potenciar su rol como un gran productor y exportador de alimentos. La región puede digitalizar su agricultura y su comercio de alimentos, mejorando la conectividad de las zonas rurales y las capacidades de pequeños, medianos y grandes productores para aprovechar la revolución tecnológica en curso. La innovación y la digitalización son las claves para enfrentar el cambio climático y transitar con urgencia a una agricultura más sustentable, con mejor gestión de los riesgos y mayor resiliencia al cambio climático. Una agricultura capaz de producir sin desperdiciar una gota de agua. La innovación permitirá generar más ingresos y mejores empleos en las cadenas alimentarias. Con aplicaciones digitales podemos acercar a productores y consumidores, reduciendo el desperdicio de alimentos y la huella ambiental de la agricultura. La FAO trabajará mano a mano con los países para construir un futuro mejor, donde el campo, la agricultura y la alimentación sean sinónimo de innovación, progreso, inclusión social, sustentabilidad y resiliencia. La FAO invita a sumarse a este sueño y volverlo una realidad en la Conferencia Regional de la FAO del 19 al 21 de octubre. Para más información, visita nuestro sitio en fao.org/Conferencia FAO Américas. Y ahora también síguenos en Facebook como FAO en Español. Síguenos, comparte, comenta con nuestro hashtag Conferencia FAO Américas.
Regional Conference of FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean. Before we begin this session, I would like to give the floor to our secretary, Ms. Eve Crowley, to give us some announcements. You have the floor, Secretary.
Gracias.
Thank you. I have a little bit of a problem with my microphone. Now then, a very good day to you. We are getting into the third and last day of this historical regional conference. It's going to be a big day with a heavy agenda. We will have the agenda on the website. The drafting committee worked well into the night. It started early in the morning in order to hand in a draft report that was ready at 3 p.m. Managua time, 6 p.m. Santiago time, and 11 p.m. Rome time. Later, potentially at the beginning of the second session of improving the FAO's capacities to serve member countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, which will take place at 10:45 Managua time, 1:45 Santiago time, and 6:45 p.m. Rome time. It will be very important to pay close attention to your emails because you'll get a first draft of this report for you to revise. This is for all of the delegates and official observers. And finally, we were able to shorten the length of the speeches yesterday. Thank you very much for your efforts. And I hope that we will be able to have the same discipline and respect today that you showed yesterday. And I wish you the greatest success in today's work. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary. Now, I will put the agenda to you for your approval. I would invite the delegations to present their observations. According to the agenda, now we shall deal with innovation in digital agriculture, supporting document number 9 of this conference 2020. The presentation will include a video and a summary of the comments. Will be given by Mr. Rubén Echevarría, Senior Consultant. Mr. Echevarría, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, dear authorities, delegates, participants, and friends who are with us at this major regional conference. Welcome to this plenary session. This is a presentation of document 20/9. And we will start with a video. Go right ahead with the video, please.
Mejorar su eficiencia y sustentabilidad e impulsar la resiliencia de las comunidades, la agricultura y los ecosistemas al cambio climático. La innovación digital y tecnológica permitirá fomentar la inclusión social y crear oportunidades de empleo en los sistemas alimentarios, particularmente para la juventud rural. América Latina y el Caribe tiene una gran oportunidad para lograr resultados innovadores, tangibles y a gran escala en todos estos frentes. Para aprovecharla, la región necesita desarrollar rápidamente una hoja de ruta de innovación y digitalización de su alimentación y agricultura. La FAO en la región propone centrar su actuar en innovación en 3 grandes prioridades, junto a los países miembros y múltiples socios. La primera es transformar los sistemas alimentarios para lograr dietas saludables para todos, aumentando de manera sostenible la productividad de alimentos frescos y saludables, promoviendo la agricultura sensible a la nutrición al alcance de toda la población, impulsando el comercio electrónico de alimentos frescos y saludables para toda la población, especialmente para los más pobres y vulnerables, y modernizando los centros de suministro y las tiendas minoristas tradicionales, gracias a la digitalización. La segunda prioridad es avanzar mano en mano hacia sociedades rurales más prósperas e incluyentes de la innovación y la digitalización, promoviendo el cambio tecnológico en los alimentarios para aumentar la productividad de los empleos rurales, agrícolas y no agrícolas, fomentando la innovación climáticamente inteligente en la producción de alimentos y estimulando el desarrollo territorial en los lugares con altos índices de pobreza e inseguridad alimentaria. La tercera prioridad regional es impulsar una agricultura sostenible y climáticamente resiliente, reduciendo la huella ambiental de la agricultura y los sistemas alimentarios mediante un uso más eficiente de los recursos naturales, conservando la biodiversidad y los servicios ecosistémicos, adaptando la agricultura al cambio climático y reduciendo el riesgo de desastres, e incrementando la eficiencia del uso del agua de la agricultura, el manejo sostenible de la pesca, la gestión y restauración de suelos mediante tecnologías digitales. Llevar adelante este programa de innovaciones tecnológicas, tanto biológicas como digitales, requiere un nuevo entorno político e institucional que garantice que sean adoptadas por la agricultura familiar, la pesca artesanal y por la pequeña y mediana empresa rural, para que se traduzcan en beneficios directos para los sectores vulnerables. Lograrlo significará crear nuevos mecanismos de financiación inversión e innovaciones institucionales para que los países desarrollen políticas para la ciencia y la tecnología, mejoren su bioseguridad y aumenten sus inversiones públicas en investigación y sus asociaciones a nivel nacional y regional para abordar el desafío de la innovación y la digitalización multilateralmente. La FAO ha creado un nuevo Consejo Digital Internacional para la Alimentación y la Agricultura, que mejorará la cooperación internacional y el intercambio de ideas y experiencias, creando sinergias y evitando la duplicación de esfuerzos. Este consejo se mantendrá al día de los rápidos desarrollos en digitalización, trabajando con nuevas herramientas digitales y con expertos y expertas del más alto nivel. Proporcionará recomendaciones y estrategias de digitalización agrícola a actores gubernamentales y no gubernamentales y fortalecerá la cooperación internacional en los sistemas alimentarios para identificar los desafíos y las posibles soluciones. Todos estamos conscientes de la revolución científica y tecnológica que avanza a nuestro alrededor y de la necesidad que tenemos de reconstruir mejor luego del impacto de la pandemia de COVID-19. Nuestra agricultura, nuestros sistemas alimentarios y nuestras sociedades rurales deben abrazarla y ser parte de ella como una condición indispensable de su crecimiento y desarrollo en el siglo XXI. FAO asume el compromiso de ser parte de esta tarea.
Sí, muchísimas gracias.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, continuing with the session, I would like to thank first and foremost the major contributions received from all countries. We received more than 20 comments from different delegations, from the scientific community and academia, NGOs, civil society, and the private sector. And I will summarize their very good comments. This is undoubtedly a cross-cutting issue that you have been speaking about over the last couple of days. On Monday and Tuesday, we talked about modernization, innovation, the digital gap, and this document summarizes this. And as we've also said, we're facing unprecedented challenge, and the only way to face them, I believe, is together and through innovation. So the major issues, I'll share the screen with you, and I'll summarize this in 5 different points.
Espero que ustedes puedan ver la
I
pantalla.
hope that you can see the screen. I am unable to see it right now, but if you can confirm that you can see the screen, then I'll continue with my presentation. No, we're unable to see it.
¿Se puede compartir la pantalla?
Can we please share the screen? Yes? We tried it and it worked perfectly well until right now. I'll try once again. And then, now can you see it? Yes, we can now. Wonderful.
Okay. Como decía,
All right. So as I said, this is a synopsis of the comments. All the comments were very good and very welcome. That there are 5 major themes under which the comments can be organized. First of all, the first major issue expressed by the delegations and the other participants is how we could promote the national systems of agri-food systems and how to support the bolstering of research, training, and technology transfer. This is the first major point. There's not going to be innovation or digitization if we don't step up research, training, and technology transfer. That's the first major point. And the second major issue is how we can orient innovations in order to develop technology that will be useful, not just any technology, but developing technology that will enable us to manage, steward, and sustainably use natural resources, conserve our biodiversity, adapt to climate change, and reduce environmental pollution with regionally coordinated action. This is the second major point. We shouldn't just promote anything, and we need to coordinate regionally. The third major point is that there is a lot of digital innovation. There's a whole tidal wave, a tsunami of innovation. And how can we promote this while narrowing the technological and digital gap between those who have the innovation and those of us who don't? So there's a lot of work to be done here by stepping up the use of these digital tools in rural areas, in agro-food, and particularly focused on small and medium-scale family farmers, and leverage all of its potential in order to enhance productivity, access markets, and include sustainable activities. We have 5 major themes, as I said. The fourth is welcoming this international platform for food and digital agriculture in order to promote the exchange of ideas and experiences among countries that promote innovation and digital technology in order to improve agri-food systems. We need a big overarching platform so that we can share. And lastly, the major point, fifth major point, is how to further build our capacity in order to technologically have small farmers come on board, reducing the gap or narrowing the gap in accessing technological and digital innovation, and placing a special emphasis, putting special emphasis on youth. These are the 5 major points. In terms of the proposed recommendations, there are two very good changes proposed. First, there are some wording changes in the second and fourth proposed action that have to do with institutional change and training when appropriate and when required by countries. And the second suggestion, proposed change, is to include data protection in the third proposed action in the document vis-a-vis the international platform for food and digital. But we need, of course, to make sure that we protect our data. So these are, in short, the 5 themes. These are the proposed changes. And I would like to thank you very much for your attention. I would like to thank all of the delegation who participated for their interest. I wish you a very good dialogue in this plenary session. Thank you very much, and we'll take very good note. We'll be watching out for your comments. Thanks very much to all of you. Thank you very much, Mr. Rubén Echevarría from FAO. I would invite you to make your comments on these issues that have just been presented. And I will remind you, each delegation will have a maximum of 5 minutes to present its views. After 3 minutes, you will hear a bell. And after 5 minutes, you will be told to finish. We'll ask you for your cooperation. The countries who pre-registered to take the floor in this session are as follows: Guyana, Cuba, Colombia, Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Paraguay, El Salvador, Honduras, Chile, Venezuela, Ecuador, Bahamas, Uruguay, Belize, Peru, and Mexico. Guyana has the floor.
Morning, honorable ministers of Latin America region and the Caribbean, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Agriculture sustains the majority of rural livelihoods in Guyana. However, our agri-food system lags in comparison to the other sectors in adopting digitalization. Investing in digital technologies tend to be knowledge intensive and expensive. They come with operational risk and need continued monitoring and updating that are often very demanding for traditional small farmers. Additionally, many agricultural regions in Guyana are remote and accessibility is difficult. There are also challenges of e-infrastructure and connectivity. According to the ICT Development Index in 2017, approximately 34% of Guyanese have access to internet. This is far below the regional average. However, the government intends to change this with our infrastructure plan. Moreover, Guyana has been liberalized in its telecommunication industry. This will allow for faster internet, more efficient, less costly, and better bandwidth. In anticipation of this, it is important to start preparing rural area farmers, especially youths, to use digital technologies that have been developed for increasing agriculture productivity. This is especially relevant now in the times of COVID-19 pandemic. Our farmers need accurate local weather forecasts, advice on agricultural practices, input use, including the use of agricultural tools with digital technologies embedded in them, and real-time information about prices and market logistics. Access to digital tools and updated production and market information will allow farmers to be more productive and competitive. While we have some achievement in these areas, we need to establish outreach programs that include more of these technologies. This requires training of agricultural technology specialists in these technologies and promoting their availability through joint effort with the private sector. Thus, recognizing the ICTs can be highly complex and require proper training in its operation and maintenance, Guyana requests the FAO expand their program in the region in these areas. There is a need for specialized staff at the level of the ministry in the identified agro-technological areas that will be able to train farmers. Also, there's a need for consideration of incentives for farmers to access digital tools. Therefore, harnessing the rapid growth of the internet and associated digital technologies such as mobile phones, soil testing kits, digital planting, and harvesting equipment will be critical in helping farmers to obtain the information they need in making farm management decisions and promoting transformative agricultural development. We therefore request greater assistance from the FAO and other developmental partners to strengthen our technical capabilities to develop innovative and digital policy agendas, increase usage of digital and innovative agriculture practices, access to extension services, farmers and agro-processors, improving the market of outputs and facilitating logistics. As we work globally to adapt increased food security and agricultural innovation policies, digitalization and the development of innovative agriculture system will be needed to increase efficiency and productivity in the sector as safe, affordable, and nutritious food is made available to the population. A review of our agricultural disaster risk management strategy is necessary to ensure that updated ICTs are being promoted to ensure there is access to all relevant information on time that can minimize the effect of disaster in the agricultural sector. Additionally, with the support of FAO TCP resources, we are currently implementing strengthening the rice production monitoring system in Guyana and investigating value chain opportunities to improve the rice production monitoring system and training of relevant staff in the use of upgraded system. We aim to extend this to the important subsector. In Latin America and the Caribbean, there's an undeniable need to strengthen our agricultural research and technological innovation systems for the regions to move forward together, where no country is left behind. Initiatives at both national and regional levels are important.
You will need to begin to close your intervention,
Suggested
please.
actions by regional conference are welcome initiative to improve agriculture development in Guyana and the regions. Particularly, we support the concept of International Digital Council for Food and Agriculture and call for the establishment of the councils. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señor Ramrat.
Thank you very much, Director General from the Ministry of Agriculture in Guyana. The delegation of Cuba now has the floor.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, participants in this FAO conference on this item, Innovation and Digital Agriculture. We in Peru have been implementing digital policies and computerization, and due to this, the Ministry of Agriculture has 15 sub-projects that show our commitment to bolstering infrastructure, productivity, and competitivity in the achievements and quality of life of our population in a backdrop or against a backdrop of restrictions that our country experiences. We need to work with all types of progress in communications for our farming producers. Undeniably, economic sanctions thwart the full efforts to develop this in our country due to the United States economic blockade in order to access the hand-in-hand platform and others, so that the producers can monitor the soil and the forests and better manage resources. In the Ministry of Agriculture, work focuses on the processes and digitization. Generally speaking, we agree with the suggestions made and support the work of innovation, technological innovation systems, and digital agriculture. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We would like to thank Cuba, the Cuban delegation, for its intervention. And now Colombia has the floor.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning.
Espero que se encuentren todos
I
muy
hope
bien.
that
En Colombia
all
hemos
of you
venido
are
trabajando
well. In Colombia, we've
a
been
través de
working
herramientas de minería de datos en cultivos
data
como el
mining
arroz, el
tools
maíz,
in
aplicados
rice
conjuntamente
and
con los
maize
gremios. Se ha podido adaptar
with those in
las
those trades.
recomendaciones
And
dadas
we've been
por
able to
los
adopt
técnicos según las
recommendations made
especificaciones
by the
agroecológicas,
technicians according
biofísicas y
to
climáticas, de manera que
biophysical,
se mejore
climatic,
la
and
productividad
agroecological
teniendo en cuenta
suggestions to
el
improve
comportamiento del
production,
clima,
bearing in
mientras
mind
se
the
hace un
behavior of the
uso
weather,
más eficiente de
while
nuestros
we make
recursos
better
naturales,
use of our
que para
natural
nosotros es
resources, which for
fundamental
us
en
is
el desarrollo de la
crucial
agricultura
to
colombiana.
developing
Para la
our
región
agriculture in
de
Colombia.
Chile, se lideró la Plataforma Latinoamericana de
We
Acción
have
Climática para la
the
Agricultura,
Climate Action
para la
Platform
promoción de
within
cooperación
PLACA.
sur-sur
We have
y
South-South
el
cooperation,
fortalecimiento de la
and we
capacidad
are bolstering
actualmente. La presidencia la
capacity
tiene Chile
currently.
y la vicepresidencia
Chile
Uruguay.
has the
La Secretaría
chairmanship, the vice
Técnica la
chairmanship
lleva la
is
FAO y la
for
CEPAL y de allí
Uruguay,
nosotros
FAO, and
como
CEPAL, so
miembros
working with them,
técnicos
and
asociados.
we have associated
Se
technical
resalta que
partners
el
or members.
documento reconoce las
This
brechas
document
tecnológicas
recognizes
entre
technological
urbanas y
gaps
rurales. Sin
between
embargo,
urban
sería muy
and rural
valioso que
areas.
el documento
However,
reconociera las brechas
it would be
tecnológicas al interior de
equally
las áreas
valuable
rurales,
for
donde hoy
technological gaps
tenemos
to be recognized in the
bastantes
document where we
brecha y
have
bastantes dificultades en
significant
cultivos,
gaps
regiones. Y es
between
importante
different
poder
regions
recoger estas
different
diferencias
crops.
para que sean
And it's
adecuadamente
important for this to be
incorporadas en
borne
materia de
in mind
política pública.
in order to bring about a common policy. The interpreters beg your pardon, but there's currently no sound. Again, the interpreters beg your pardon. There is currently no sound arriving in the booth.
Menciona la posibilidad social de un desarrollo, pensar de que tenemos que trabajar muy articulada, preservando el medio ambiente.
We need to preserve the environment and work with those communities in everything that revolves around disaster reduction.
Una gran ayuda en materia de
We
toma
also
de
have
datos y registros de estadísticos
or
agropecuarios.
require
La modernización y el
aid
uso del desarrollo
in
tecnológico puede ser de gran
recording
ayuda
our information.
a costos muy bajos para mejorar las estadísticas nacionales. Ejemplo, determinar áreas
We can
semestrales de cultivos a partir
determine
de imágenes
certain
satelitales de alta
areas
resolución.
for recording
Nosotros hemos
information
venido
on our
trabajando
crops.
con
We
el
have
CIAD
been
en
working
proyectos que
with
conllevan a
FAO
lograr
on
o
projects
alcanzar estos
contributing
logros. Las
to
actividades
meet
adelantadas en este tema nos han permitido
these
principalmente
achievements, and
entender
this has enabled
cuánto el
us to
clima
understand
estaba afectando
how
la variación
climate
en los
is
rendimientos,
affecting the
utilizando
variation
principalmente algoritmos
in
de
yields. We're
inteligencia
using
Con esos
algorithms for
ejercicios hemos
this. With
podido
these
determinar
exercises, we've been able
qué
to
variedades
determine the
sembrar, variedades más
varieties that
adaptadas
we need
a
to
sitios
plant, those
específicos de
that are
acuerdo al
best
clima
adapted to the
histórico
specific
y variables
places.
climáticas
And we
futuras.
have
¿Cómo sembrar?
climatic variables
Suministrar agua y fertilizantes
involved.
en las
We
cantidades
have
reales y
water and
necesarias, controlar
fertilizers that
plagas
we
y
need to
enfermedades de
use
manera
very
más
accurately in
precisa.
their appropriate
¿Dónde sitios con mejor oferta ambiental para un desempeño óptimo de variedades? Adicionalmente, estos
Additionally,
ejercicios nos han
these
dejado una lección
exercises
en términos de
have
fortalecimiento de capacidades
left us
que se
with
puedan
lessons
expedir al
learned,
resto de la región.
and this can be applied in the rest of the
Entrenamiento y
regions.
empoderamiento de usuarios,
Training
técnicos,
and
investigadores,
empowerment
profesionales
of
en
users
desarrollo de
and other
metodologías de
professionals in
captura de
developing
información, dependiendo
information
del
capturing
contexto
methods
socioeconómico.
according to
Integrar
the social and
información de
economic
diferentes
context
fuentes, suelo, clima, manejo del cultivo,
involving land and
curación de
crops.
datos, limpieza, imputación de
Again,
datos
the interpreters beg your
faltantes,
pardon, but the
interpretación
sound
de los
is
análisis,
inadequate.
expertos de gremios, cultivos enriquecidos, interpretación. Estrategias de divulgación de información, formatos que puedan ser
Strategies
en el
for
proyecto Agricultura Baja en Carbono,
disseminating
Resiliente al Cambio
information
Climático, que se está estructurando para presentar al Fondo Verde del
and
Clima, que se
we are
ejecutará a partir
working
del año
towards
2020. Vamos a dar
the
continuidad a
climate
estos trabajos,
summit.
pero adicionalmente trabajamos con...
I beg your pardon. We need you to close your intervention,
señor.
please. Yes, ma'am.
Igualmente, para nosotros
Likewise, for us,
trabajamos fuertemente con
we
las universidades y diferentes
a
plataformas
lot with universities and
educacionales en
different
la región
platforms,
para dar
educational
solución a
platforms in the
algunos de los
region
lineamientos
in
de los
order
ingenieros
to
agrónomos y de esta
help
manera buscar la adaptación
agronomic
al cambio
engineers,
climático, todo lo que tiene
and
que ver
this
con el
way we
catastro
can
multipropósito
adapt
y obviamente
to
trabajar con la
multi-purpose
sostenibilidad
disasters
ambiental
and
para
work
nuestro
with
país. Muchas gracias.
environmental sustainability for our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ángel Quintero, Director of an institute in Colombia. I wish to remind you that countries that are not on the initial list may raise their hands virtually so that they may be added to the speakers list. Dominican Republic is the next to speak, please. Good morning, distinguished Chairman, representatives of international organizations, Director General, Secretary General, distinguished members of the delegations. William Thomson, a physicist and mathematician, said, what cannot be measured cannot be defined. What cannot be defined cannot be improved. This alone serves to show how important digital agriculture can be when we are to rise to the challenges of sustainable agriculture. We cannot be rigid. We need to do things that can be extrapolated. We need to look at specific sites with regard to climates, future conditions, soils, levels of poverty, etc., which mean that you can't have a one-size-fits-all program. Some time ago, it was hard to get information quickly that would make it possible to determine one's policies. Many challenges stood in the path of getting this information. Why so? This because we were unable to get the data that we needed on a comparable basis. And today, through remote sensing, geographical information systems, satellite imaging, drones, etc., makes it possible for us to have a good territorial planning on the basis of this information. And this technology is available to the 33 countries attending this conference. And I'm sure that the countries that use these techniques will be systematically more efficient than the others. We all know that drought is negative for agriculture, but are we using the technology that we could to rise to these challenges? For these reasons, I'd like to suggest that the document include a possibility of having a horizontal approach to the tools available, making it possible for us to work towards sustainable agriculture. I'm sure that FAO will be a great catalyst on this road. And another essential point has to do with information as a tool to enable us to help people to escape from poverty. That's the approach required if digital agriculture is to play its role on a daily basis. And to the extent that a farmer can take the best decisions, to that extent, he or she will be able to improve living conditions through agriculture. So how can we get families and family farms interested in digital agriculture? We need to win over some member of the family. In that regard, new generations, who are the people at the greatest risk of fleeing from the rural areas to the cities, need to be offered opportunities. There need to be new forms of production, such as hydroponics, new forms of communication and marketing to international markets, and assistance with the shift from one generation to the next. This will help us to encourage young people to work on new ways of producing. So we think the text should include a greater emphasis on giving priority to young people and to employment in the context of agriculture. And it's our challenge to make young people in the countryside vectors of change, because they are the people who will be producing the foodstuffs of the future. So by way of conclusion, we clearly have a long road ahead of us. And we see two major challenges where FAO can play a key role. Firstly, bringing about conditions so that digital agriculture and innovation can truly be used to adapt the work of our farmers. And secondly, to ensure that these are matters that can be accessed by young people, and the young people see this as a viable opportunity for the future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Arturo Bisonneau, Director of Family Farming in the Dominican Republic. On behalf of the Nicaraguan delegation, Claudia Carena from the Agricultural and Cattle Raising Institute will speak now. Good afternoon, good morning. distinguished authorities, distinguished chairman of the 36 conference, Nicaraguan Minister, Mr. Yves Conley, Ivan Leon, delegates from 33 countries taking part, please receive a fraternal greeting from this land of lakes and volcanoes, Nicaragua. Farming is the livelihood of thousands of families and is facing a great deal of challenges. On a global basis, and therefore we need to make a transition to a more kind of innovative and entrepreneurial form of agriculture in countries such as ours. Nonetheless, this change, this adaptation of people's approaches means a change of paradigm to work in the countryside. It's obvious that if the soil in which we grow our foods is degraded and there's a scarcity of water and disease and pests wreak havoc in our production, and if our methods don't head towards the saving of resources, then we're not going to make progress. So we can't go on as we have done in the past. Therefore, the way in which we research and tackle these issues needs to be more pragmatic, more dynamic, and more critical, in the sense that we need to seek solutions to our current problems. In my country, 80% of farmers are small farmers. They are responsible for farming and how dynamic it may be in the future. That's the sector at which the policies of our government for national reconciliation and unity is concentrating. Our policies are aimed at strengthening and empowering the agriculture and cattle raising sector. In that regard, as of September 2014, the Nicaraguan system for agriculture and cattle raising research was brought into being, and this is a horizontal alliance of many institutes, making it possible to enhance production of the sector. And as a result, from 2014 to 2020, farming families in Nicaragua have 128 new tools and options available to them, adapted to their requirements. Some of the technological innovations in the framework of the national program for training and research in the area include television programs, radio programs covering agricultural themes, where protagonists and stakeholders in the sector share their experience. We have set up participational seed banks, research centers, germplasm centers, a network of innovative producers, spaces for entrepreneurship, such as the coffee entrepreneurs, the cocoa entrepreneurs organizations, the chocolate initiative. We have recommendations for each municipality in our country, and we give the requisite information so that we can have a more intelligent form of agriculture. And we have specialized centers per area geographically and per specialization in agriculture. And our government of national reconciliation wishes to respond to the requirements of our human development and trade, and is therefore executing national strategies aimed at tackling the main and improving the main areas of production of family farming. And as part of this, and part of our progress towards digital agriculture, we have adopted and fostered information and communication technologies as tools towards more innovation. The use of these vital tools has made it possible to have ongoing fluid communication with farmers, more so in this age of COVID. So we have strengthened our capacities and used the various platforms that are vital to this work. We've used social media, broadband centers, so that people can get training from the comfort of their own homes. We've improved our program of satellite imaging so that we can issue farming climate and weather bulletins and to enable people to improve their decision making. We are grateful to FAO for its assistance in all of the activities that we have deployed in favor of the families of Nicaragua. We are working towards commonly shared challenges such as the eradication of poverty. So we would reiterate our commitment to go on working hand in hand and strengthening links of cooperation with other countries in the region. Thank you, Chairman.
Gracias a la
from the Institute in Nicaragua. The delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines has the floor now.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. St. Vincent and the Grenadines welcomes the opportunity to speak on the subject, which has the potential to vastly improve efficiencies, productivity, and market effectiveness. Farming and fishing in St. Vincent and the Grenadines is characterized by small and micro producers, usually using old and very basic technology. Approximately 95% of our farming property, farms are micro, being less than half of an acre. These farms produce in a very unstructured way, and most are excluded from global value chains because of the high cost of implementing food safety standards and traceability. We recognize the opportunity for resolving many challenges through the investment in business, marketing, and production innovation. However, the pace of implementation is slow because of the high cost of adoption, as well as the low capacity to absorb these technologies. The slow pace is also restricted by the general lack of national and regional policies and supporting institutional frameworks to realize success. Accordingly, St. Vincent and the Grenadines welcomes the commitment of FAO to contribute to strengthening national strategies, systems for food innovation, as well as to emphasize on digital innovation. St. Vincent in particular is interested in strengthening operationalizing a national agricultural market information system, which assists producers in linking into, having access to information products and to link into data sources of important key regional destination markets. We recognize as well that the shipping and logistics information would aid greatly in improving marketing effectiveness and success. We are interested in the FAO paying some attention to building software that would aid traceability as a market access issue. Of importance would be the use of drones, sensors, and analytical software to predict weather, as well as to map and analyze production, pest incidents, plant nutrition, fish stock, and other marine resources, pollutions, etc. There's great value in integrating geospatial data into market and information system, and we would like to see some work here. However, we recognize that there is need for a roadmap, given that a lot of these investment would require systematic approaches and significant lengthy periods of development. One of the areas that we were interested in is the establishment of innovation training platforms and robotics laboratory.
No, no sé nada tampoco.
Which provides the environment for training, invention, and commercialization of intervention. These we think would aid in transfer of innovation, particularly among youth. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor Colvin King, oficial senior en diversificación agropecuaria.
In agricultural diversification at the Agricultural Ministry of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The next speaker will be Paraguay.
Muy buenos días para todos.
Good morning, everybody.
Esta es mi primera participación, entonces
This
quiero
is the
iniciar.
first time I've taken part in this, so I'd like to begin with warm greetings and congratulations
Regional al señor Edward Centeno Gadea,
to
ministro
Mr.
de
Eduardo
Agricultura y
Centeno, the minister from Nicaragua, for his election
director general de la
as
FAO.
chairman of the conference. Best greetings to Chu Dong-yu, who has brought about great changes as Director General in a short period of time
De los países miembros.
to the
Paraguay
benefit of member states. As a landlocked country, Paraguay is very keen to work in the framework of the hand-in-hand initiative put forward by Director General Chu Dong-yu. Greetings to Mr. Julio Verdeguer, FAO's regional representative. Congratulations to him on his introductory speech, which we think touched upon important issues for countries in the region and on the need to transform our food raising systems in our national contexts. So, and greetings to all heads and members of delegations. Innovation and digital agriculture is a subject of great interest to the Agriculture Ministry of Paraguay. We have made major steps forward to set up an internal unit within the ministry that can adequately explore the benefits and possible applications of this area, better use of technology for the benefit of our small, medium, and large-sized producers. We see immediate opportunities when it comes to electronic marketing, but this could bring producers closer to markets and bring consumers closer to producers. Another important area of work is the strengthening of the national system for agriculture education and training using electronic tools. Our farmers need to be helped to enhance their efficiency, generate more income at the same time as they preserve the environment and upcoming generations. And certainly digital agriculture can help there. We're working on our traceability system for our cattle raising sector using modern registration and tracing systems. And in a national context, we've drawn up a program for our country for post-COVID rebuilding and recovery for the attention of FAO, and we hope that we can tackle this program as soon as possible. It's going to be very important to apply a program that will make for cooperation and interchange between national agricultural and cattle raising institutes and training centers. There are many examples of the exchange of information, knowledge, and technology, but there are major barriers there as well, having to do with intellectual property, competition among countries which market their produce on the same markets, and availability of resources.
Para articular la cooperación de la FAO en este ámbito, se debe considerar que la innovación tecnológica de punta se encuentra principalmente en el sector privado.
We have to bear in mind in this context that the leading areas for scientific research are in the private sector. So they may not necessarily be amenable to the approach of multilateral cooperation. So without their cooperation, it's going to be hard to make major progress, and FAO can help there. In a global context, help from FAO is important when it comes to making technology more democratic in such a way that the way it's used doesn't bring about gaps and divides between countries, but rather that we can all work together to head towards global food security. We're particularly keen on the setting up of an international digital council for agriculture and cattle raising, which needs to work on the basis that I referred to earlier, so that technology can be used in a democratic way in our sectors. Thank you very much to the plenary for its attention. These are major issues affecting our countries and our farming sectors. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Moises Santiago Bertoni, Minister for Agriculture and Cattle Raising of Paraguay. El Salvador has the floor. Morning. Greetings to the Director General of FAO, Chairman of the Regional Conference, Minister Centeno, all of the ministers from countries taking part, and everybody attending the event. We have to accept that thanks to technological progress, farmers no longer need to use such things as water, fertilizers, and pesticides indiscriminately right across the whole field or the whole farm. Rather, they are able to target the use of these resources using minimum amounts on very specific areas. They're even able to treat individual plants in a differentiated fashion, and this is possible thanks to technology that's available. Also by using the large amount of data which is generated by our agriculture, cattle raising and forestry sectors, that data can help us to make better decisions and to visualize the best productive parameters, the best way to take care of the environment and to improve more food, produce more food. El Salvador believes that the reactivation of the agricultural sector is very important. This sector has been abandoned for many years now, and it can make a major contribution to the economic development of our country, particularly in rural areas where most of our population lives. This would mean that we have to take technological innovation up to a higher level. We need a process that makes it obligatory to devote large amounts of financial capital and human capital to this, to improve their people's production systems in line with current conditions, in line with climate change, and thus improve the lot of our country and the world at large. Our country has not really had an adequate handover from one generation to another in this sector, and we're sure that digital instruments and innovation can make it easier to organize this transition from one generation to another. We're talking here also about matters that can generate jobs in the countryside, which is a factor that will help to decrease air migration, which has been a phenomenon with very negative effects in our country for some years now. All of this would make it easier to, or rather, this makes it necessary to bring the services of research institutes and government services closer to the actual producers. This needs to be continued. We have a strategy nationally for applications, which makes it possible for us to work hand in hand with producers in order to seek solutions to the problems and challenges they face. Significant progress in this area will mean an effort involving not just governments, but also farmers, processes, the world of academia, civil society, international government organizations, so that we can work in a coordinated fashion on areas of common interest. There's a further challenge, which is drawing up and applying large-scale plans that go beyond borders and can be used by neighboring countries that share similar conditions. Lastly, when it comes to the proposal setting up an international digital council for food and agriculture, we think that this is something that should be supported by our country and by the world of academia. We think there's a need to better define its functions and to prioritize which actions are more urgent from the different countries' viewpoint. And perhaps one way would be to have a counterpart of this International Digital Council in each country as a sort of national council with national participation. This would make it possible to feed back into the international council system, which would make it work better. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias al señor Enrique Parada.
Thank you very much, Mr. Enrique Parada, head of the Office for Territorial Services and Planning of the Agricultural Ministry of El Salvador. The list of countries to speak: Argentina, Honduras, Chile, Venezuela, Ecuador, Bahamas, Uruguay, Belize, Jamaica, Peru, Dominica, Mexico. The next to speak will be Argentina.
Bajo sus instrucciones de buscar consensos y con la conducción del relator y con la buena voluntad de todos los países que conformamos el comité de redacción. Y ahora está reunido trabajando, así que para tratar de buscar consensos. En primer lugar, quisiera hacer un expreso reconocimiento y felicitación a la manera clara y precisa que Rubén Echeverría sintetizó los comentarios recibidos por los países. Como lo han manifestado distintas autoridades y colegas en el día de ayer, vivimos un presente que nos interpela fuertemente y nos llama a buscar soluciones para enfrentar los
is calling upon us to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic. Our region is increasing in very negative economic data with very strong deceleration and high restrictions. In this challenging environment, it's our obligation to join forces in order to seek alternatives to help our citizens and generate mechanisms for inclusion of the small-scale economies. We need to emulate exporting initiatives in the region. And this can only be reached through a common effort. As Pope Francis said, none of us can save ourselves alone. I think that we have an opportunity, the chance to adopt the proposal adopted by the latest FAO Council enables us to support an implementation of a tool enabling us to access technological solutions in order to bolster our regional agriculture, and we will be able to enhance our flows of cooperation. Technology, well used, and not only is something that can not only help us to optimize our natural resources in the long term, but also enhance our exchanges in the value chain and enrich food systems. Most importantly, it can promote inclusive economies. Chair, our role in FAO is always to think regionally and think about the type of agriculture that we can have. We have cutting-edge technology in monitoring health and plantings and also soil analysis, amongst other issues. And we have presented this for the first time at the high-level events in the food security, the World Food Security Summit last week. And we will share our development because, as Pope Francis said, no one can save himself or herself alone. We must not leave anyone behind, and the platform must not only manage big data to facilitate analysis of the major agricultural complexes, but food security in our region must come by reducing the digital gap, narrowing the gap, and using new technological tools and supporting our countries so that their infrastructure becomes more robust. This can also lead the way to progress for our young farmers who can benefit from digital tools. This can act, and they themselves can act as educational vectors. The critical role that rural women play in producing food and nourishing the population is also something that can find a great opportunity in this platform. This can facilitate access to markets. As a result, there can be better working conditions, and their importance in sustaining food systems can be made more visible. I will wrap up, Chair. Today we have an opportunity. Let's support this international digital platform, and that way we'll have an inclusive framework for our common interests, and that way we will be up to the task that our region needs. Our land is not just something that our forebears bequeathed to us, it's something that we will be bequeathing to our children. And now we are the ones who have the responsibility to progress. We need to be committed to prosperity and human solutions with more opportunities and better possibilities. Let us not let this opportunity go by. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador, Permanent Representative from the Republic of Argentina to FAO. Honduras has the floor. Good morning to all of you members, delegates represented at this very important FAO conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. We thank you for this brief opportunity to address you. It's important, the work that FAO is doing with academia and the specialists in farming and forestry in our country. The institutions involved in research in our country and the members of the SINAF, including Catholic Relief Service and the Association of Agricultural Engineers, the Regional University Center, Science and Technology Farming Institute as well, are all working together. FAO and FIA and the Wildlife Agency, the Honduran Coffee Agency, as well as our national in universities are working on technology transfer in farming. Given this situation, I believe that our role is to support offering solutions in order for everybody involved in the chain to be able to help classify and systematize so that knowledge can be transferred with participation, people being able to be resilient in their work as a country, contributing to this response. We have organized a forum that include 10 virtual conferences. We will examine how we can promote dialogue and coordination among and between the public agencies working in this area and develop a forestry and farming program that will have impact in our country. This virtual forum will cover Honduras and other countries. We have one video conference per week. We started on the 8th of October and will finish at the end of November in 2020. We are considering our surface area in Honduras
y los centros públicos y privados de investigación agropecuaria forestal en Honduras y su vinculación con los servicios de extensión.
We are considering how these agencies tie in with the public sector and NGOs.
Que financiamiento nacional e internacional para las actividades de investigación y extensión en el sector agropecuario.
And we will be working on research and development in these fields. Dear members of the countries represented here, I believe we're all making efforts so that our research can come hand in hand with the real demands of people locally, taking into account their knowledge. Thank you very much. Thank you, David Wainwright, Undersecretary of Agriculture and Livestock Rising from Honduras. Chile now has the floor. Good morning. We would like to thank you, and I would personally like to do so as Undersecretary of Agriculture. I am fortunate and honored enough to be able to address you. I'd like to address the Director General, Chu Don-yu, the Chair, Mr. Centeo, and Mr. Julio Verdaguer. We work a lot and very well with them. And we would also like to greet the General Secretariat of this conference. We're glad that this topic is highlighted in this conference. We're certain that every effort will be made if we make strides to digitize our agriculture, and we've seen what has been done in Colombia and elsewhere to help small farmers, peasant farmers. We're doing work through PLACA. We've heard from Paraguay, rather, and how they're coordinating with the private sector. And we believe we have a major opportunity in the context of FAO's work to reorganize and rechannel its efforts. We have certain concerns, there are three major issues that we discussed: sustainability and resilience in agriculture. And in a certain way, we want to put forward a couple of issues here so that we can see how we can generate synergies. On one hand, we have tremendous wildfires in our region, and they pose a major threat for small farming, which doesn't have the wherewithal to defend itself. So we need to join efforts in order to prevent and combat wildfires. Likewise, climate change is warranting a lot of sacrifice, but there is also an opportunity there. And we can hear how our countries are making strides, making a lot of effort. In Coquimbo and Docel, 2,000 kilometers apart from north to south, both of them have been generating knowledge, new varieties, and different practices in irrigation technology. And this is key. Our Minister, Antonio Walker, has been working for the last 2.5 years so that innovation and new technologies can take hold in small farming and peasant farming. We have technology transfer that plays a key role. Our small farmers will not be able to access certain things. We need value chains and communication with them. We believe that the great importance attached to these issues in the document is crucial. And we need to use technology practically. And finally, what I'd like to say is that we need to seek ways of ensuring that there's access for small producers. We must celebrate FAO's efforts and efforts made by all to push this issue forward. As we mentioned on food safety last year, first and foremost, in the document on science and innovation, we would like to ask FAO for support, new methods, new analytical methods, and technology used on the local value scales. And finally, we also want to highlight the significance of digitization in order for us to face our challenges. The International Digital Council for Food and Agriculture is also of utmost importance. It will enable us to step up international cooperation. I wouldn't want to end, Chair, without mentioning the fact that we've made a lot of effort in food. We've invested a lot of money, but we mustn't overlook the difficulties that legal and administrative barriers pose, both for the administration and also for these products to be sold, in order for innovation to change the lives of people in our region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jose Ignacio Pinochet, Undersecretary of Agriculture from Chile. Now, Venezuela has the floor.
Un saludo especial desde la República.
Special greeting from the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and greetings from President Maduro, the legitimate president of our country. We would like to greet Dr. Judan Yu, Director General, the Minister of Agriculture of Nicaragua, Centeno, and all of the different participants here. In Venezuela, we've been working on the Scientific Peasant Alliance in order to narrow gaps in access to new technologies and innovations. And we want to work with our age-old seeds. However, innovation processes often miss out peasant youth, and this is why it's important for the International Digital Council for Food and Agriculture to put the accent on youth. We are very well aware that precision and digital agriculture has been fostered by commercial agriculture, but not peasant or small farming agriculture. Right now, Venezuela would like to also promote the creation of this digital council. We also would like to develop open software and also hardware. We want there to be equal and open access to computing. We have the Miranda satellite and the Sutre satellites that have been crucial tools for us in developing agriculture in Venezuela. As you know, it's also crucial to ensure women peasants who are crucial in our country. Likewise, we're also interested, as we heard from the Minister of Chile, we feel that training and safety is very, very important. We have diversity in our country, and that must be upheld from the time that new technology and innovation is generated. We are fostering national supply chains. We, despite the sanctions and the blockade that we're suffering from, we'd like to ensure access to food for all people in Venezuela. We will work with the academic community, and we have our national agencies, scientific agencies working in this direction, and also to diminish the impact of climate change. Thank you very much. Thank you to Ms. Gabriela Jimenez, Minister of Science and Technology in Venezuela. Now, Ecuador has the floor.
Muy buenos días, muchísimas gracias a todos los amigos de FAO por este
Good day. I'd like to greet all of the people from the different countries here with us and showing each one of them what they've done in their own areas. Innovation can become, in our countries, one of the major drivers to grow farming, and digital agriculture can also have a positive impact in sustainable farming. In the Ministry of Agriculture in Ecuador, it's our mission, and as you can see in all other countries participating in this conference, introducing new technologies that enable us to enhance our productivity and quality and become more competitive. Youth has a very key role to play. They need to jump on board. In certain areas, the average age of farmers in our country is 50. And this is why youth plays a key role for our productivity. This is why it's very important to start to train our young people. We need the Internet of Things, aerial images, artificial intelligence, data science that enable us to avail ourselves of all of this information and take decisions, the right decisions to improve our productivity and mitigate climate risks that we may have. Our country, our government is undertaking a lot of action. For instance, rural youth countries. In a month, we had more than 6,000 people registered for it. It involves entrepreneurship of computer issues applied to farming. And this provides our youth with everything they need to be successful entrepreneuring farmers. The idea is for people to remain on the farms in their areas and not need to migrate. And this gives us a more sustainable rural area. Furthermore, these new technical assistance platforms involve the private sector, academia, and the producers. We have been working over these last 2 years in these new technical assistance systems that will enable us through technological tools to monitor progress in farming best practice and the knowledge that is being transferred in our country. We are setting up funds for innovation and technological entrepreneurship in agriculture. There are private companies that are developing technologies of their own in Ecuador. And we're working right now in order to give these companies greater visibility. And these technologies generated in Ecuador can be implemented by our farmers. This must come hand in hand with credit so that producers have the money to apply this technology. This will lower costs and improve productivity and generate a virtuous cycle. We will involve information sciences and farming production can enhance exports as one of our 2020-2030 agenda. Likewise, we want to strengthen family and peasant agriculture, and there are e-commerce tools that can shorten the sales and distribution chains, bringing producers closer to consumers. And consumers will also benefit because they'll pay less for healthier and fresher products. We also see a huge challenge in the lack of connectivity in rural areas. So we're working to make this connectivity universal. Please wrap up your intervention. Fine. So having said this, I would like to thank FAO for the efforts that it makes to include all of these projects in order to help not only Ecuador, but other countries as well. I thank you very much. Thank you very much, Andrés Pareja, Deputy Secretary from Ecuador. And now Bahamas has the floor.
Adelante, Bahamas.
Right ahead, Bahamas.
Yes, thank you very much. Greetings to all of my colleagues throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. The Bahamas is an archipelago, and therefore we see it absolutely as crucial to use ICT as a means of sharing best practices throughout the agriculture sector with our farmers and with our fishers. The average age of farmers in the Bahamas is 60 years old, and we believe that the way to bring the next generation into farming is to use ICT, digitization, and innovation. The Bahamas is poised to improve food security as a result of using a number of important interventions. One, we are introducing a management information system so that we are able to capture, archive, analyze important data that would be useful to the producer, the buyer, investors in the agriculture sector. In addition, we are using ICTs as a means for veterinarians and livestock specialists to remain in contact with farmers to diagnose challenges that they have and provide solutions long distance. Similarly, ICTs will be used to provide online courses. COVID has made it absolutely necessary to deliver important education to farmers and fishers throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and has enabled us to collaborate with overseas agencies that have an interest in providing courses that will be beneficial to our sector. It is also important for the Bahamas to move to an e-agriculture platform where there is e-permitting, so that persons throughout the length and breadth of the Bahamas have the ability to apply for relevant permits without having to wait for an inordinate amount of time in order to get a response. In addition, farmers who register will be able to do so seamlessly online. So in a number of ways, we are working with other government agencies, including the Customs Department, in order to quickly process approvals for import, in many cases, of agriculture and fisheries inputs, so that farmers and fishers are not delayed in terms of assisting us in addressing the food security issue. We're grateful to FAO for their assistance on a number of levels. One, the most recent initiative, the Hand in Hand initiative, is assisting us in setting up an agri-tech and agri-business incubator, which would allow us to bring valuable information and, of course, to facilitate blended financing to farmers who desperately need it. In addition, we are introducing a hackathon, a global hackathon with the support of FAO. COVID, Dorian had interrupted, but we intend to get back online in order to make that happen. We're also working with other multilaterals in order to utilize new technologies developed by ICA and Microsoft, along with the Costa Rican government. And we are grateful for the commitment to assist us in this regard. And finally, we are setting up agro-villages, 6 of them on 6 different islands, a cluster of smart farms that will be the incubator that will demonstrate new technologies and innovation in the agriculture sector. And we will then replicate these successful trials throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and also upscale these innovations and technologies. We're grateful to the Israeli government through Volcani that will also be collaborating with us. But again, our primary source of information on the technological front, digitization, is FAO, and we applaud you for the efforts that you've been making to assist the Bahamas and other countries in this region. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Muchas gracias, señor Michael Pinter, Ministro de Agricultura.
Thank you very much to the Minister for Agriculture and Marine Resources of the Bahamas. Uruguay has the floor now, please.
Buenos días para todos. Realmente un gran gusto participar de esta conferencia.
We're delighted to take part in this regional conference. Best greetings from Uruguay to all of our friends in the region. In my brief presentation, I shall try to express a couple of ideas and challenges. The first idea is this: value building in food chains, in production chains. If we simplify this, we can say that adding value takes place at three main levels. Firstly, there's the challenge of producing more in an environmental friendly way, in an appropriate way, and in a way that embraces all areas of health and harmlessness. The second process of addition of value is being able to analyze those processes that enable us to have production, demonstrate that what the way we produce is, how we use the resources to bring about production. And the third formation of value is in the systems. Looking at the systems, how do public sector and private sector protagonists and stakeholders work together to produce powerfully? So all of those three levels present opportunities to add value, and digitalization is applicable to all three. We can apply this to decision-making by farmers. Also, digitalization can help us to set up traceability systems so that
Y el tercer nivel asociado a los sistemas
see where our goods, our produce is coming from and where it's going to. And the third way that we can apply digitalization is in the third level, links between the private sector and public sector stakeholders. So those are the three levels, and digitalization can play a fundamental role in all three. That's my first idea. My second one is this: data as integral assets. What do I mean, you may ask? We need a kind of digitalization that brings about more democracy.
Público, a los empleados, a los sindicatos.
The private sector, the public sector, the trade unions, the farmers. So we need to look at digitalization as something
entre los diferentes actores que participan en las diferentes cadenas.
Better for the various levels in the production process. Digitalization is also a tremendous tool to make governments more legitimate if they have an open and transparent data policy. Using this, governments can make available, they can communicate to citizens the way in which resources are used. And I think that's a very valuable way of getting, if you like, socially approved, validated. And then there's the matter of bringing about more consciousness in the agriculture and fisheries sector, because we can use digitalization to point up some of the things that are done in the countryside and are generally not understood from the cities. Digitalization is a very good way of shedding light on these aspects and building a kind of bridge between urban and rural areas. And the fourth idea pertaining to data as an integral asset has to do with digitalization enabling us to produce integral products. This covers traceability and harmlessness. In the new normal after COVID, it will be very important to our consumers across the world to be offered goods that are integral and safe. And their digitalization also has a great contribution to make. And winding up with the challenges and agreeing with some of the previous countries that have spoken, there's a tremendous challenge when it comes to generating infrastructure. When we talk about digitalization, we do have to ensure that access is uniform across our territory. That's a challenge. Another challenge is working in creating capacities in digitalization. All of this and the generation of value will depend directly upon what capacity we can generate to bring about a good interface and the use of all of the data that are generated. In the third challenge, which I'd like to see reflected in the final document,
función de liderazgo que tiene
a very important role of leadership in Latin America and the Caribbean, by Latin America and the Caribbean in digitalization. It's simply incumbent upon us to play this role of leader. We have experience of this in a number of our countries, and we must communicate this experience to all of the countries forming this regional conference, because digitalization
ese dato es compartido. Así que
is great, and having data is great, but when they're shared, it's even better. Thank you. From the ministry in Uruguay. Belize now has the floor, please.
Good morning, distinguished members of the head table and colleagues. Now more than ever, there is no doubt that COVID has accelerated the fostering and embracing of innovation and technology. The abrupt technological wave has swept the world and calls for the placing of technological adaptation and institutional reform as high on the agenda of Belize. Of priority to us is the strengthening of agriculture, research, technology, and innovation systems at the national level. In hindsight, at the start of the year 2016, the Ministry of Agriculture commenced implementation of major initiatives to transform the ministry through digitization. Firstly, the ministry implemented the Belize Agriculture Information Management System, BAMES, a web-based application that serves as a central repository for data collection and dissemination, developed by very young, dedicated Belizeans. Using this new platform, in 2018, a national census was conducted by the government of Belize. The BAMES evolved from an in-depth country assessment on agriculture statistics and a strategic plan for agriculture rural statistics FARS, following the standards set by FAO. To date, BAMES has registered 10,857 farmers and over 12,000 farms throughout the country. The data is currently being used to accurately project production, to monitor food demand and surplus, and link production to markets using a virtual market platform. However, several other uses of the data are also possible. The ministry, with the support of its private and international partners, can take advantage of new technologies available through geographic information systems to create simulations, remote sensing for evaluation, monitoring, and management of crop resources, for pest and disease surveillance, to design appropriate drainage and irrigation infrastructure, and monitor land use, and improve climate risk management and disaster response. Overall, digitization will aid our goal in delivering better services to the farming community. The introduction of digital technology into the traditional farming system will also have the effect of attracting the young generation who are more tech savvy. Secondly, the ministry has been working towards integrating technology in the area of research to improve nutrition of food, minimize and or process what is considered waste, and increase the resilience of agriculture in the face of climate change through genetic improvement of livestock and trials of heat-tolerant varieties. Despite our efforts, however, major support is still needed in the adoption of new technologies in research. Essential to us is to improve soil testing capabilities, developing of national soil maps, genetic diversity for crop and livestock, improving water management, precision agriculture, crop and livestock production systems, facilitating the early detection of plant and animal diseases and foodborne pathogens, and reducing food loss and waste throughout the supply chain. Important is also the need to access innovative technologies in the form of equipment necessary to integrate small farmers and processors. Thirdly, with the use of digitization technologies, we can develop innovative market access channels for producers and processors. This year, the ministry worked on developing AgriLinks, a platform to link local fresher processed product from farmers to markets. While AgriLinks address one major supply chain gap, it still needs to undergo a rapid phase 2 and integrate other services. While technology is an excellent tool to link people to product or vice versa, we must remember it is just a tool. Critical areas of support are still pending to improve the areas of marketing components such as capacity building and post-harvest management practices, standards, labels, investment in transportation, delivery, warehousing, and distribution infrastructure. All in all, the integration of technology and digitization of agriculture services has immense potential to enhance and promote efficient practices. The Ministry of Agriculture welcomes the commitment of FAO to contribute to strengthening national strategies and systems for agri-food and digital innovation. We endorse the need for institutional change to scale up the use of digital tools in food systems, especially considering the commitment one behind. We must foster inclusive growth by allowing all, especially the small and rural farmers, to access, use, participate in, and benefit from the growth process of these technologies. To this end, the development of mechanisms such as the International Digital Council for Food, establishing an inclusive multi-stakeholder forum for engagement, is also supported. The government of Belize welcomes the support of FAO in the form of training and recommendations for institutional and governance reform necessary to achieve the effectiveness, efficiency, and inclusiveness brought by digital innovation. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora Milagro Matus, analista de política.
Mrs. Milagros Matus, policy analyst in the ministry in Belize. Jamaica has the floor now.
Good morning. Chair, Jamaica didn't ask to intervene on this particular issue. We'll intervene on the other issue, increasing FAO's capacities. We did not ask for an intervention on this.
Muchas gracias.
Sorry, we could not read that.
Tiene la palabra Perú.
Thank you very much. Peru has the floor.
Adelante, Perú.
Peru has the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Muy buenos días con todos. El desarrollo de la agricultura en América Latina y el Caribe requiere de innovación tecnológica y sistemas digitales que beneficien a los productores y de manera particular a los que integran la agricultura familiar, que comprende la producción.
The farmers who are devoted to farming and fishing and forestry work. This is all going to need technology and digitalization. People working in farming are vulnerable to different kinds of threats. This has become more obvious in the course of the current pandemic. Innovation in agriculture means improving productivity, quality, health, competitiveness, and management of natural resources. In Peru, we still face major challenges to increase investment in training and in technology, particularly for young farmers. So there's going to have to be capacity building to bridge these gaps in innovation, these gaps among different kinds of farmers and different productive sectors. Some of the technologies include the implementation of ICTs. These information and communication technologies should provide data and information to be used by small farmers in the Andean region as a basis for their decision making, and we need technological support also when it comes to agricultural production for exports. We need to have regard for the specific characteristics of our family farms. The international platform for international digital farming, which was adopted at the 64th Regional Conference of the FAO, is an essential way of updating the organization and national systems. That platform is there to help us use digital instruments in farming, rural development, and the management of health and climate risks. This platform will make it possible to bring about inclusive and sustainable development, in particular of small producers and rural communities. Against that backdrop, we think it's notable that the FAO has committed to continuing to strengthen national capacities for innovation and digitalization of agriculture. That means these countries must commit to increasing the use of digital instruments in family farming. This implementation of such technology in farming requires a consensus and requires political will. The political will has to be there to bring together these farmers, the scientists, and the decision makers. Therefore, we would suggest the following 4 actions. 1, development and integrated application of national policies with a view to disseminating the use of digital technologies in agriculture in general and family farming in particular democratically. Secondly, support for management and research and innovation for systems and tools of agricultural digitalization agriculture to enhance farmers' incomes and to consolidate national systems of agricultural innovation. 3, the setting up of public-private finance sources, making it possible to have training and implementation programs for the products of research and innovation, including digital products. 4thly, setting up a standing structure for exchange among countries with regards to innovation, including digital technologies, so that development strategies involving the use of these technologies by farmers can be exchanged among countries. Thank you.
Gracias, señor Alberto Maurer.
Undersecretary of the Agriculture Ministry in Peru. Dominica has the floor, please.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, please allow me the opportunity to make just a few brief remarks on the point of discussion this morning. Modernization of agriculture has been spoken of by many, but the implementation, we believe, has been very slow. Agriculture has seen an increase in the age of participation in the sector by farmers and the slow entrance by young entrepreneurs and farmers. Modernization to include innovation and digitization are all important tools to encourage farmers, especially the young. We must not lose sight as we move towards increased production and productivity. While they are very important drivers, our focus should remain on protection of the environment, fighting climate change, and building a sustainable system. The innovation and modernization must lead towards a reduction in the use of harmful chemicals, especially pesticides. The tools and applications have already been explained by many speakers, and in the interest of time, I would not dwell on the excellent suggestions already made. However, the uptake of these new technologies has to be given some time and effort to ensure that that cultural change does take place. We therefore give our strong commitment to the work of FAO and other partner agencies and NGOs to work towards the transformation of the sector. We will desire to include the ICTs in general and innovations into the sector to achieve that goal. We must recognize, delegates, that we have the intellectual capacity and human resource. And while we have remained as adopters of technology, we need to create opportunities for our people. We need to transform our sector, since we have our own challenges, our own peculiarities, and we need to embrace the opportunities as we innovate and build the sector. Mr. Chair, the Ministry of the Blue and Green Economy, Agriculture and National Food Security of the Commonwealth of Dominica therefore give full support to the FAO's drive towards modernization and building sustainable systems. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Estimado presidente, tengo un anuncio urgente, si me permite.
Sí, adelante.
Gracias. Delegados y delegadas, nosotros tenemos que cerrar el evento hoy día a medianoche porque habrá otra hora de Roma por tener otra conferencia que va a empezar a esta hora. Entonces, tenemos que cerrar el listado de todos los preinscritos y el listado está cerrado a partir de este momento. Para el próximo evento no habrá ninguna intervención si no fuera ya preinscrito. Para dejarlo claro, porque si no, no vamos a poder terminar en los tiempos requeridos y todavía tenemos que hacer la examinación del informe final. Gracias por su comprensión.
Muchas gracias, señora secretaria. Tiene la palabra la delegación de México.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Buenos días a todos. México coincide con las medidas que propone a la conferencia.
Mexico agrees with the measures being put forward by the conference with regard to innovation and digital agriculture. We are glad to see the FAO proposal with a view to there being a longer list of priorities for digitization in this system in the context of health systems and sustainable development for long-term management of natural resources, value chains, nutrition, bioenergy, biomass, and the inclusive prosperity of our rural communities. We approve of the idea to set up an international digital council for food and agriculture. Nonetheless, the operating mechanisms should have regard for the digital divides separating different groups of farmers in the region. Telephone systems and internet systems are scarce and precarious, and so there's a danger that initiative will only be to the benefit of a small proportion of producers and would tend to enhance and improve the exclusion of certain groups. So it is proposed that this initiative should begin with those groups of citizens who are furthest behind in terms of technology by assisting them with new connections so that they can gain greater access to technology and thus diminish the digital divide. It's essential that there be greater participation by the private sector in increasing digital capacities of the producers who are most on the fringes of society. A lot of the raw materials produced nationally is produced by small farmers. And so there could be great benefit by helping them with their digitalization. In Mexico, in the northern states of the country, we have productive areas and producers who use modern digital technologies in their farming. Nonetheless, the government is working to improve this situation in the states further south in the country. Chairman, by supporting the creation of the International Digital Council, we will take the opportunity to propose that it should become a forum for North-South cooperation to share advances in technology, artificial intelligence, and digital innovation for the farming and food systems, and to have formal programs for exchanges among researchers and students, and continuing education efforts with a view to assisting in keeping young people in rural areas. Thank you.
Señora Lourdes Cruz.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Lourdes Cruz, International Coordinator at the Secretariat for Agriculture in Mexico. The next speaker will be Haiti.
Haiti, vous avez la parole.
Haiti, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. Greetings to the chairman of the conference and the Director General of FAO and the Director General for Latin America, Caribbean, and our Haitian representative of FAO. In the area of innovation and digital agriculture, Haiti has carried out an evaluation which is part of our involvement as a country in the fulfillment of the goals of the United Nations Convention on Climate Change, as well as the financial aspects and those having to do with increasing capacity. Technology is very important in this context for an effective combat against climate change and a mitigation of its impact on areas such as water, farming, cattle raising, etc. The document covers the main ambitions of attenuation and mitigation in our country in such sectors as bioenergy, forestry, land management, waste management. This is an approach based on consultation among the various sectors. This approach has made it possible not just to identify a list of technology and climatological innovations to be considered by the energy, agriculture, forestry, and mining and waste sectors, but also made it possible to set up a hierarchy for the following steps. In energy, for example, the best technologies will be photovoltaic power stations and solar water pumps in forestry, agroforestry, orchards, and energy forestry. So there are subsectors of technology that should be given priority in each sector, and this is set out in our national document. And as government priorities, particularly with regard to solar energy in rural areas and the adoption of solar water pumps in areas where there's a shortage of water. This to help with agriculture, combating scarcity, and making these regional areas water independent.
Angulaire des stratégies que, selon plus d'un, les pays devraient adopter pour réduire les lacunes et innovation
It's important that we tend to decrease the digital divide. As technologies become more accessible, there will be a lot of opportunities for more advanced forms of communication, such as the sending of video instructions to farmers.
Pour une plus grande efficacité d'action, il serait souhaitable que les séances continues
For this to be more efficient, it would be desirable for there to be a regular training and continuing education courses for the benefit of farmers with the participation of political levels. Our ministry has observed that there's a shortfall in the area of technology and research. FAO has resources that it could use to assist when we adopt a technology package that can assist the areas of farming.
Ne sera pas au rendez-vous. Au niveau de la région, je pense
in our region, I believe that setting up research and development expert networks, particularly with regard to new technologies and communication technologies under the aegis of the FAO could be beneficial. Countries need to be helped to train their younger generation so that they can make the most of innovations in technology. Locally based research in conjunction with universities is also to be encouraged. This could bear, for example, on soil fertility, the prevention of soil degradation as within the framework of the UN Convention. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Director General of the Ministry of the Environment for Haiti. Secretary, once again, will make an announcement. You have the floor, Secretary. Thank you, Chair. Yes, the conference must end at 4 p.m. in Managua, 7 p.m. in Chile, and midnight in Rome, because there'll be another regional conference beginning then, and he wants to attend, the Director General wants to attend here. This means that the list of interventions is now closed, and there will not be any other possibility of taking the floor if you have not yet pre-registered. I believe that the last time there was no interpretation coming through. I hope it is now, and thank you for your understanding. Thank you very much, Secretary. Delegation of Costa Rica has the floor. Thank you very much, Chair, for enabling me to take the floor. Good afternoon to all of the honorable delegates. We would like to take the floor to refer to a specific point of this debate on innovation and digital agriculture put forward at this regional conference. We appreciate the accent put on institutional exchange in order to scale up and the use of digital systems in agriculture and rural development, particularly among family, small and medium-scale farmers and poor and vulnerable rural communities, and seizing their potential for inclusive and sustainable development, as indicated in LARC36. As the Minister of Agriculture of Costa Rica well mentioned in his first intervention, the COVID pandemic has revealed the great failures in agro farming in Latin America. And as a member of the International Committee for coordinating the Decade of Family Farming, we must manifest that this is of special interest for Costa Rica. We are called upon to strengthen the organizations of family farming and their ability to generate knowledge, represent their members, and provide inclusive services in the rural-urban continuum. With the next step, we need to improve capacities and services related to technology, information technology rather, and communication in order to ensure that the voice of family farmers is used, especially women in rural areas. It's important to mention that for every 10 men who live in extreme poverty, 122 women are in the same situation. And this is why at this conference we are respectfully calling upon all countries to continue in their efforts unwaveringly to prepare, launch, and implement their respective national plans of action for family agriculture. The global plan for this decade is a wonderful guide to structure these plans, and we appreciate that FAO has been seriously committed to continuing this work in the decade. We would also like to mention the proposal to adopt sustainable agriculture, environmentally sustainable. In a situation like this pandemic, we mustn't leave anyone behind. And to repeat the words of our Minister of Agriculture, economic reactivation will come from our farming, and this will be a priority sector to develop and move forward. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Federico Zamora, Ambassador to FAO from Costa Rica. This concludes the government's turn, and now we will hear from the UN system organizations, and first from CEPAL. You have the floor. Go right ahead, Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, CEPAL.
CEPAL, your microphone, please. We do not hear you. CEPAL?
CEPAL?
Tal vez mejor proceder y...
Perhaps we should move down the list and go back to CEPAL later. All right, we will give the floor to the CARICOM, the Caribbean community. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, fellow colleagues, members, delegates who are here, Director General of the FAO. Also, since it's my first time taking the floor, I would like to extend congratulations to the government of Nicaragua for hosting this beautiful LARC36. I would like also to say on behalf of the CARICOM's Secretary General and Ambassador Erwin LaRock to bring his greetings and best wishes for this 36 LA Latin American Conference. Also, greetings to my CARICOM Ministers of Agriculture who are also logged into the conference. Chair, given the limitations of time, I shall be quick. I would like to first extend the CARICOM Secretariat support for the efforts that are being put forward towards innovation and digital agriculture. Surely, there's a need to deepen the digital dimension of our agriculture, but also the main focus should be on ensuring that our farmers have strong linkages to markets and the supply chains are flexible enough to respond to the change in demand as relates to the structures. Additionally, building our market intelligence system should therefore be our main priority. In this respect, farmers need to be supported in acquiring the tools, devices, software, and internet connections, etc., that will enable them to participate more dynamically in the marketplace as we know it. Chair, fellow delegates, the CARICOM region, as has been articulated by other interventions, have suffered as it relates to the pandemic COVID-19. We have sought as a region to react accordingly, with digital agriculture being the forefront of same. To that effect, we have developed what is called the CARICOM COVID-19 Agri-Food Plan, Response Plan. And as said before, a significant portion of it has to do with digital agriculture. And it covers areas that has to do with technology and climate smart agriculture, private sector involvement in agriculture, new investments and financing in the sector that utilizes innovation and digital agriculture. And even more critically, research and development, which supports food and nutrition security that focuses heavily on new technologies and digital applications. Chair, the region is of the view through the Secretariat that we must be able to promote and advance workable solutions. And there are two areas which we would like to put forward. One, COVID-19 and the agricultural sector. There has been disruptions in the supply chain and market connectivity. Member states within the CARICOM, like other countries, have suffered job losses, reduced income, high food prices, poorer food consumption, with an increasing number of citizens becoming more and more susceptible to being insecure as a result of COVID-19. It's important to note, Chair, that citizens have changed their diet, with nearly 1/3 skipping meals, eating less, or going on a day without meals, as was revealed in our recently completed study through the assistance of the World Food Programme. Chair, it is important that we now need to find solutions that are supported through the use of digital technology to successfully combat what it is that we're seeing happening here. Through the efforts of the FAO, which I must extend our congratulations, we've started this process and we've started to look at solutions and innovations that will assist in this matter. What we're asking for, Chair, is for greater acceleration and participation. Chair, finally, climate smart agriculture and technology solutions. This is an area that we believe that if we're able to successfully tackle, it should solve most of the issues that we have. And what do we mean by this? First, we need to improve the knowledge on best practices for rural smallholders, especially women and youth, to build resilience to climate change effects so they can benefit more from ensuring rural entrepreneurship. And this, we believe, can be driven by building information communication and the various existing digital tools to enhance productivity at the farm level. Also, Chair, we're of the view that we should also, with the assistance from South-South Cooperation, build a system that allows us to take stock of the best practices which are ongoing in relation to digital agriculture and innovation in our agriculture and food systems.
You need to terminate soon, please.
Chair, in closing, the CARICOM Secretariat put forward its support to the paper which has been presented and is in full support of the motions going forward. Thank you very much, Chair.
Muchas gracias, señor Chombo.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chombo from the Caribbean community. And now you have the floor, Talita.
Octavio Sotomayor, CEPAL, tiene la palabra.
Octavio Sotomayor from CEPAL has the floor.
No se escucha. El micrófono no está apagado, pero no se escucha.
We cannot hear you. Your microphone is not off, but we are unable to hear you.
No. Tenemos que
Continuamos.
We will continue. We will continue with other observers, including non-state organizations. The Alliance, the Agricultural Alliance of the Caribbean has the floor. Go right ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My respects and greetings to the Director General and other leaders of FAO, the wonderful people of Nicaragua, ministers of agriculture, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Today I speak on behalf of the civil society organizations of Latin America and the Caribbean. We are very grateful for this opportunity to make a contribution to and a comment on the document, Innovation and Digital Agriculture. We are very excited about this paper, and we strongly support all components of it. The plan for innovation and digital agriculture is very inspiring, yet quite ambitious. However, with buy-in, this could be a game changer for the region. This could revolutionize the methods and systems related to food and agriculture. Imagine, we can use technology remotely to test our soils, control our water flows with and without irrigation systems, check our livestock using our smartphone when we travel to FAO conferences. We can inspect our crops and determine what they are lacking and when they are ready for harvesting. We can utilize drone technology to view our fields. We now have a toolkit for climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. This will strengthen national strategies for agri-food innovation. Quite frankly, we are moving towards a new frontier. This is inspiring because e-agriculture could propel our food systems by leaps and bounds. It has an answer to an old age question. How do we encourage young people to get involved in agriculture? They will be attracted to this, especially since there are so many intriguing facets. Inspiring too, because these technological tools will transform the way agriculture is done. Farmers can ramp up production in a controlled environment while scaling up the use of digital tools in food systems. Yet, the document is quite ambitious. This is 2020, the year of the pandemic, which has wreaked havoc on almost every nation in Latin America and the Caribbean. Health systems and economies have been decimated or seriously affected. Many nations in the region just do not have finances. How will the FAO respond to the differences that exist throughout the region? There are highly sophisticated farms and farmers who can embrace these strategies with minimal changes. There are other farms and farmers who, with little assistance, can be ready in a reasonable period of time. There are others who will be slow to embrace this innovation in digital agriculture. So the International Digital Council for Food and Agriculture must consider there is no homogeneity or uniformity among us. For some, we will require education and training on the basics. Some will require internet access, others access to electricity, water, transportation, land, and the right to farm. Back to costs. Latin America and the Caribbean do not have the finances to implement these sophisticated measures. FAO must carefully consider how this technology will be mobilized without the usual murmur that, again, some of us have been left behind. The watchword must be decentralization while ensuring objectivity and fairness. Finally, Mr. Chairman, I would be remiss if I do not extend my heartfelt appreciation to the men and women of civil society organizations of Latin America. Thank you, Latin America, for allowing us to join you fully. Thank you for giving us a voice. I wish to note that during the lead up to this meeting, for the first time in the history of civil society organizations, Latin America and the Caribbean actually worked together to achieve results. We also learned that we have more in common than not. We have resolved to work together in the future. We in the Caribbean can now proudly boast that we presently represent civil society organizations from Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Arrington Thompson from the Agricultural Alliance of the Caribbean. And now the Microfinance Foundation from Bank BBVA has the floor. Ms. Tula Ducasse, in charge of international relations. Go right ahead, madam.
Presidente, Excelencias, señoras y señores, buenos días a todos.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. Please allow me to address you not only on behalf of the BBVA Foundation, but also representative of the private sector. We would like to thank FAO for the opportunity that it's opened up to us to intervene in this conference in order to assure sustainability and progress through the food system. It's necessary to enhance farm productivity and the income of producers of food, especially smallholders. And for this reason, we are putting forward the need to further essential issues such as the access to financial services as established in Objective 2.3 of the Sustainable Development Goals. And as we said, it's fundamental for access to these opportunities to reach small producers and rural, poor and vulnerable communities, reducing this vulnerability and increasing their resilience to climate change in order to bring about inclusive and sustainable development. In order for these opportunities for financial inclusion, innovation, digitization, and technological development to be widespread, sustainable, and reach everyone, they have the private sector, their main ally. We should also take into account that private investment throughout the food system cannot be done without in order to meet this challenge of feeding 9 billion people by the year 2050. And we will not be able to reach this goal without highly productive farming. The recessive impact of COVID-19 has been broadly commented recently, and they require positive approaches in regulatory environments that provide incentives. In short, in the fields, we must focus on access to digitization, technology, and financial inclusion that fosters innovation and entrepreneurship. And we need to integrate all of this into consistent, effective, and balanced regulatory frameworks. We very much value public-private dialogue based on which we can build programs that are suited to the actual situation and objective needs that we have. We are making ourselves available to FAO and to member states in order to jointly bring about fora for dialogues, collaborative solutions, and achieve more innovative,
gracias.
productive, healthy, inclusive, and sustainable food systems. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Tula Ducasse, in charge of institutional relations from the BBVA Microfinance Foundation and representative of the private sector. Mr. Edgar Barroso, director of the Laboratory for Entrepreneurship from Monterrey. Good morning to all of the participants of this regional conference, the 36 FAO conference, and particularly to Nicaragua, together with representatives of the member states, civil society, and the scientific and circles and academic others. I would like to present ideas put forward before this conference. This pandemic will have a deep-lying effect on people throughout the region. And this is why we need to decisively take action. And this will make it or break it if we want to be up to the task of solidarity. And this is why we are proposing two key pillars. First of all, open decentralized ecosystems. We consider that it's indispensable for there to be local, national, regional actors working together, and particularly multi-stakeholder action, working with public, private, scientific, and other civil society actors. We need to use science and technology. We need digital hubs in a network, and this can be a cross-cutting interdisciplinary platform to share pertinent information for cooperation in universities that foster technological information informing decisions. The scientific and academic circles feel that we need to have specifically small scale farmers and rural communities work towards sustainable agriculture, and we also need to invest in innovation and new technology. And in this pillar, we have three strategies that we need at the same time. First of all, digital inclusion. We need to narrow the gap, and we need to train people to adopt this. And we need to base this on diagnoses that enable us to respect local cultures, the different languages, and the value systems. And furthermore, we need a complementary, inclusive, plural, comprehensive approach to get sustainable results. Social and economic inclusion is crucial in order for local producers to be empowered. Secondly, we have a high technological and emerging technology strategy. We need to use big data, artificial intelligence, just to mention a few, to enhance productivity, but also to work towards the environment. We need interface so that this technology also benefits citizens. And the third and last idea is entrepreneurship strategy. We need this in the fields. We need to be oriented to fair, prosperous consumption. We need to put the accent on youth. This needs to be backed up by actual investment for entrepreneurship, which always has a gender perspective. We need to be able to scrutinize what is being done, and that's where academic circles can help a lot. We can build the trust that we need to work with a plural approach in the short term. So we are once again reiterating our backing to work in digital innovation in the region. Together, we will be able to curtail negative impacts and bring about better technological situation. We should pursue strategies towards inclusion that are always focused on people. Only together and connected can we face our current challenges. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Edgar Barroso, from the Entrepreneurship and Technological Transformation Institute in Monterrey. Thank you all very much for your contributions. I would remind you that the conference has to conclude by midnight in Rome, which is 4 p.m. in Managua and 7 p.m. in Santiago, because there's another regional conference starting at that time, and the Director General has to attend that. Therefore, the list of speakers for the rest of the conference is no longer open. It is closed. I repeat, there's no space for any more speakers who are not pre-registered as on the speakers list. Thank you for your understanding. Pursuant to the agenda, I would remind you that in 15 minutes' time, there will be 3 breakout sessions. First one is in a different room, is the special one on the Committee on Food Security of the FAO with the Director General and representatives of the United Nations on the World Food Summit 2021, Agnes Kalibata. The link was circulated this morning at 6 a.m. Managua time to all attendees and observers at this conference in an email from the Secretariat of the Committee on Food Security. Those who are interested in the Alimentario system are invited to attend that meeting. And the other parallel meeting will be in this room. In this room, we will continue with the plenary. The next item being improving FAO's capacities to serve member states in Latin America and the Caribbean. And the third meeting is the drafting committee, which is going to continue its deliberations in parallel using the same link as was shared for the drafting committee on the first day. I'd like to ask the Secretary whether she has anything to add. Any further comment? Yes, thank you, Chairman. It's a pleasure to say that we've received a number of speeches from delegations that have taken part and contributed in recent days. The Secretariat wishes to suggest that they be uploaded to the official site of the regional conference in their original language version so that they can be made publicly available as a record of the conference. So, Chairman, would it be possible to consider and to ask the delegations represented here whether they have no objection to that proposal? I'd also like to announce that on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook, on the first day we had 11,815 participants. On the second day, 10,559, and on the third day, 5,368 participants so far, and the website has received 8,528 visitors since the beginning of the conference. 43,968 pages visited. Pages on the contents that have been available upline since the beginning of the conference. So would it be possible to ask delegations whether they don't object to the proposal that their text be uploaded? Thank you very much, Secretary. So I'd like to put that proposal from the Secretary to the meeting. The proposal is that speeches sent in should be put up on the website. My question is there any objection to their being uploaded to that website in their original languages? Apparently no, there's no objection. Thank you very much. In that case, then the proposal has been adopted. We'll now have a coffee break. Please come back punctually in just 15 minutes. Thank you very much and enjoy your coffee break.
Vamos a continuar con la sesión.
We are going to continue our session of the regional conference as we're all ready.
Antes de continuar con la orden del día, quisiera dar la palabra
Before continuing with the agenda, I would like to give the floor to our rapporteur, Mario Arvelo, who's going to update us on the draft report. Rapporteur, Mr. Arvelo, you have the floor.
Todavía no está listo para dar un reporte de la actualización de la situación y nos informará lo más antes posible. Gracias.
He will get back to us as soon as possible. Eve, could you please repeat that? We couldn't hear you. The rapporteur has just told me that they're not ready yet. They are working and the work is going at a good rhythm, and he will come and notify us as soon as possible. Thank you. Thank you, Eve. So we shall continue with our agenda. Now we're addressing the item Improving FAO's Capacities to Serve Member Countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, which is document 20/8 of the FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean 2020, which includes a summary of the written comments by Marta Martinez, who's a program official and coordinator of decentralized offices for FAO. Ms. Martinez, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes.
Good morning, good afternoon. I welcome you all to this plenary session where we'll be talking about improving FAO's capacities to serve member countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. The document for this session is LARC/20/8. Director General of FAO has called on us to build a new FAO that's more efficient, more transparent, and more dynamic. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we want to lead this process. The crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic will force us to be more efficient and to adopt new models of work. This process of improvement strives to promote new models of association in policies and programs. Also seeks to provide more relevant, efficient, sustainable, and efficient support to member countries. All of this means we need to empower the FAO officers, enhancing services and accountability. The proposal is to start with 7 main improvements during the 2020-2021 biennium. The first improvement is adopting a program approach, which will better structure normative standard setting, technical operational investment work, as well as operational assistance. Taking regional initiatives as the basis, we're trying to break down silos and find more collaboration and synergy between projects. This will result in better knowledge management, in greater quality and effectiveness of technical assistance, and ultimately in more impacts. In addition to the programmatic approach, we're proposing organizing technical specialists to work in multidisciplinary teams. These high-quality teams will be flexible, objective-focused based on deadlines, and they'll be organized in modules supporting the 3 regional initiatives. Using digital platforms, they will include specialists based in national, sub-regional, regional, and headquarter. They will allow us to mobilize FAO's considerable technical capacity to support any country and break down geographic silos. In addition, we are aware of the need to dramatically improve FAO's efficiency in the region. This entails strengthening the capacities of decentralized officers, giving them greater decision-making powers, at the same time strengthening results, assessment, and accountability. We also recognize the key importance of alliances. The region has a wealth of capacities in its universities, scientific institutions, social organizations, private sector associations, and governmental agencies and institutes. Enabling cooperation with all of those will be one of the key features of the renewed FAO. With the increase of FAO's project portfolio in the region, we need to focus on quality. It's vital for FAO to uphold its technical solidity. This requires improving systems for monitoring, evaluation, and management of knowledge. To carry out the ambitious agenda that we are looking at this regional conference, FAO must increase the resources that it mobilizes. We propose attaching special importance to partnerships with international financial institutions and investment funds that have a social impact, particularly to support the Hand-in-Hand initiative. With a high increase in voluntary contributions, we must have very clear goal definition, strict accountability, and we must make strategic and catalytic use of the Technical Cooperation Program. Last but not least, we need to strengthen governments. We must galvanize regional conferences so that they can fully fill their role of being the highest regional governance body of FAO and the main channel to contribute to the overall governance of the organization. I'd now like to talk about the contributions that the various delegations have made in their written comments to the document LARC20/8, and I'd like to thank you all for your contributions. The member states that have sent in commentaries endorse the need to increase the FAO's capacities through the 7 proposals set out in the document, which I've just summarized. This prior interpretation suggests that when we implement these 7 main improvements, we must focus on the importance of coordination between programs and projects, take into account the context, specificities, and priorities of countries and subregions, have information systematization tools and project management, structure FAO's regional initiatives and national priorities as the foundation to mobilize resources, utilize the Technical Cooperation Program as a strategic tool and as a driver of major results and resource mobilization, setting
allocation criteria that yield opportunities for all member countries. Listen to member countries as the foundation for the process of creating technical excellence networks, implement impact assessment medium in the field to efficiently manage knowledge. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Martinez, for that presentation. I invite you to make your comments on the items that have just been raised. Each delegation will have at most 5 minutes to take the floor. At the end of 3 minutes, we will ring a bell notifying you of time, and at 5 minutes, you will be asked to finish your presentation. Thank you very much. We will start hearing from the delegation of Barbados. Barbados, you have the floor.
Very good afternoon to you, Chair, Director General, distinguished ministers of agriculture, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I thank you for the opportunity. Barbados endorses the programmatic approach. This has always been the approach adopted for the country programming framework process. We are pleased with the discussions and the engagement of the Sub-Regional Office for Latin America and the Caribbean, with the various agencies and departments, and especially with the Ministry of Agriculture, as part of a collaborative effort to construct an impactful program that is well coordinated with other agencies and development partners. The government of Barbados strongly supports the UN reform, which is another important factor driving more coherent and programmatic support to countries. The need for the strengthening of operational and administrative capacities for resource mobilization is recognized and understandable. It is, however, recommended that the strengthening should be facilitated through the provision of extra budgetary resources and not the regular program resources. The strengthening should not be done at the expense of the support that all countries should be receiving from FAO, regardless of the volume of resources it mobilizes for FAO implementation. While Barbados understands the rationale behind FAO's decentralization policy, we take this opportunity to express concern regarding the access to some critical areas of technical expertise. It should be recognized that many countries in the Caribbean do not have a dedicated country office. It is therefore necessary to ensure that the multi-country office is adequately staffed to effectively manage the programs across the 7 countries covered by the office. The wealth of FAO's technical expertise underlies its value to the Caribbean. Therefore, facilitating technical excellence through the reinforcement of technical networks is necessary. It should, however, be recognized that there are large differences among subregions. In particular, the Caribbean is distinctive in terms of size, climate vulnerability, institutions, legislative frameworks, language, and culture. It is essential that the sub-region office be empowered to serve the sub-region while at the same time being an integral part of a regional pool of knowledge that ensures robust opinions and analyses. Some key competencies that Barbados will wish to see fully immersed within the sub-regional office for the Caribbean reality include water management, soil management, safety, as well as animal health and production. The criteria for grant financing and eligibility for preferential loans penalize Barbados and some other countries in the Caribbean. The government of Barbados has been vocal in calling for a change in the criteria for eligibility to consider our unique vulnerability and has been seeking support from the UN system to advocate this change. The FAO technical cooperation can be an important catalyst for mobilizing funds for Barbados. Whilst we question the logic whereby Barbados has a smaller technical cooperation allocation than most countries, We acknowledge the efforts of the SLC and Regional Office for Latin America and the Caribbean to enable greater access to the TCP funding through multi-country projects and also opportunity to compete for additional TCP allocations. It is, however, recognized that support to mobilize resources to achieve the SDGs cannot be limited resources for implementation by FAO. Country needs FAO support for mobilizing resources if implemented by country itself or other partners where appropriate. We would like to better understand the office of LDC, LLDC, and SIDs, and will support SLC in serving the Caribbean. I'm obliged to you. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor Inter Weir.
Thank you, Inter Quinn, Minister for Agriculture and Food Security of Barbados. Colombia, you have the floor.
Buenas noches. Honorable
Good
Presidente.
evening. Good evening, Chair of the conference, Honorable Vice Chairs, Head of Delegation, representatives. Greetings from the Minister of Agriculture, Rodolfo Sea, on behalf of our delegation. We welcome the presentation of the document on improving FAO's capacity to serve member countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Firstly, we'd like to stress that any proposal on reformulating FAO's procedures to make it more efficient are welcomed. We also welcome the proposal on strengthening operational capacities in regional and sub-regional offices in the countries, because this strengthening will be an opportunity to execute and develop new programs and projects. Notwithstanding, it's important that we really coordinate all stakeholders, such as FAO officers in countries, governmental institutions, and above all, with the permanent representatives in Rome. This is something that we have stressed since I came to Italy. We have repeated this request, and it's very important for the success of our projects and programs. Colombia believes that the adjustments can be improved by looking at the following: working with a demand-based approach in accordance with needs of countries too, focusing work on the organization's mandates. Third, generating impact from results with realistic, previously agreed indicators. Fourth, devising sustainable projects and programs that build and construct capacities locally and that ensure participation of communities and beneficiaries. 5, foster interagency and joint work to avoid repeating actions. To this end, we draw your attention to D on the fundamental importance of associations. It does not recognize interagency work and complementary with other agencies in the system. 6, strengthen accountability with detailed information on each project. And here I'd like to stress that Colombia has defined thematic priorities in the United Nations Framework for Sustainable Development 2020-2023 as an instrument that consolidates the UN's work in the country. Migration as a key for development and assistance for catalytic SDGs. Under the new cooperation framework, FAO's work with Colombia must focus on commercialization chains for sustainable products, food and nutrition security, responsible consumption, protecting basins, combating deforestation, and incentives for a bioeconomy. Finally, Chair, I'd like to reiterate what the First Lady of our country said on Monday. We must work together as a region, together with FAO, to achieve sustainable development goals. I reiterate her proposal in looking at productive alliances in the region, which will engage young people, women, and families who produce food to have a good life project. Equally, we must engage the private sector because it's not just incumbent upon the state to work towards achieving the SDGs. Each and every sector has a role to play in that, and we all have an opportunity to contribute in our everyday work. Thank you very much.
Gracias, señora Gloria Isabel.
Thank you, Gloria Isabel Ramirez, the permanent representative of Colombia to the FAO. I now give the floor to the Dominican Republic.
República Dominicana, ¿nos escucha?
Dominican Republic, we can't hear you.
Adelante, República Dominicana.
Dominican Republic, you have the floor. Move on and come back to the Dominican Republic, I think then.
Concedemos la palabra al representante de Nicaragua.
Give the floor to the representative of Nicaragua, Dr. Paul O'Keefe Kelly, Minister and Secretary for National Policies. Doctor, you have the floor. Thank you, dear Chair. The challenges that we've been facing in rural areas and in the agricultural sector in Latin America and the Caribbean has already been complicated by climate change. And this has been even more compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic. It affects our response capacity to challenges. These are affected by coercive unilateral measures in accordance with the Rome Statute, Article 3.1K, on application of measures in time of a pandemic. This would be classed as crime against humanity, added by 39 countries in the world who have over 2 billion population, including 3 in our country, Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. Nicaragua calls upon the FAO to give efficient support to its member countries. Particularly relevant is strengthening aspects that are set out in the documents in accordance with the changes made to headquarters without resorting to additional costs, ensuring optimization of resources and work in national offices. In particular, we believe initiatives to create thematic technical networks of excellence are very important, as well as recognizing the importance of all types of association. Here, we could also look at technical networks in the framework of South-South cooperation sponsored by FAO that would bring together capacities of study centers, technical centers and others to face common challenges in various countries in the region. For instance, the dry corridor in Central America, where actions are already being taken with involvement of the FAO, but where experience of others could also be drawn upon. Also, we believe the initiative to strengthen the regional conference is very important when it comes to national programs and technical assistance. In today's world, with so many threats and attacks on multilateralism, proposing democratic mechanisms is an initiative that must be valued and appreciated. The FAO has traditionally been a strategic partner for Nicaragua, supporting its programs and projects in the rural areas. And we hope the organization will continue to have a very relevant role in recovering from COVID-19, ensuring food and production and adequate nutrition for all, as well as combating the effects of climate change, not just in Nicaragua, but also in many other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean and other developing countries. The region for many years now has suffered the effects of climate change. Predictably, the phenomena related to this change will speed up in the short and medium term. And here we are coming into uncharted territories without a map or a compass. We need agile science and technology, particularly in this global situation and in specific situations regarding crops in specific areas. We also need alternative policies and actions. We need to share information. This can help us to avoid mistakes in complex scenarios. Through its regional approach and national offices, FAO can play a very valuable role in supporting governments in that future, which is not in the future, but has already started. This recognition of all roles is something that Nicaragua wishes to reiterate. Its proposal of nominating FAO as a candidate for the Nobel Peace Prize. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Kolokis, Private Secretary for National Policies of Nicaragua. We now give the floor to Haiti.
Director General of FAO, Chairperson of the conference, ladies and gentlemen, senior officers, members of delegations from the region, we have the following comments to make based on the comments Haiti submitted. In relation to the item on improving FAO's capacity to serve member countries in the region, Haiti strongly agrees with the proposal that FAO accelerate a shift towards becoming a more efficient organization in the region. This efficiency will require the streamlining of administrative procedures while strengthening technical and operational capacity in country offices. It would be important as well to ensure the active participation of national technical personnel who could benefit from FAO's expertise. The Ministry of Agriculture intends to cooperate actively with the FAO representation in Haiti to contribute to strengthening operations and results. The ministry intends to play an effective role in policies, programs, and projects designed and implemented jointly with technical and decentralized services. FAO has programs in Haiti through the Technical Cooperation Program. The budget for this program is quite low. The TCP is a catalyzing tool for the mobilization of resources. That's why I suggest an increase in the amount of the TCP at the regional level. This will allow FAO to mobilize the resources needs of the member nations with long-term projects.
FAO could play a very important role with bilateral cooperation, the fight against desertification, the fight against climate change. It's very important for FAO to be able to help member nations. We would like to call for solidarity between countries in the region. There should be exchange of information. There should be bilateral exchanges. That's why we suggest strategic alliances, looking at strategic partnerships on integrated information systems, especially when it comes to agricultural and agri-food markets. It would be remiss of me to conclude my remarks without expressing my thanks to all the senior officers from countries who have taken part in this extremely useful and informative event, and to the conference secretariat in particular for the sterling job it has done in managing this process. I already know that Ecuador has nominated to host the 37th session of the regional conference in 2022. We express our support to Ecuador in their nomination, and on behalf of the government of Haiti, I can say that our country will be nominating to host the 38th session in 2024. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Minister of Agriculture and Natural Resources and Rural Development of Haiti. The Dominican Republic now has the floor. A very good day to you, Chair. Dominican Republic has been a member of FAO since the organization was founded in 1945. This organization has supported us in the development of our agriculture with a series of projects and programs with training, capacity building for institutions. This has been very important for us in order to make progress and move forward. And also assistance when it comes to water resources and all the assistance in relation to mitigation of climate change. We support the work that FAO has been doing, and we support the work of the regional office in particular. We would like to call for an increase in financial resources from the regular budget to assist regional offices, sub-regional offices, and the national representations so that they can work in better conditions and continue to support countries and support the development strategies in the agriculture sector, increasing sustainable production in the fight against hunger and all forms of malnutrition. We support the strengthening of the technical cooperation program. A programmatic approach is important as well. This is a fundamental mechanism of FAO in its operational support of countries. Thank you very much, and greetings to all the delegates in this conference. A very good day to everyone. Thank you very much to the Deputy Minister from the Dominican Republic. St. Vincent and the Grenadines now has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. St. Vincent and the Grenadines stands FAO support in the form of technical expertise, financial resources, and other forms of cooperation that has contributed to our efforts to boost our ability to improve food security, agricultural productivity, and resilience. St. Vincent and the Grenadines endorses recommendations contained in the document LARC38, in particular as it relates to point 2, and in the context of UN reforms to strengthen multi-country offices in sub-regional offices, and in this case, the sub-regional office for the Caribbean. It's important that we strengthen the capacity of that unit or those units And our contention is that these reforms must assist the FAO in delivering at more effective rates while not negatively impacting on resources that are allocated at the country level. To provide additional technical capacity to deliver the ambitious mandate being charted in this 36th regional conference. Areas of expertise will include that we are interested in our value chain upgrading and commercialization, marine management, management of marine resources and research, innovation and digital solutions, predial larceny, sustainable soil and water management, and livestock production. We also know that the speed of effectiveness in implementation requires deliberate partnerships and collaboration, which requires the harnessing of skills and financial resources in the various technical and regional networks, while not duplicating efforts among agencies. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias, señor Colville-King.
Thank you very much, Colville-King. Senior official from the Ministry of Agriculture of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Ecuador now has the floor. Greetings to the FAO Regional Director, to the Chair of the Regional Conference, greetings to the delegates from the various countries present, greetings to representatives of civil society, ladies and gentlemen. Ecuador supports the proposal from FAO in relation to improving FAO's capacity to serve members countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. We think this is an efficient and effective proposal. We think that these are very timely, these proposals, especially in relation to improving the capacities of regional officers, especially when it comes to accountability. In the context of the pandemic, we have seen the importance of swift responses to the crises we are facing. In Ecuador, we had the wonderful opportunity from this swift response from our regional office, and we have had early warning mechanisms which have been activated in relation to the pandemic, and we have also made use of technical platforms that assist commercialization of products. This shows how important it is to have decentralization of offices in order to assist FAO to help countries. It's very important to have the thematic networks of excellence. The strategy to create thematic technical networks allows us to strengthen the collaborative work that we have with FAO. The participation of various actors from society allows us to face the numerous challenges in the agriculture, fisheries, and rural sector more broadly. Something very important in FAO's management is the quality of the projects. It's very important that these projects be in line with local priorities, with the involvement of local communities. We think it's very timely to include mechanisms for monitoring and evaluation, which is improved and enhanced. This is very important when it comes to projects implemented by FAO and member states. It's very important for us to highlight the need to increase the mobilization of resources, because Latin America and the Caribbean has been one of the regions affected most by the pandemic. It's very important to have the necessary resources in order to attend to the growing needs of various member nations and to make use of the Technical Cooperation Program. It's very important to have access to the various global sustainability funds, which allow us to carry out our work in line with our nationally determined contributions. The hand-in-hand initiative in this connection is a key tool to consolidate investment in the region. It's very important for member states in our region to have access to these international and global funds in the framework of sustainability. The government of Ecuador recognizes the importance of strengthening FAO's management, and we thank FAO very much for the organization of all of their support in our programs. In Ecuador, we are working on creating an agriculture policy for 2030, and FAO has helped us very much in this process. Thank you very much. Over to you. Thank you very much, Director of Cooperation and International Relations from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock of Ecuador. The delegation of Brazil, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. Brazil welcomes the proposal to improve FAO's capacities to serve member countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Amongst these 7 key improvements, we highlight the importance of number 4, which is recognizing the fundamental importance of partnerships, and number 5, monitoring knowledge management, which is effective. We highlight Brazil's interest in continuing its collaborative relationship and with FAO, promoting South-South and triangular cooperation. Based on this experience, we think it is necessary to update and continuously improve legal tools and cooperation frameworks in order to respond swiftly to the evolving development needs of countries in the region. The documents formulated for South-South and triangular cooperation between FAO and Brazil has been very important when it comes to identifying joint interests, identifying contributions from each party in each initiative. We think that this experience that we've had with FAO can contribute to develop proposals to improve FAO's capacity to assist member countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. In conclusion, we highlight the importance of evaluation processes in order to evaluate the cooperation projects implemented by countries hand in hand with FAO. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much to the Ambassador of Brazil, Permanent Representative to FAO. Bahamas now has the floor.
Adelante, Bahamas.
Bahamas, please go ahead. You have the floor.
Can you give the Bahamas just a few minutes, please?
Bueno, con mucho gusto. Vamos a continuar.
Okay, we will go to Bolivia then, and then later on we can come back to the Bahamas. Bolivia now has the floor.
Buenas tardes. Hago llegar un cordial saludo de Bolivia al señor Hu Dong-yu, director general de la FAO, al señor Julio Verdegué, director regional de la FAO para Latinoamérica y el Caribe, a los representantes de los países participantes de la 36ª Conferencia Regional de la FAO para América Latina y el Caribe y a las personas que están siguiendo este evento por todas las redes. Este evento tan importante tiene connotaciones inusuales ante la pandemia del COVID-19 que obliga a nuestros países a reconstruir mejor en este periodo de recuperación post-pandemia, y ese reconstruir mejor implica que los gobiernos nos aboquemos a promover una agricultura sostenible y resiliente, transformando nuestros sistemas agroalimentarios para que no existan disrupciones al entregar alimentos nutritivos e inocuos de acá en adelante.
Very important for us to provide nutritious food in the context of the pandemic. We have worked with technical assistance from FAO to respond to the needs of the agriculture sector in the COVID-19 pandemic. It's very important for us to work to improve the livelihoods of people in the agriculture sector. We have been working to maintain production chains and supply chains throughout our country. The Hand-in-Hand initiative will assist our country to help smallholder producers to improve their livelihoods, and it will also help us to better manage our natural resources. And we think that it's very important for the Hand-in-Hand initiative to be playing a very prominent role as we move forward. It's very important as well to have technical assistance so that we can strengthen the conservation of resources. We welcome FAO's initiatives to eradicate hunger, malnutrition, and poverty. We have worked very closely with FAO, and we thank FAO for the technical assistance it has provided to us, helping us with the implementation of our national programs. These programs have greatly benefited the agriculture sector in our country. El trabajar la seguridad alimentaria de manera integral, holística y multidisciplinariamente es la única fórmula que nos permite. The interpreter apologizes, but the quality of the audio is not sufficient for interpretation purposes. De ahí que nosotros también de medidas de agua existe una medida de la presencia técnica integrada para impulsar la agricultura sostenible y el climático. Estamos ante una agenda de y este esfuerzo nos va a permitir tener una visión clara, generar alianzas estratégicas y utilizar los factores que puedan permitirnos avanzar en la pobreza en nuestra región rezagada. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much to the Minister of Rural Development of Bolivia. Peru now has the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. Peru recognizes the importance of adjusting FAO's business model in the region in line with the new organizational structure presented by the Director General during the 164th session of the FAO Council. We understand that these changes will facilitate the transformation of the organization, making it a more efficient, effective, modern, and inclusive organization adapted to the current global context. Our country believes that it's very important that this improvement process be a holistic one, and we welcome the effort to establish a culture of evaluation for public policies. And it's very important here to identify indicators which show the real progress made in the implementation process, and they also allow us to measure the impact of these public policies. need to take into account the fact that methodological tools that allow us to analyze public issues are difficult to implement. It's then a great challenge, but at the same time, it's valuable to design public policies with strict criteria for evaluation, with indicators and means of verification that reflect the quality, efficiency, and effectiveness of the provision of a good or service. Peru has public policies which have been made with the best of intentions, but unfortunately, they don't always have measurable results. They are often limited to only looking into the delivery of services. It's incredibly important to increase our efforts to cooperate with FAO through technical advice and support, looking at the design, formulation, monitoring, and evaluation of policies. Peru agrees with FAO. It's necessary to have a management structure which allows for more coherent implementation with more operational and administrative capacity and with multidisciplinary teams in FAO country offices. In conclusion, we'd like to call on FAO in the framework of the International Year of Fruits and Vegetables in 2021 and the International Year of Artisanal Fisheries and Aquaculture in 2022 to promote the consumption of products in relation to fruits, vegetables, and seafood. Thank you very much to the Vice Minister from the Ministry of Agriculture of Peru. The Bahamas now has the floor.
I'm sorry, we are waiting for our minister. He was in sessions. Just give us a few more minutes, please. Thank you.
Bien. A continuación tiene la palabra Jamaica.
Very well. Then Jamaica will now be given the floor. Jamaica, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Ministers, Director General, distinguished participants, good day to you all. The FAO's proposal to review and adjust its business model after 40 years is indeed welcome. The system, as it now stands, is centralized, and centralized systems tend to be suboptimal, and as such do not adequately deliver products and services on a timely basis. The FAO recognizes that we operate in a dynamic society and environment, i.e., things constantly change, and as such, there is a need to adapt and be more flexible and relevant. This paradigm shift, Chairman, in the FAO's modus operandi is crucial to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 1 and SDG 2. So while Jamaica fully supports the suggested reforms, we are particularly heartened with the proposal to strengthen the operational and fiduciary capacities of regional, sub-regional, and country offices. And we are happy with this proposal, Chair, as in our own experience, project implementation are at times significantly delayed due to the fact that local country offices are unable to make certain kinds of decisions, particularly as they relate to approvals. Chairman, increased resource mobilization, particularly in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, is important. The pandemic has severely impacted small producers, particularly women and youth, who are particularly vulnerable and are in dire need of every available support. That with increased mobilization of resources, more direct support, which would be more impactful, will be provided to these very vulnerable groups. The hand-in-hand initiative being the appropriate vehicle for such interventions. With the proposed reforms, Chairman, we are confident that the rebranded FAO will be more efficient, responsive, and better placed to continue its delivery of quality services to its stakeholders. And in closing, Chair, Jamaica reiterates its full support and endorsement of these initiatives. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you to the representative of Jamaica, Mr. Cap Hyatt. I now give the floor to the delegation of Dominica.
Dominica tiene la palabra.
You have the floor, Dominic.
Una vez que esté listo, Dominica, le concederemos la palabra.
Okay, when Dominica is ready, we will give them the floor. So I now give the floor to Mexico. Thank you, Chair, Director General, Deputy Director General. My delegation shares the importance of this topic, which seeks to generate change after 40 years, turning FAO into a more efficient organization in the region, to which end it has proposed 7 main improvements in the 2020-2021 biennium, and Mexico endorses this, taking a programmatic approach, strengthening offices outside of Rome, establishing thematic technical networks of excellence, and the importance of associations, efficiency of knowledge, greater resource mobilization, and strengthening governance. All of these are relevant improvements that we must aspire to permanently. When we talk about doing something better, there has to be a fair proposal, and this has both a quantitative and qualitative side, this proposal. It's not just about budgetary matters, but also mechanisms and procedures. Decentralization is essential because FAO's capacity ultimately is seen in countries based on results and impacts on countries, without forgetting the benefits that the organization brings about internationally. The office in Rome, Santiago, and the subnational and regional offices all have a raison d'etre, and the challenge is convergence in countries to harness the experience of the organization in many spaces and areas around the world. We could refer to each of these proposals for improvement, but we mustn't lose sight of the problems caused by the pandemic, its effects on the sector, and resources to overcome these. It's also important to move forward in improvements in regular available contributions and rebalancing these, be them budgetary, material, and even human resources. The aim of all of this is to achieve what was said at the 164th Council on Resource Use and Budget, which have been increased to deal with the priorities that these current times have forced upon us. Thank you very much, General Coordinator of International Affairs of the Secretariat for Agriculture and Rural Development of Mexico. I now give the floor to Costa Rica. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. As this is our last intervention, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank and congratulate FAO and the government of Nicaragua for the excellent organization of this impeccable conference. My delegation wished to take the floor at this regional conference, having heard almost all of the member countries, associations, and stakeholders involved in this dialogue, because we wish to enrich it for our work going forward. We welcome the report LARC36/20/8 on improving FAO's capacities to serve member countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as the other working documents analyzed over the last 3 days, considering that the right to food for our peoples is the first right of all humans. Without food, there can be no peace, and without peace, there's no food. We've looked at the hand-in-hand initiative, we've dealt with South-South and triangular cooperation, and we've also addressed sustainable, resilient agriculture to climate change, among other important matters. We appreciate FAO's recognition of, after 40 years of models in Latin America, it wishes to adapt its abilities. As has already been As the countries in the region know, Costa Rica has taken the floor at various bodies so that medium-income countries and developing economies be taken into account more visibly, particularly in this new scenario in which COVID has hit our countries so harshly. That for this reason, we specifically recognize paragraph F on page 5 on mobilization of resources to benefit our nations. We know that every country has different situations, and each of these has its own possible economic inequalities. Chair, Latin America region also has the right to dream of a different future filled with opportunities for all men, women, and children in all races and followers of all beliefs. As Pope Francisco has said, to build a better world that's fairer and more sustainable based on the commitment of all peoples and institutions, we need to ensure fraternity. Costa Rica reiterates its commitment to recognizing the importance of the associations set out in paragraph B of the document, because only together will we be able to weather this storm that we're going through in this ship that we all share. Dear Chair, delegates, I would like to close and wish you farewell without quoting Rosalia Castro. It doesn't matter that dreams be a lie, because in the end of the day, they're true. It's true that who dreams achieves things, and who doesn't dream is unhappy. Latin America and the Caribbean can only dream together. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ambassador Federico Samosa, permanent representative of the Republic of Costa Rica to the FAO. I now give the floor to the Bahamas.
Much thanks to the chairman, greetings to all of you, all of the participants. I apologize for the delay, and our Minister of Agriculture and Marine Resources sends his apologies. The Bahamas has been a member state of the FAO for 45 years, and in good relations have received support in policy development and technical assistance through assessments for improved capacity building. Over the years, the country has benefited from several catalytic technical cooperation programs, the TCP, that addressed key food concerns and proved to be possible solutions to increasing food capacity and security. However, due to the nature of TCPs, the projects remain at preliminary stages with normative work completed, but limited operationalization of activities in the country, thereby reducing the potential level of impact and continuity of the work. It is noted that following the devastation of Hurricane Dorian in the Bahamas, the FAO has shown its support through increased engagements of assessing the agriculture and marine sectors to provide technical guidance on its rehabilitation. As a result, the number of projects being implemented in the country has increased. Being a participating country in the Hand in Hand initiative and the Region School Feeding Program. However, with limited technical and financial resources, the success of the projects may be reduced to only normative work if FAO's business model is not revised and a more programmatic approach is not taken. As the representative of the Caribbean member states of the FAO Council, the Bahamas speaks on its behalf and these states by endorsing the proposed action of the document LARC38 and by extension, the complementary work and interventions proposed in the documents LAR36. It is pertinent that the FAO increases its capacity to serve our member countries while strengthening the network of decentralizing offices to truly achieve regional food security. Additionally, FAO avoid reduction of staff members in the region to better deliver services to the region, strengthen collaborative efforts with other agencies such as ICA to assist in building capacities in the region, and finally, facilitate with assisting in meeting with member countries and private sector actors that can provide financial assistance to us. We do appreciate it, sir. Thank you very much for your time and your patience. and the Bahamas do agree and approve. Have a wonderful day.
Muchas gracias, señora Berna Grant, embajadora de Bahamas ante la FAO. De esta manera hemos terminado con la ronda de intervenciones de las delegaciones de gobierno.
The list of statements from representatives of governments. We will now start the round of comments from other observers, including non-governmental organizations. International Council of Indigenous Councils now has the floor.
Adelante, señor Stanley.
Mr. Stanley, please go ahead.
Si no está listo, podemos avanzar.
If Mr. Stanley is not here, then we can go to the coordinator, regional coordinator for the Parliamentary Front Against Hunger.
Parece que Argentina tiene la mano levantado.
It seems that Argentina has their hand raised on the screen.
Podemos darle la palabra a Argentina.
We can thus give the floor to Argentina, seeing as they raised their hand.
Yo estoy listo, presidente, cuando usted lo diga.
I'm ready, Chair. Please go ahead, Ambassador. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. We welcome the document being discussed. We firmly believe the bottom-up approach is a good one. That's why we support the initiative to strengthen the regional conferences, the sub-regional offices, and the country offices. We are sure that this conference, with a single voice, will convey our support for this initiative and convey the interest that we have in relation to our own realities and our production. Chair, we note with concern the fact that there is a trend by some donor countries to earmark their contributions, and this could mean that the governance of the organization finds it difficult to manage these resources. We are very sure that the Director General of FAO will know how to and will be able to manage the organization's resources in the best way possible. Our region will stand side by side, shoulder to shoulder with the Director General. In this effort, there is a global trend to,
Como lo dijo mi querido amigo de Costa Rica, Federico Zamora.
As my friend from Costa Rica said, look at countries in our region using a reductionist view. The countries in our region, we are to a great extent, developing countries. It's very important to have rural development. It's very important to take this into account as we face COVID-19. It's very important to reaffirm the fact that we need to revise the distribution of funds amongst regions.
Recibido entre el 14 y el 16% del total de los recursos del PCT.
Because countries in our region have received lower levels of money from the TCP. It's very important to improve FAO's capacities in the region, and to that end, it's very important to strengthen FAO's work with other international bodies. There are initiatives which are being implemented, and these projects need to be continued. I'm not sure if I'm going to have another opportunity to say this before the end of the conference. So, Chair, I would like to thank you and your country for the magnificent conference you have hosted. We'd also like to recognize the work done by the Sub-Regional Office of FAO organizing this conference. We have had very important debates. This strengthens our organization, FAO. It helps us attain the 2030 agenda. Chair, we are able to speak as one region, a diverse region, but to speak with one region in our organization. This is something which our region deserves. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Ambassador Carlos Cherniak. The interpreter apologizes. We have lost the audio of the chair.
Presidente,
Chair, your microphone is on mute. We will now continue. Can you hear me now? Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you very much. We will continue with statements from other speakers. Mr. Jorge Stanley has the floor from the International Council of Indigenous Work, of the Indigenous Treaties. Apologies.
No se escucha.
We don't seem to be able to hear.
Jorge Stanley.
Jorge Stanley. Perhaps we can come back to him later, Chair. Thank you very much. We will give the floor to Mr. Santiago Lopez in that case. Hello, Chair. Thank you very much. The interpreter apologizes. The quality of the audio is not sufficient for interpretation purposes.
No se escucha bien.
Para todos, ¿me escuchan ahora?
Sí, adelante.
A lo largo de estos días hemos hablado de los efectos devastadores.
During these days, we have talked about the devastating effects of COVID-19 on food systems. We've talked about the need to transform food systems and actions to face the challenges of growing hunger, malnutrition, overweight, and as the private sector, a generator of around 90% of jobs in our countries, we are a very important actor in providing food to 9 billion people by 2050. We need to work together. We need innovative work. We need to change public policy building, and we need to include the private sector in this. We have the following proposals to make. We need to have a need to institutionalize the relationship of FAO with the private sector. The private sector is an ideal partner when it comes to proposals and the need for public policies to be worked with. It's very important to have an institutionalization of the broad forum of dialogue with the representative of FAO and the private sector in Latin America and the Caribbean. We need to have a formalization of primary production. It's very important to bridge gaps in education, technology, finance, and operations. We're going to propose that we facilitate the operation of small scale economies. It's very important to look at financial regulations and the effect that they have. It's very important to look at competitiveness, legal and security, and informality, growing informality of markets. We insist on the fact that it's very important to have robust practices and policies in line with international trade agreements. It's very important to have broad public consultation, and that's why we need to remove or avoid unnecessary barriers to which block up supply chains. As the private sector, it's very important to look at policies which promote competitiveness and production and productivity. It's very important in healthy foods and healthy diets. We favor access and promote access to digitalization, technology, and financial inclusion to improve agricultural production. It's very important to promote business models which invest in sustainability and fight against climate change. It's very important when it comes to sustainability and climate. Businesses of all types are making efforts, implementing measures to better manage waste, for example. We are here to propose solutions to the problems that our society is facing. Despite the crisis, every day we are making efforts to make sure that the markets remain stocked and that supply is maintained. There are many heroes from the private sector in agriculture, processing, production, distribution that have made efforts in order to make sure that we have food and drinks on our tables. It's very important that we improve FAO's capacities, and that's why we think that it's very important for us all to promote partnerships and generate agreement and consensus. We are here to work with everyone. Thank you for that statement, Mr. Santiago Lopez. Uruguay and El Salvador now have the floor, and then we will give the floor to the Parliamentary Front Against Hunger, and then some other speakers. Uruguay, you now have the floor.
Adelante, Uruguay.
Uruguay, you have the floor.
Muy buenas tardes.
A very good day to everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
Al director
I'd
general.
like to start by thanking the Director General, Chu Dong-yu. We'd like to thank the Regional Director. We'd like to thank Mr. Julio Verdaguer. Uruguay agrees in general terms with the content of the document on improving FAO's capacities to serve member countries in the region. We're very interested in highlighting our interest in the following points. At the moment, countries, food systems in the region are very much different to what they were in the 1970s and 80s. That's why it's very important to change the modus operandi of FAO. We call on FAO in cooperation with member nations to promote and support innovation and policies that have been discussed in this conference. We agree with having a pragmatic approach to increase and improve resilience. We also think that it's very important to improve the operational capacities of regional and sub-regional offices. We also welcome the decentralization proposal to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of projects.
Para poder mejorar la gobernanza,
it's very important also to improve the governance and management of the projects which we are seeing implemented. It's also very important to strengthen partnerships. It's also very important for us to develop legal frameworks. And that's why we think that the hand-in-hand initiative, South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation, the parliamentary front against hunger, all of these things are very important. It's also very important to make good use of digital tools using ICT as well. It's also very important to improve our capacities to improve the quality of projects and programs. Monitoring, evaluation, and management are very important for Uruguay, and responding to requests for assistance from member nations. And it's very good that FAO is going to focus on cooperation with other bodies. This is very important to also promote public and private investment. In conclusion, last but not least, we'd like to highlight the importance of the thematic technical networks. They will be very important to maintain the technical excellence that FAO has always had and that our countries have always been in need of. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the delegate from the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries of Uruguay. El Salvador now has the floor.
Todos y todas un saludo, señor ministro.
Greetings,
al señor representante de la FAO,
ministers, representative of FAO. We would like to make an intervention just to speak about two things. Firstly, we'd like to express our thanks for all the work FAO has been doing in recent decades, over all of these decades in our region and in our country in particular, helping millions of people to have access to food. Now, we would like to highlight the need to have work done in a timely manner, looking at the design of projects as well. Projects which will really make a difference in the agriculture sector in countries. This is a big contribution that FAO could make, and the international community could make this contribution as well. If we could have access to funds that could be used to implement projects that really have an impact in various countries. I'll give you an example, which was a very good example for us. And FAO played a very important role here. It was in relation to the Green Climate Fund. And this was to develop in our country in the dry corridor area. And this dry corridor makes up quite a large section of our country. And we've seen that a project is going to have a large impact when it comes to the conservation of soil and water, and also
que un trabajo que debería de enfocar más no solo la FAO, sino que toda la cooperación.
This is work that FAO needs to strengthen, but not just FAO, the international community in general.
Con Reclima,
and with the climate issue, FAO and El Salvador have worked together very closely, and we think that this could be followed an example of a good partnership with good work. And all of this work strengthens us. It strengthens our national capacities in our countries. It helps us to build our institutional capacity. And this has been a big job, but progress has been made thanks to these projects. We'd also like to highlight the importance of strengthening partnerships. This is very important to us, and we think this is a wonderful opportunity now moving forward for FAO and various countries. And the idea is here that they need to generate an impact. They have to lead to real change and impact on the ground. Now, it's very important not just to have things written in documents and on paper. It's very important to go beyond that. It's critical that there's real impact felt on the ground. This is one of the themes that we really wanted to highlight. And finally, I'd like to conclude by thanking the whole UN system for all the work that has been done over these past decades. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you, Emilio Suarez, Executive Director, representing El Salvador. We will now hear from the following observers, including non-state organizations, the Regional Fund for Agricultural Technology, Parliamentary Front Against Hunger, ILC, Confederation of Organizations of Family Producers of Mercosur, AgroFam, and the National Council of Indigenous Works. Eugenio Saini from the Regional Fund Fontagro has the floor. Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, distinguished representatives of member countries of the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, the governmental authorities in Nicaragua, civil society, private sector, and all others participating in this regional meeting. Again, we greet the Director General and the Deputy Director General. As part of this academic and scientific committee, we have looked at the document. We congratulate FAO on this initiative. We think that many organizations should take the initiative into account of doing a new diagnosis. We really do congratulate FAO because it sets out concrete actions. And if I may, I'd like to make some contributions for your consideration. Our business environment is different to what it was when the United Nations was created. And so this is why we wish to make some points that we believe are important. On the programmatic approach, we invite FAO members to take part in co-designing technical cooperation projects with us, with the academic and scientific sector, to identify complementarities and synergies right from the very outset of the design of projects. It's also important to standardize administrative processes and rules, because that streamlines cooperation between organizations. We also ask FAO to take part in all current and developing networks that are coming up now in the academic scientific sectors, because we think that bringing together disciplines, we will become more effective and more efficient and have a greater impact on the areas. And that's what previous participants have said. I firmly believe that we will be able to generate knowledge and technologies that will help our beneficiaries, i.e. rural producers. On knowledge, we think this is something that we have to work much more on with FAO. This is key because there's great variation in different institutions in academia and national research institutions as well. Often the work is done, but the knowledge just remains there and it's not used by other organizations that could scale up technologies. And so I think here we do want to really draw a light on that with FAO and work on this so that knowledge that's generated can be harnessed in designing policies and also projects that will make countries and regions more competitive. We also want to coordinate actions with FAO for greater resource mobilization. This is essential. There are mechanisms and we need to improve some of them, but this will really ensure efficient technical cooperation with academia. In sum, we thank FAO for this initiative. The Scientific Committee in Academia offers all of its support, and we stress also the need to support young people, to really bring them on board in the scientific world. We have 20,600,000 full-time equivalents researchers in the public sector. I think in 5 years, we really want to see a 5-fold increase in that. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. Eugenia Sanya, Executive Secretary of the Regional Fund, Fondagro. I now give the floor to Mr. Jair Flores, Regional Coordinator of the Parliamentary Front Against Hunger. Thank you very much, Chair. It's a pleasure to greet you here from the Republic of Guatemala. I'd like to thank you for giving us this opportunity to take the floor. Since the start of this 36th Regional Conference, we have been here, members of the executive, civil society, international organizations, and obviously parliamentaries, which I'm Parliament Fronts Against Hunger, which I'm representing, to allow us to bring about a fairer region free from hunger and malnutrition. As I said yesterday, it's likely that the objectives for sustainable development, SDG 2 particularly, will be difficult to reach and will be affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Our main sphere as a parliamentary front will be to support SDG 2 in our countries with specific amounts allotted to that. And we have agreed to focus our efforts on a few areas which I'd like to mention. One, putting the Sustainable Development Goal 2 at the heart of our policies as an urgent measure to try to achieve this goal. To ensure public policies that seek renovation in agri-food systems, making them more inclusive and resilient to climate change with a territorial approach, particularly focusing on women, young people, and indigenous peoples. We hope to be able to share our progress at the United Nations Summit in 2021. As we agreed with the Director General of FAO, we support FAO in its international strategy hand-in-hand initiative to support agricultural transformation, seeking better conditions for smallholder farmers and food producers, as well as consumers. A key area would be more coordinated work with bodies and FAO in countries to ensure the right to food, working also with academia and civil society to make sure that we have national strategies for recovery, harnessing experience and using new technologies to do so. We also want to follow up the decade on family farming and the decade on nutrition, achieving goals set in Madrid in 2018 for a World Parliamentary Front, and working with other continents to ensure difficulties and manage shared resources. And here we welcome the work done by the government of Spain. We've been working with them since 2016 with various Spanish agencies to create an Iberoamerican Parliamentary Front to achieve SDG 2. We will work tirelessly cooperatively and constructively with all stakeholders so that current and future laws will be enforced and ensured with correct budgets. That's important because often laws and initiatives that aren't backed by budgets just don't work. We hope that we have a specific work line to mobilize resources on our agendas, and we'll also work on international recovery and to try and get new donors. This is a struggle for all countries, particularly seeking donors from the European Union. We welcome FAO's efforts to become a more efficient organization in the region, promoting and supporting new models of association, innovation, policies, and programs that are results-based and scaled in accordance with the SDGs. We also recognize the key importance of associations, and we are available to work with them constructively in the region to achieve zero hunger. To that end, we need more consensus, more internal and external partnerships to be stronger and to be able to engage the whole of society, to build more capacities, to have evidence for decision making, to exchange experience, to know what's working in other countries, to share problems and seek global solutions. Last but not least, I'd like to thank you once again for the opportunity to take the floor here with support from the Spanish and Mexican international agencies who have been in Guatemala recently. And we'd like to thank you for your availability to work in support of Latin America and the Caribbean with free from hunger. Thank you very much, Chair. I send you very warm regards.
Gracias, señor Jairo.
Thank you, Jairo Flores, Regional Coordinator of the Parliamentary Front Against Hunger. I now give the floor to Mr. Jorge Stanley from the International Council for the Indigenous Treaty.
Muy buenas tardes, presidente.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Nosotros consideramos
Firstly,
que la FAO ha venido.
We believe that FAO has performed excellent work in the last few decades. That work has been recognized by indigenous peoples in implementing FAO's policy on indigenous peoples. We believe it pertinent for that policy to continue in our region. We also think it's very important to strengthen bonds between the parliamentary fronts with society, social movements, and indigenous peoples. Chair, we need various regional initiatives committed to the United Nations Decade on Family Farming, as well as the Declaration of Peasants and the voluntary guidelines on responsible governments of land, tenure, fisheries, and forests, as well as other documents which will help us to strengthen our fight and contribute to specific development, as mentioned by Pope Francisco. We'd like to thank civil society organizations, grassroots movements, indigenous peoples, and express our acknowledgement of FAO for its support and the efforts made for the regional consultation, which was broad and participatory and inclusive. It's a fact that FAO in our region has made great progress in social participation, engaging communities, social movements, grassroots movements, and indigenous peoples. And I'd like to wind up by thanking the representatives of states for their participation, because their mere presence shows their concerns to eradicate hunger in our region. And I also send very warm greetings to the government and people of Nicaragua for coordinating and organizing this conference. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Jorge Stanley from the International Council for the Indigenous Treaty. We have now come to the end of the interventions. Thank you very much to all of you for your contributions. I would like to ask the rapporteur, Mr. Mario Arvelo, if he has any news on the progress in the drafting of the report. When shall we come back to plenary to discuss this? Mr. Arvelo, you have the floor.
Entiendo que se está.
He's just coming in right now. He's in the waiting room. Can somebody please let him in? So that he can take the floor. Mario? Thank you. Thank you, Eva, Secretary of the Conference Chair. I'm delighted to tell you, as I mentioned when we spoke earlier, the drafting committee is doing the work that the regional conference has tasked it with at a very good pace. We have looked now at the last amendments that have been made to the draft report. We've been doing that today. And what we're now going to do in the next few minutes, we're going to finish off that revision, and then we will move on to revising the results of the work that you are chairing right now. So I can tell you that we will have a clean, translated draft report, translated into 3 official languages, within the deadline that Madam Crawley told the delegates. I'm also very pleased to tell you, I want to just make this very brief report so you can get back to your plenary session, that a couple of things. That was my first point. We're going at a very good pace, and also the reasons for which you tasked me with a specific job as part of my responsibilities as rapporteur, we have achieved those. So
In terms of words, grammar, the text, we've reached consensus. And the issues that we had that was sort of threatening to become a bit of a stumbling block to our work, we've managed to overcome all of that. I must acknowledge the work of all of our colleagues in the drafting committee for their diplomatic efforts, particularly Mr. Carlos Cheknak of Argentina, who was key in helping us to achieve consensus in the drafting committee. That said, naturally, Chair, the drafting committee is not a jurisdictional body. It doesn't make political decisions. Rather, the drafting committee is a facilitator, if you like, facilitating your work and the work of the ministers and all of the delegations. So we managed to keep to the deadline to submit the draft report to you, to put that to the decision of the ministers and the heads of delegation of the 33 member countries in the regional conference. So if I may, Chair, I would like just to thank you and recall the drafting committee. We're going to get straight back to work so that we can continue with that very good pace that I've mentioned. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mario Arbelo, the rapporteur for this conference. Thank you for giving us the good news that the conference is going at a good speed. I have every confidence that the draft report will be ready when you say, and that really is a sign of a unity of the peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean and the good work being carried out. So thank you, Rapporteur. The plenary session then, we shall break till 2:45 Managua time, at which point the Secretary for the conference, Eva Crawley, will send a message in 30 minutes before to tell you when the draft report has been submitted for your approval. So please look out for that message that the Secretary will send to you. We'll then have a break until 2:45 Managua time, 7:45 Santiago time, 22:45 Rome time. We please ask you kindly to be very punctual, to come back at 2:45 Managua time to address the date and venue of the 37th session of the FAO Regional Conference, which will be followed by the review and adoption of the Regional Conference report. Thank you very much. We shall see you back here at 2:45 Managua time. Enjoy your meals.
Un hermoso paraíso de paisajes increíbles. Imagina sentir que cuando estés acá hay todo un mundo alrededor tuyo. Para respirar profundamente y luego perder el aliento. Ahora, imagina a su gente, personas llenas de historias que te reciben con el corazón y los brazos abiertos. Nicaragua es como su gente, sus lagos y sus volcanes. Imagina un país al que lo bañan dos océanos. Un lugar forjado por su historia, su geografía y su gente. Imagina que puedes viajar después de esta pequeña pausa para volvernos a encontrar. La naturaleza, paisajes, playas, volcanes y nuestros monumentos no irán a ninguna parte, esperando el mejor momento para que puedas vivirlos. La hermosa Nicaragua es un lugar donde descubres que te descubres a ti mismo. El bienio 2018-2019 fue rico en resultados que contribuyeron a que los 33 países miembros de la FAO avanzaran hacia los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Pusimos en marcha la iniciativa Mano a Mano en Haití y en su marco, 6 países están construyendo estrategias de desarrollo para sus territorios rezagados. La Alianza para la Eliminación de la Pobreza Rural creó un índice de pobreza multidimensional rural que fue aplicado en Colombia, Perú y México. La FAO y las agencias de cooperación internacional para el desarrollo de México y España capacitaron a 271 legisladores de los frentes parlamentarios contra el hambre. Argentina, Colombia, El Salvador, México, Paraguay, Perú, República Dominicana y Uruguay aprobaron leyes para erradicar el hambre. Los programas de alimentación escolar mejoraron la nutrición de 285,000 niños y niñas en 13 países con el apoyo del Programa de Cooperación Internacional Brasil-FAO. Departamentos de Colombia mejoraron sus sistemas de abastecimiento de alimentos para volverlos más eficientes, favoreciendo a 10 millones de personas. Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panamá y República Dominicana crearon el Sistema de Información y Monitoreo de Mercados Agropecuarios. El proyecto de acceso al mercado agrícola de Surinam revitalizó los mercados del país mediante la comercialización de productos no tradicionales. Las Bahamas desarrollaron un sistema de producción agroecológica de pequeños rumiantes para mejorar el sector ganadero y fortalecer su seguridad alimentaria. La FAO, la OMS, el PMA y UNICEF publicaron 2 ediciones del Panorama de la Seguridad Alimentaria y Nutricional. 10 países mejoraron su capacidad para reportar el indicador de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible relativo al acceso de las mujeres a la tierra. Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Paraguay y República Dominicana crearon políticas para mejorar la situación económica de las mujeres. 8 países del SICA crearon un sistema de vigilancia de la sequía agrícola. FAO, CEPAL y 11 agencias de la ONU crearon el componente territorial del Plan de Desarrollo Integral de El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras y el sur-sureste de México. El SICA implementó su agenda regional intersectorial para la protección social y la inclusión productiva con equidad. FAO y FIDA capacitaron a 700 jóvenes rurales de Cuba, Granada, Belice, Guyana, República Dominicana y Haití. 3 países del Caribe impulsaron bancos de tierras agrícolas para mejorar su uso productivo. 7 países mejoraron sus leyes para reducir la pérdida y el desperdicio de alimentos. 18,000 familias mejoraron su producción de algodón en 40,000 hectáreas. 6 países enfrentaron la propagación de una enfermedad mortal para el banano. Ecuador, República Dominicana y Uruguay adoptaron prácticas de ganadería climáticamente inteligente. 7 países del Caribe adaptaron su pesca al cambio climático. La CELAC aprobó su estrategia regional para la gestión del riesgo de desastres en la agricultura. La FAO ayudó a movilizar $128 millones del Fondo Verde del Clima para 7 países y 67 millones del Fondo para el Medio Ambiente Mundial para 19 países.
9 países redujeron sus emisiones de gases producto de la deforestación y degradación forestal. La región impulsó el crecimiento azul para desarrollar de forma sostenible sus zonas marítimas. Para enfrentar la pesca ilegal, no declarada y no reglamentada, 16 países crearon estrategias nacionales. 6 se sumaron a la red de intercambio de experiencias y 2 se hicieron parte del acuerdo sobre las medidas del Estado rector del puerto. 8 países mejoraron la gestión de sus áreas protegidas en el Amazonas. 6 países combatieron la tala ilegal junto a la FAO y la Unión Europea. 10 países generaron mapas nacionales de carbono orgánico del suelo. Guyana creó un plan de acción para la administración de su tierra. Y Chile creó un sistema nacional de monitoreo de sus bosques nativos que cubre todo el país. La FAO movilizó $235 millones en contribuciones voluntarias adicionales a su presupuesto regular, 35% más que en el bienio anterior. Además, colaboró con 14 países en proyectos de inversión para el Banco Mundial, el BID, el FIDA y el Banco de Desarrollo del Caribe por $1.200 millones. Pero estos no son resultados de la FAO. Son el fruto de un trabajo mano a mano con los gobiernos de sus países miembros y con más de 900 socios a lo largo de América Latina y el Caribe. Por eso, todos podemos estar orgullosos. En el próximo bienio, vamos por más.
We are facing a global fight to address one of the biggest challenges of our time. 5 years after committing to eradicate hunger, we are not on track to reach our goals by 2030.
Chronic hunger is up by 10 million people in 1 year and up by nearly 60 million in 5 years. Almost 690 million people went hungry in 2019, with numbers highest in Asia and rising fastest in Africa.
If these trends continue, more than 40 million people will be hungry by 2030, with Africa overtaking Asia as the region affected most. The COVID-19 pandemic could add over 100 million people to this distressing toll.
Overcoming hunger is just one part of the problem. 2 billion people do not have regular access to safe, nutritious, and sufficient food. In 2019, 144 million children under the age of 5 were stunted,
while 47 million were affected by wasting. We are not on track to meet our 2030 targets for child stunting, low birth weight, and exclusive breastfeeding.
Countries are also facing the growing burden of obesity linked to poor quality diets, with 676 million of adults obese.
Around the world, many people are suffering from hunger, food insecurity, and malnutrition because they cannot afford healthy diets.
Even the cheapest healthy diets are out of reach for more than 3 billion people in the world. In sub-Saharan Africa and Southern Asia, around 57% of the population cannot afford nutritious food.
Our current dietary patterns are also taking a heavy toll in terms of health costs and the environment. By 2030, diet-related health costs linked to mortality and non-communicable diseases could be more than $1.3 trillion a year, while diet-related costs of greenhouse gas emissions could be more than $1.7 trillion a year.
As the world fights COVID-19, we cannot allow the pandemic to stop the global fight on hunger and malnutrition. To achieve a world free from hunger and malnutrition by 2030, countries must transform food systems and increase the affordability of healthy diets.
Shifting to healthy diets could reduce direct and indirect health costs by up to 97%,
while reducing the social cost of greenhouse gas emissions by up to 74%. We must ensure the cost of nutritious foods comes down.
If the whole world shifts towards a healthy diet, we have a real chance of ending hunger and malnutrition once and for all.
must act now to build back better and make a difference in lives and communities everywhere. En América Latina y el Caribe, 62 millones de personas viven en inseguridad alimentaria severa. Y el sobrepeso afecta a más de 262 millones. Incluso antes del impacto de la pandemia, la mitad de los habitantes rurales vivían en pobreza. La región deberá responder y recuperarse del COVID-19, transformando su agricultura y sistema alimentario para cumplir los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Hay que mejorar la forma en que producimos, distribuimos y consumimos alimentos para que todos accedan a dietas saludables. Tenemos que asegurar que las comunidades rurales tengan las oportunidades y el bienestar de las zonas urbanas. Trabajando junto a sus países miembros y socios, la FAO promueve la innovación tecnológica e institucional en todos los ámbitos. Mano a mano, con gobiernos y empresarios, la sociedad civil, el sector académico y científico, el mundo parlamentario, los organismos multilaterales y agencias de Naciones Unidas y del sistema interamericano, impulsaremos la innovación para reconstruir transformando. América Latina y el Caribe debe aprovechar su riqueza natural para potenciar su rol como un gran productor y exportador de alimentos. La región puede digitalizar su agricultura y su comercio de alimentos, mejorando la conectividad de las zonas rurales y las capacidades de pequeños, medianos y grandes productores para aprovechar la revolución tecnológica en curso. La innovación y la digitalización son las claves para enfrentar el cambio climático y transitar con urgencia a una agricultura más sustentable, con mejor gestión de los riesgos y mayor resiliencia al cambio climático. Una agricultura capaz de producir sin desperdiciar una gota de agua. La innovación permitirá generar más ingresos y mejores empleos en las cadenas alimentarias. Con aplicaciones digitales podemos acercar a productores y consumidores, reduciendo el desperdicio de alimentos y la huella ambiental de la agricultura. La FAO trabajará mano a mano con los países para construir un futuro mejor, donde el campo, la agricultura y la alimentación sean sinónimo de innovación, progreso, inclusión social, sustentabilidad y resiliencia. La FAO invita a sumarse a este sueño y volverlo una realidad en la Conferencia Regional de la FAO del 19 al 21 de octubre. Para más información, visita nuestro sitio en fao.org/Conferencia FAO Américas. Y ahora también síguenos en Facebook como FAO en Español. Síguenos, comparte, comenta con nuestro hashtag Conferencia FAO Américas.
Nicaragua, toda dulce, en amor para vos. Aquí te esperamos en la hermosa costa del Pacífico, vestida de playas que desbordan belleza natural, donde gente buena, gente amable, gente alegre, te abre las puertas.
Un índice de pobreza multidimensional rural que fue aplicado en Colombia, Perú y México. La FAO y las agencias de cooperación internacional para el desarrollo de México y España capacitaron a 271 legisladores de los frentes parlamentarios contra el hambre. Argentina, Colombia, El Salvador, México, Paraguay, Perú, República Dominicana y Uruguay aprobaron leyes para erradicar el hambre. Los programas de alimentación escolar mejoraron la nutrición de 285,000 niños y niñas en 13 países con el apoyo del Programa de Cooperación Internacional Brasil-FAO. 6 departamentos de Colombia mejoraron sus sistemas de abastecimiento de alimentos para volverlos más eficientes, favoreciendo a 10 millones de personas. Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panamá y República Dominicana crearon el Sistema de Información y Monitoreo de Mercados Agropecuarios. El proyecto de acceso al mercado agrícola de Surinam revitalizó los mercados del país mediante la comercialización de productos no tradicionales. Las Bahamas desarrollaron un sistema de producción agroecológica de pequeños rumiantes para mejorar el sector ganadero y fortalecer su seguridad alimentaria. La FAO, la OMS, el PMA y UNICEF publicaron 2 ediciones del Panorama de la Seguridad Alimentaria y Nutricional. 10 países mejoraron su capacidad para reportar el indicador de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible relativo al acceso de las mujeres a la tierra. Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Paraguay y República Dominicana Crearon políticas para mejorar la situación económica de las mujeres. 8 países del SICA crearon un sistema de vigilancia de la sequía agrícola. FAO, CEPAL y 11 agencias de la ONU crearon el componente territorial del Plan de Desarrollo Integral de El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras y el sur-sureste de México. El SICA implementó su agenda regional intersectorial para la protección social y la inclusión productiva con equidad. FAO y FIDA capacitaron a 700 jóvenes rurales de Cuba, Granada, Belice, Guyana, República Dominicana y Haití. 3 países del Caribe impulsaron bancos de tierras agrícolas para mejorar su uso productivo. 7 países mejoraron sus leyes para reducir la pérdida y el desperdicio de alimentos. 18.000 familias mejoraron su producción de algodón en 40.000 hectáreas. 6 países enfrentaron la propagación de una enfermedad mortal para el banano. Ecuador, República Dominicana y Uruguay adoptaron prácticas de ganadería climáticamente inteligente. 7 países del Caribe adaptaron su pesca al cambio climático. La CELAC aprobó su estrategia regional para la gestión del riesgo de desastres en la agricultura. La FAO ayudó a movilizar $128 millones del Fondo Verde del Clima para 7 países y 67 millones del Fondo para el Medio Ambiente Mundial para 19 países. 9 países redujeron sus emisiones de gases producto de la deforestación y degradación forestal. La región impulsó el crecimiento azul para desarrollar de forma sostenible sus zonas marítimas. Para enfrentar la pesca ilegal, no declarada y no reglamentada, 16 países crearon estrategias nacionales. 6 se sumaron a la red de intercambio de experiencias y 2 se hicieron parte del acuerdo sobre las medidas del Estado rector del puerto. 8 países mejoraron la gestión de sus áreas protegidas en el Amazonas. 6 países combatieron la tala ilegal junto a la FAO y la Unión Europea. 10 países generaron mapas nacionales de carbón orgánico del suelo. Guyana creó un plan de acción para la administración de su tierra y Chile creó un sistema nacional de monitoreo de sus bosques nativos que cubre todo el país. La FAO movilizó $235 millones en contribuciones voluntarias adicionales a su presupuesto regular, 35% más que en el bienio anterior. Además, colaboró con 14 países en proyectos de inversión para el Banco Mundial, el BID, el FIDA y el Banco de Desarrollo del Caribe por $1.200 millones. Pero estos no son resultados de la FAO. Son el fruto de un trabajo mano a mano con los gobiernos de sus países miembros y con más de 900 socios a lo largo de América Latina y el Caribe. Por eso, todos podemos estar orgullosos. En el próximo bienio, vamos por más.
We are facing a global fight to address one of the biggest challenges of our time. 5 years after committing to eradicate hunger, we are not on track to reach our goals by 2030.
Chronic hunger is up by 10 million people in 1 year and up by nearly 60 million in 5 years. Almost 690 million people went hungry in 2019, with numbers highest in Asia and rising fastest in Africa.
If these trends continue, more than 840 million people will be hungry by 2030, with Africa overtaking Asia as the region affected most. The COVID-19 pandemic could add over 100 million people to this distressing toll.
Overcoming hunger is just one part of the problem. 2 billion people do not have regular access to safe, nutritious and sufficient food. In 2019, 144 million children under the age of 5 were stunted,
while 47 million were affected by wasting. We are not on track to meet our 2030 targets for child stunting, low birth weight, and exclusive breastfeeding.
Countries are also facing the growing burden of obesity linked to poor quality diets, with 676 million of adults obese.
Around the world, many people are suffering from hunger, food insecurity, and malnutrition because they cannot afford healthy diets.
Even the cheapest healthy diets are out of reach for more than 3 billion people in the world. In sub-Saharan Africa and Southern Asia, around 57% of the population cannot afford nutritious food.
Our current dietary patterns are also taking a heavy toll in terms of health costs and the environment. By 2030, diet-related health costs linked to mortality and non-communicable diseases could be more than $1.3 trillion a year, while diet-related costs of greenhouse gas emissions could be more than $1.7 trillion a year.
As the world fights COVID-19, we cannot allow the pandemic to stop the global fight on hunger and malnutrition. To achieve a world free from hunger and malnutrition by 2030, countries must transform food systems and increase the affordability of healthy diets.
Shifting to healthy diets could reduce direct and indirect health costs by up to 97%,
while reducing the social costs of greenhouse gas emissions by up to 74%. We must ensure the cost of nutritious foods comes down.
If the whole world shifts towards a healthy diet, we have a real chance at ending hunger and malnutrition, once and for all.
We must act now to build back better and make a difference in lives and communities everywhere.
En América Latina y el Caribe, 62 millones de personas viven en inseguridad alimentaria severa. Y el sobrepeso afecta a más de 262 millones. Incluso antes del impacto de la pandemia, la mitad de los habitantes rurales vivían en pobreza. La región deberá responder y recuperarse del COVID-19, transformando su agricultura y sistema alimentario para cumplir los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Hay que mejorar la forma en que producimos, distribuimos y consumimos alimentos para que todos accedan a dietas saludables. Tenemos que asegurar que las comunidades rurales tengan las oportunidades y el bienestar de las zonas urbanas. Trabajando junto a sus países miembros y socios, la FAO promueve la innovación tecnológica e institucional en todos los ámbitos. Mano a mano, con gobiernos y empresarios, la sociedad civil, el sector académico y científico, el mundo parlamentario, los organismos multilaterales y agencias de Naciones Unidas y del sistema interamericano, impulsaremos la innovación para reconstruir transformando. América Latina y el Caribe debe aprovechar su riqueza natural para potenciar su rol como un gran productor y exportador de alimentos. La región puede digitalizar su agricultura y su comercio de alimentos, mejorando la conectividad de las zonas rurales y las capacidades de pequeños, medianos y grandes productores para aprovechar la revolución tecnológica en curso. La innovación y la digitalización son las claves para enfrentar el cambio climático y transitar con urgencia a una agricultura más sustentable, con mejor gestión de los riesgos y mayor resiliencia al cambio climático. Una agricultura capaz de producir sin desperdiciar una gota de agua. La innovación permitirá generar más ingresos y mejores empleos en las cadenas alimentarias. Con aplicaciones digitales podemos acercar a productores y consumidores, reduciendo el desperdicio de alimentos y la huella ambiental de la agricultura. La FAO trabajará mano a mano con los países para construir un futuro mejor, donde el campo, la agricultura y la alimentación sean sinónimo de innovación, progreso, inclusión social, sustentabilidad y resiliencia. La FAO invita a sumarse a este sueño y volverlo una realidad en la Conferencia Regional de la FAO del 19 al 21 de octubre. Para más información, visita nuestro sitio en fao.org/Conferencia FAO Américas. Y ahora también síguenos en Facebook como FAO en Español. Síguenos, comparte, comenta con nuestro hashtag Conferencia FAO Américas.
We are facing a global fight to address one of the biggest challenges of our time. 5 years after committing to eradicate hunger, we are not on track to reach our goals by 2030.
Chronic hunger is up by 10 million people in 1 year and up by nearly 60 million in 5 years. Almost 690 million people went hungry in 2019, with numbers highest in Asia and rising fastest in Africa.
If these trends continue, more than 840 million people will be hungry by 2030, with Africa overtaking Asia as the region affected most. The COVID-19 pandemic could add over 100 million people to this distressing toll.
Overcoming hunger is just one part of the problem. 2 billion people do not have regular access to safe, nutritious and sufficient food. In 2019, 144 million children under the age of 5 were stunted,
while 47 million were affected by wasting. We are not on track to meet our 2030 targets for child stunting, low birth weight and exclusive breastfeeding.
Countries are also facing the growing burden of obesity linked to poor quality diets, with 676 million of adults obese.
Around the world, many people are suffering from hunger, food insecurity and malnutrition because they cannot afford healthy diets.
Even the cheapest healthy diets are out of reach for more than 3 billion people in the world. In sub-Saharan Africa and Southern Asia, around 57% of the population cannot afford nutritious food.
Our current dietary patterns are also taking a heavy toll in terms of health costs and the environment. By 2030, diet-related health costs linked to mortality and non-communicable diseases could be more than $1.3 trillion a year, while diet-related costs of greenhouse gas emissions could be more than $1.7 trillion a year.
As the world fights COVID-19, we cannot allow the pandemic to stop the global fight on hunger and malnutrition. To achieve a world free from hunger and malnutrition by 2030, countries must transform food systems and increase the affordability of healthy diets.
Shifting to healthy diets could reduce direct and indirect health costs by up to 97%,
while reducing the social costs of greenhouse gas emissions by up to 74%. We must ensure the cost of nutritious foods comes down.
If the whole world shifts towards a healthy diet, we have a real chance at ending hunger and malnutrition, once and for all.
We must act now to build back better and make a difference in lives and communities everywhere.
Nicaragua, toda dulce, en amor para vos. Aquí te esperamos, en la hermosa costa del Pacífico, vestida de playas que desbordan belleza natural, donde gente buena, gente amable, gente alegre, te abre las puertas de su tierra natal. Aquí también te esperamos, en la paradisíaca costa Caribe, en nuestras playas de arena blanca, rodeadas de aguas color turquesa, con un pueblo que celebra la vida, el amor y la paz. El cinturón de fuego recorre nuestra geografía. Se construyen majestuosos paisajes de potentes volcanes. Su deslumbrante belleza se aprecia desde el cielo y desde la tierra. Observarlos y explorar sus senderos es un privilegio. Y deslizarse desde sus alturas es toda una aventura. Nuestra Nicaragua ha sido bendecida con montañas de verdes bosques y abundantes fuentes de agua dulce. Lagos, lagunas, ríos dibujan todo nuestro territorio y es un verdadero regalo de Dios para todo nuestro pueblo. La producción alimentaria no solo es nuestra principal actividad económica. En Nicaragua somos capaces de producir nuestro propio alimento porque contamos con políticas integrales de apoyo al sector productivo en todos sus niveles. Somos un pueblo creativo y trabajador, un pueblo que innova, se reinventa y emprende. El trabajo es tu digno laurel, reza nuestro himno nacional, y eso lo reafirmamos cada día en el compromiso de lucha, esfuerzo y superación de todas y todos los nicaragüenses. En Nicaragua nos sentimos orgullosos de nuestra historia, de nuestra cultura y nuestras tradiciones, y lo expresamos a través de alegres manifestaciones populares que nos reúnen a todos para celebrar y compartir, y donde siempre salen a relucir los mejores platillos de nuestra cocina, que seguramente te enamorarán al primer bocado. También nos encanta visitar nuestras antiguas ciudades coloniales. La arquitectura de León y Granada es una joya que nos pertenece a todos los nicaragüenses y su oferta turística es una de las más completas del país. Aquí son cortas las distancias. Eso nos da la oportunidad de disfrutar de los destinos de nuestra ciudad capital, Managua, que, como podrás ver, tiene mucho que ofrecer. Y trasladarnos en cuestión de horas a la playa, a la montaña o a una mágica isla habitada por 2 volcanes, localizada en las dulces aguas del lago más grande de Centroamérica. ¡Qué linda, linda es Nicaragua! ¡Bendita de mi corazón! Si hay una tierra en todo el continente, hermosa y valiente, esa es mi nación. Tierra dulce, pueblo dulce, Nicaragua toda dulce, en amor para vos.
El bienio 2018-2019 fue rico en resultados que contribuyeron a que los 33 países miembros de la FAO avanzaran hacia los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible. Pusimos en marcha la iniciativa Mano a Mano en Haití, y en su marco, 6 países están construyendo estrategias de desarrollo para sus territorios rezagados. La Alianza para la Eliminación de la Pobreza Rural creó un índice de pobreza multidimensional rural, que fue aplicado en Colombia, Perú y México. La FAO y las Agencias de Cooperación Internacional para el Desarrollo de México y España capacitaron a 271 legisladores de los frentes parlamentarios contra el hambre. Argentina, Colombia, El Salvador, México, Paraguay, Perú, República Dominicana y Uruguay aprobaron leyes para erradicar el hambre. Los programas de alimentación escolar mejoraron la nutrición de 285,000 niños y niñas en 13 países con el apoyo del Programa de Cooperación Internacional Brasil-FAO. 6 departamentos de Colombia mejoraron sus sistemas de abastecimiento de alimentos para volverlos más eficientes, favoreciendo a 10 millones de personas. Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panamá y República Dominicana crearon el Sistema de Información y Monitoreo de Mercados Agropecuarios. El proyecto de acceso al mercado agrícola de Surinam revitalizó los mercados del país mediante la comercialización de productos no tradicionales. Las Bahamas desarrollaron un sistema de producción agroecológica de pequeños rumiantes para mejorar el sector ganadero y fortalecer su seguridad alimentaria. La FAO, la OMS, el PMA y UNICEF publicaron 2 ediciones del Panorama de la Seguridad Alimentaria y Nutricional. 10 países mejoraron su capacidad para reportar el indicador de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible relativo al acceso de las mujeres a la tierra. Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Paraguay y República Dominicana crearon políticas para mejorar la situación económica de las mujeres. 8 países del SICA crearon un sistema de vigilancia de la sequía agrícola. FAO,
CEPAL y 11 agencias de la ONU crearon el componente territorial del Plan de Desarrollo Integral de El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras y el sur-sureste de México. El SICA implementó su Agenda Regional Intersectorial para la protección social y la inclusión productiva con equidad. FAO y FIDA capacitaron a 700 jóvenes rurales de Cuba, Granada, Belice, Guyana, República Dominicana y Haití. 3 países del Caribe impulsaron bancos de tierras agrícolas para mejorar su uso productivo. 7 países mejoraron sus leyes para reducir la pérdida y el desperdicio de alimentos. 18.000 familias mejoraron su producción de algodón en 40.000 hectáreas. 6 países enfrentaron la propagación de una enfermedad mortal para el banano. Ecuador, República Dominicana y Uruguay adoptaron prácticas de ganadería climáticamente inteligente. 7 países del Caribe adaptaron su pesca al cambio climático. La CELAC aprobó su estrategia regional para la gestión del riesgo de desastres en la agricultura. La FAO ayudó a movilizar $128 millones del Fondo Verde del Clima para 7 países y 67 millones del Fondo para el Medio Ambiente Mundial para 19 países. 9 países redujeron sus emisiones de gases producto de la deforestación y degradación forestal. La región impulsó el crecimiento azul para desarrollar de forma sostenible sus zonas marítimas. Para enfrentar la pesca ilegal, no declarada y no reglamentada, 16 países crearon estrategias nacionales. 6 se sumaron a la red de intercambio de experiencias y 2 se hicieron parte del acuerdo sobre las medidas del Estado rector del puerto. 8 países mejoraron la gestión de sus áreas protegidas en el Amazonas. 6 países combatieron la tala ilegal junto a la FAO y la Unión Europea. 10 países generaron mapas nacionales de carbón orgánico del suelo. Guyana creó un plan de acción para la administración de su tierra y Chile creó un sistema nacional de monitoreo de sus bosques nativos que cubre todo el país. La FAO movilizó $235 millones en contribuciones voluntarias adicionales a su presupuesto regular, 35% más que en el bienio anterior. Además, colaboró con 14 países en proyectos de inversión para el Banco Mundial, el BID, el FIDA y el Banco de Desarrollo del Caribe por $1.200 millones. Pero estos no son resultados de la FAO. Son el fruto de un trabajo mano a mano con los gobiernos de sus países miembros y con más de 900 socios a lo largo de América Latina y el Caribe. Por eso, todos podemos estar orgullosos. En el próximo bienio, vamos por más.
El gobierno de Nicaragua desarrolla políticas, programas y proyectos que impactan positivamente en la producción de alimentos y en la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de nuestro país, teniendo como premisa que no puede haber desarrollo económico sin sostenibilidad. Nuestra Ley de Soberanía y Seguridad Alimentaria y Nutricional tiene como objetivo garantizar el derecho a la alimentación de todos los nicaragüenses. Contamos con un sistema de soberanía y seguridad alimentaria y nutricional que tiene como instancia máxima la Comisión Nacional de Soberanía y Seguridad Alimentaria. Entre los programas desarrollados por el gobierno para garantizar la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional del pueblo nicaragüense, destaca el Bono Productivo Alimentario. Los protagonistas de Hambre Cero, organizados en cooperativas, negocios familiares y núcleos solidarios, producen y venden sus excedentes. Programas como Hambre Cero y Usura Cero fortalecen las capacidades de la mujer a través de créditos y círculos de ahorro y préstamo para su capitalización, así como sistemas de organización en cooperativas de mujeres y círculos solidarios que les permiten gestionar mejor los recursos y emprender en la comercialización. El programa especial de granos básicos, cristiano, socialista y solidario, Crisol, trabaja con 144.237 protagonistas. Igualmente, se han establecido diversos mecanismos para garantizar la seguridad alimentaria de las familias más pobres, como la merienda escolar, la entrega de paquetes alimenticios y el programa Frijoles Solidarios. Desde ya el gobierno de Nicaragua tiene nuevas estrategias en marcha, con políticas agropecuarias enfocadas en la sostenibilidad social, la sustentabilidad ambiental y la resiliencia de los medios de vida ante los efectos del cambio climático. La Estrategia Nacional para el Desarrollo de la Ganadería Bovina contempla el mejoramiento de pastos, el establecimiento de sistemas silvopastoriles, el mejoramiento de la nutrición animal y el mejoramiento genético. Con este modelo de producción ganadera, esperamos aumentar la productividad, reducir la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero y propiciar el aumento de la biodiversidad. Las estrategias nacionales para el desarrollo de la caficultura y del cacao fino fomentan el modelo de cultivos de producción y consumo tradicional. Siguen un modelo de producción agroforestal que incorporan el uso de sumideros de carbono y la restauración y conservación de paisajes. Y a la vez que se respeta el arraigo de la población rural a estas actividades, se proponen frenar el avance de la frontera agrícola. La Estrategia Nacional para la Producción de Miel trabaja en la producción de abejas y meliponas, fomentando la adopción de prácticas agrícolas sostenibles que ayudan a preservar otras especies benéficas. Las estrategias nacionales para el incremento de la producción de cultivos agrícolas apuntan a un engranaje de trabajo mixto entre mejoramiento genético y preservación y reproducción de variedades criollas para resistir mejor los efectos del cambio climático. Las estrategias nacionales para el incremento de la producción animal buscan un mejor manejo de las excretas, destinándolas a la producción de energía y reciclaje de nutrientes. Así se reduce la contaminación de fuentes de agua y las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero. Mientras tanto, el sector pesquero y acuícola tiene como base la Política Nacional de Mitigación y Adaptación al Cambio Climático para la construcción de una estrategia integral para el desarrollo sostenible del sector con un enfoque ecosistémico de la pesca y la acuicultura. En el corredor seco de Nicaragua se trabaja en el fortalecimiento de capacidades para el manejo integrado de agua y suelo y para fomentar cultivos, razas y prácticas agrícolas adaptadas a las condiciones de la zona. También se trabaja en la reducción de la deforestación mediante la reforestación de las partes altas de la cuenca y el establecimiento de sistemas silvopastoriles y cortinas rompeviento. Igualmente se trabaja en prácticas de zoocriaderos como una alternativa económica para las familias del corredor seco mediante el aprovechamiento sostenible de la fauna silvestre en cautiverio. Y a través del sistema educativo del país se garantiza la merienda escolar reforzada como respuesta a las condiciones de la zona. Nicaragua cuenta con la mejor red de carreteras de Centroamérica y una de las 5 mejores redes en América Latina. Esto facilita la movilización de materia prima, traslado de insumos y la comercialización de bienes y servicios del sector productivo. El trabajo coordinado entre Policía Nacional, Ejército de Nicaragua, en conjunto con otras instituciones del Estado y la participación activa de la comunidad hace de nuestro país el más seguro de Centroamérica. Esto, que es reconocido por el PNUD, propicia un clima de paz, seguridad, tranquilidad y estabilidad en beneficio de todas las familias nicaragüenses y en beneficio de todos los sectores productivos que dinamizan la economía de nuestro país. En Nicaragua se construyen condiciones favorables para un crecimiento económico sostenible con desarrollo social, donde la producción de alimentos para la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de los nicaragüenses es un compromiso primordial.
Essa parceria ela foi feita em função do acordo da FAO com o IBA, com a ABC, de criar um protótipo de colheita para pequenos agricultores.
Essa colhedora que está sendo testada aqui, ela é bastante idêntica a uma colhedeira automotriz, porém algumas diferenças por se tratar de um equipamento que está tracionado por um trator, para ficar perfeita para o trabalho no campo.
E nós, através da Abrapa, da MIPA, tivemos a condição e a honra de ter esse equipamento para ser colocado à disposição dos produtores, um modelo que está sendo ajustado às nossas condições de lavoura, às nossas condições de solo. E aqui nós estamos numa área de algodão de sequeiro. Existem algodões com maior produtividade, algodão que vai ser preparado para essa colheita mecanizada.
Em comparação com uma colhedora automotriz, a eficiência dela é a mesma coisa. Então, não precisa mudar muita coisa na eficiência de colheita, e sim nas questões mecânicas para receber o algodão.
Todo mundo sabe que hoje o mundo está em crise. Tá? O consumo de fibras naturais caiu muito, o consumo, os preços estão caindo. E o produtor precisa ficar na atividade agrícola. Quando os preços estão baixos, o produtor tem que procurar reduzir esses custos. E a colheita manual significa até 50% do custo de produção. A gente pode reduzir isso em 10% e gerar mais empregos ainda para a região. Primeiramente, agradecer aos parceiros, a MIPA, o governo de Minas através da CEAPA, agradecer a Brapa, ao IBA, agradecer aos organismos, a FAO, Agência Brasileira de Cooperação do Ministério das Relações Exteriores, que também tem participação nesse projeto, e agradecer à Embrapa Algodão, por ter construído essa máquina que é um kit de colheita de algodão, acoplado a um trator que vai ajudar muito aos pequenos agricultores, a uma nova forma de trabalhar na agricultura, minimizando os impactos do custo de colheita manual, que não é possível mais com um pequeno produtor.
Imagina un lugar en el centro de América. Un hermoso paraíso de paisajes increíbles. Imagina sentir que cuando estés acá hay todo un mundo alrededor tuyo. Para respirar profundamente y luego perder el aliento. Ahora, imagina a su gente. Personas llenas de historias que te reciben con el corazón y los brazos abiertos. Nicaragua es como su gente, sus lagos y sus volcanes. Imagina un país al que lo bañan 2 océanos. Un lugar forjado por su historia, su geografía y su gente. Imagina que puedes viajar después de esta pequeña pausa para volvernos a encontrar. La naturaleza, paisajes, playas, volcanes y nuestros monumentos no irán a ninguna parte, esperando el mejor momento para que puedas vivirlos. La hermosa Nicaragua es un lugar donde descubres que te descubres a ti mismo. En América Latina y el Caribe, 62 millones de personas viven en inseguridad alimentaria severa. Y el sobrepeso afecta a más de 262 millones. Incluso antes del impacto de la pandemia, la mitad de los habitantes rurales vivían en pobreza. La región deberá responder y recuperarse del COVID-19, transformando su agricultura y sistema alimentario para cumplir los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Hay que mejorar la forma en que producimos, distribuimos y consumimos alimentos para que todos accedan a dietas saludables. Tenemos que asegurar que las comunidades rurales tengan las oportunidades y el bienestar de las zonas urbanas. Trabajando junto a sus países miembros y socios, la FAO promueve la innovación tecnológica e institucional en todos los ámbitos. Mano a mano, con gobiernos y empresarios, la sociedad civil, el sector académico y científico, el mundo parlamentario, los organismos multilaterales y agencias de Naciones Unidas y del sistema interamericano, impulsaremos la innovación para reconstruir transformando. América Latina y el Caribe debe aprovechar su riqueza natural para potenciar su rol como un gran productor y exportador de alimentos. La región puede digitalizar su agricultura y su comercio de alimentos, mejorando la conectividad de las zonas rurales y las capacidades de pequeños, medianos y grandes productores para aprovechar la revolución tecnológica en curso. La innovación y la digitalización son las claves para enfrentar el cambio climático y transitar con urgencia a una agricultura más sustentable, con mejor gestión de los riesgos y mayor resiliencia al cambio climático. Una agricultura capaz de producir sin desperdiciar una gota de agua. La innovación permitirá generar más ingresos y mejores empleos en las cadenas alimentarias. Con aplicaciones digitales podemos acercar a productores y consumidores, reduciendo el desperdicio de alimentos y la huella ambiental de la agricultura. La FAO trabajará mano a mano con los países para construir un futuro mejor, donde el campo, la agricultura y la alimentación sean sinónimo de innovación, progreso, inclusión social, sustentabilidad y resiliencia. La FAO invita a sumarse a este sueño y volverlo una realidad en la Conferencia Regional de la FAO del 19 al 21 de octubre. Para más información, visita nuestro sitio en fao.org/Conferencia FAO Américas. Y ahora también síguenos en Facebook como FAO en Español. Síguenos, comparte, comenta con nuestro hashtag Conferencia FAO Américas.
We are facing a global fight to address one of the biggest challenges of our time. 5 years after committing to eradicate hunger, we are not on track to reach our goals by 2030.
Chronic hunger is up by 10 million people in 1 year and up by nearly 60 million in 5 years. Almost 690 million people went hungry in 2019, with numbers highest in Asia and rising fastest in Africa.
If these trends continue, more than 840 million people will be hungry by 2030, with Africa overtaking Asia as the region affected most. The COVID-19 pandemic could add over 100 million people to this distressing toll.
Overcoming hunger is just one part of the problem. 2 billion people do not have regular access to safe, nutritious and sufficient food. In 2019, 144 million children under the age of 5 were stunted,
while 47 million were affected by wasting. We are not on track to meet our 2030 targets for child stunting, low birth weight and exclusive breastfeeding.
Countries are also facing the growing burden of obesity linked to poor quality diets, with 676 million of adults obese.
Around the world, many people are suffering from hunger, food insecurity and malnutrition because they cannot afford healthy diets.
Even the cheapest healthy diets are out of reach for more than 3 billion people in the world. In sub-Saharan Africa and southern Asia, around 57% of the population cannot afford nutritious food.
Our current dietary patterns are also taking a heavy toll in terms of health costs and the environment. By 2030, diet-related health costs linked to mortality and non-communicable diseases could be more than $1.3 trillion a year, while diet-related costs of greenhouse gas emissions could be more than $1.7 trillion a year.
As the world fights COVID-19, we cannot allow the pandemic to stop the global fight on hunger and malnutrition. To achieve a world free from hunger and malnutrition by 2030, countries must transform food systems and increase the affordability of healthy diets.
Shifting to healthy diets could reduce direct and indirect health costs by up to 97%,
while reducing the social costs of greenhouse gas emissions by up to 74%. We must ensure the cost of nutritious foods comes down.
If the whole world shifts towards a healthy diet, we have a real chance at ending hunger and malnutrition, once and for all.
We must act now to build back better and make a difference in lives and communities everywhere.
Nicaragua, toda dulce, en amor para vos. Aquí te esperamos, en la hermosa costa del Pacífico, vestida de playas que desbordan belleza natural, donde gente buena, gente amable, gente alegre, te abre las puertas de su tierra natal. Aquí también te esperamos, en la paradisíaca costa Caribe, en nuestras playas de arena blanca, rodeadas de aguas color turquesa, con un pueblo que celebra la vida, el amor y la paz. El cinturón de fuego recorre nuestra geografía. Se construyen majestuosos paisajes de potentes volcanes. Su deslumbrante belleza se aprecia desde el cielo y desde la tierra. Observarlos y explorar sus senderos es un privilegio. Y deslizarse desde sus alturas es toda una aventura. Nuestra Nicaragua ha sido bendecida con montañas de verdes bosques y abundantes fuentes de agua dulce. Lagos, lagunas, ríos dibujan todo nuestro territorio y es un verdadero regalo de Dios para todo nuestro pueblo. La producción alimentaria no solo es nuestra principal actividad económica. En Nicaragua somos capaces de producir nuestro propio alimento porque contamos con políticas integrales de apoyo al sector productivo en todos sus niveles. Somos un pueblo creativo y trabajador, un pueblo que innova, se reinventa y emprende. El trabajo es tu digno laurel, reza nuestro himno nacional, y eso lo reafirmamos cada día en el compromiso de lucha, esfuerzo y superación de todas y todos los nicaragüenses. En Nicaragua nos sentimos orgullosos de nuestra historia, de nuestra cultura y nuestras tradiciones, y lo expresamos a través de alegres manifestaciones populares que nos reúnen a todos para celebrar y compartir, y donde siempre salen a relucir los mejores platillos de nuestra cocina, que seguramente te enamorarán al primer bocado. También nos encanta visitar nuestras antiguas ciudades coloniales. La arquitectura de León y Granada es una joya que nos pertenece a todos los nicaragüenses y su oferta turística es una de las más completas del país. Aquí son cortas las distancias. Eso nos da la oportunidad de disfrutar de los destinos de nuestra ciudad capital, Managua, que, como podrás ver, tiene mucho que ofrecer. Y trasladarnos en cuestión de horas a la playa, a la montaña o a una mágica isla habitada por 2 volcanes, localizada en las dulces aguas del lago más grande de Centroamérica. ¡Qué linda, linda es Nicaragua! ¡Bendita de mi corazón! Si hay una tierra en todo el continente, hermosa y valiente, esa es mi nación. Tierra dulce, pueblo dulce, Nicaragua, toda dulce, en amor para vos.
El bienio 2018-2019 fue rico en resultados que contribuyeron a que los 33 países miembros de la FAO avanzaran hacia los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Pusimos en marcha la iniciativa Mano a Mano en Haití, y en su marco, 6 países están construyendo estrategias de desarrollo para sus territorios rezagados. La Alianza para la Eliminación de la Pobreza Rural creó un índice de pobreza multidimensional rural, que fue aplicado en Colombia, Perú y México. La FAO y las agencias de cooperación internacional para el desarrollo de México y España capacitaron a 271 legisladores de los frentes parlamentarios contra el hambre. Argentina, Colombia, El Salvador, México, Paraguay, Perú, República Dominicana y Uruguay aprobaron leyes para erradicar el hambre. Los programas de alimentación escolar mejoraron la nutrición de 285,000 niños y niñas en 13 países con el apoyo del Programa de Cooperación Internacional Brasil-FAO. 6 departamentos de Colombia mejoraron sus sistemas de abastecimiento de alimentos para volverlos más eficientes, favoreciendo a 10 millones de personas. Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panamá y República Dominicana crearon el Sistema de Información y Monitoreo de Mercados Agropecuarios. El proyecto de acceso al mercado agrícola de Surinam revitalizó los mercados del país mediante la comercialización de productos no tradicionales. Las Bahamas desarrollaron un sistema de producción agroecológica de pequeños rumiantes para mejorar el sector ganadero y fortalecer su seguridad alimentaria. La FAO, la OMS, el PMA y UNICEF publicaron 2 ediciones del Panorama de la Seguridad Alimentaria y Nutricional. 10 países mejoraron su capacidad para reportar el indicador de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible relativo al acceso de las mujeres a la tierra. Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Paraguay y República Dominicana crearon políticas para mejorar la situación económica de las mujeres. 8 países del SICA crearon un sistema de vigilancia de la sequía agrícola. FAO, CEPAL y 11 agencias de la ONU crearon el componente territorial del Plan de Desarrollo Integral de El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras y el sur-sureste de México. El SICA implementó su agenda regional intersectorial para la protección social y la inclusión productiva con equidad. FAO y FIDA capacitaron a 700 jóvenes rurales de Cuba, Granada, Belice, Guyana, República Dominicana y Haití. 3 países del Caribe impulsaron bancos de tierras agrícolas para mejorar su uso productivo. 7 países mejoraron sus leyes para reducir la pérdida y el desperdicio de alimentos. 18,000 familias mejoraron su producción de algodón en 40,000 hectáreas. 6 países enfrentaron la propagación de una enfermedad mortal para el banano. Ecuador, República Dominicana y Uruguay adoptaron prácticas de ganadería climáticamente inteligente. 7 países del Caribe adaptaron su pesca al cambio climático. La CELAC aprobó su estrategia regional para la gestión del riesgo de desastres en la agricultura. La FAO ayudó a movilizar $128 millones del Fondo Verde del Clima para 7 países y 67 millones del Fondo para el Medio Ambiente Mundial para 19 países. 9 países redujeron sus emisiones de gases producto de la deforestación y degradación forestal. La región impulsó el crecimiento azul para desarrollar de forma sostenible sus zonas marítimas. Para enfrentar la pesca ilegal, no declarada y no reglamentada, 16 países crearon estrategias nacionales. 6 se sumaron a la red de intercambio de experiencias y 2 se hicieron parte del acuerdo sobre las medidas del Estado rector del puerto. 8 países mejoraron la gestión de sus áreas protegidas en el Amazonas. 6 países combatieron la tala ilegal junto a la FAO y la Unión Europea. 10 países generaron mapas nacionales de carbón orgánico del suelo. Guyana creó un plan de acción para la administración de su tierra. Y Chile creó un sistema nacional de monitoreo de sus bosques nativos que cubre todo el país. La FAO movilizó 235 millones de dólares en contribuciones voluntarias adicionales a su presupuesto regular, 35% más que en el bienio anterior. Además, colaboró con 14 países en proyectos de inversión para el Banco Mundial, el BID, el FIDA y el Banco de Desarrollo del Caribe por 1.200 millones de dólares. Pero estos no son resultados de la FAO. Son el fruto de un trabajo mano a mano con los gobiernos de sus países miembros y con más de 900 socios a lo largo de América Latina y el Caribe. Por eso, todos podemos estar orgullosos. En el próximo bienio, vamos por más.
El gobierno de Nicaragua desarrolla políticas, programas y proyectos que impactan positivamente en la producción de alimentos y en la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de nuestro país, teniendo como premisa que no puede haber desarrollo económico sin sostenibilidad. Nuestra Ley de Soberanía y Seguridad Alimentaria y Nutricional tiene como objetivo garantizar el derecho a la alimentación de todos los nicaragüenses. Contamos con un sistema de soberanía y seguridad alimentaria y nutricional que tiene como instancia máxima la Comisión Nacional de Soberanía y Seguridad Alimentaria. Entre los programas desarrollados por el gobierno para garantizar la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional del pueblo nicaragüense destaca el Bono Productivo Alimentario. Los protagonistas de Hambre Cero, organizados en cooperativas, negocios familiares y núcleos solidarios, producen y venden sus excedentes. Programas como Hambre Cero y Usura Cero fortalecen las capacidades de la mujer a través de créditos y círculos de ahorro y préstamo para su capitalización, así como sistemas de organización en cooperativas de mujeres y círculos solidarios que les permiten gestionar mejor los recursos y emprender en la comercialización. El programa especial de granos básicos, cristiano, socialista y solidario, Crisol, trabaja con 144.237 protagonistas. Igualmente, se han establecido diversos mecanismos para garantizar la seguridad alimentaria de las familias más pobres, como la merienda escolar, la entrega de paquetes alimenticios y el programa Frijoles Solidarios. Desde ya el gobierno de Nicaragua tiene nuevas estrategias en marcha, con políticas agropecuarias enfocadas en la sostenibilidad social, la sustentabilidad ambiental y la resiliencia de los medios de vida ante los efectos del cambio climático. La Estrategia Nacional para el Desarrollo de la Ganadería Bovina contempla el mejoramiento de pastos, el establecimiento de sistemas silvopastoriles, el mejoramiento de la nutrición animal y el mejoramiento genético. Con este modelo de producción ganadera, esperamos aumentar la productividad, reducir la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero y propiciar el aumento de la biodiversidad. Las estrategias nacionales para el desarrollo de la caficultura y del cacao fino fomentan el modelo de cultivos de producción y consumo tradicional. Siguen un modelo de producción agroforestal que incorporan el uso de sumideros de carbono y la restauración y conservación de paisajes. Y a la vez que se respeta el arraigo de la población rural a estas actividades, se proponen frenar el avance de la frontera agrícola. La Estrategia Nacional para la Producción de Miel trabaja en la producción de abejas y meliponas, fomentando la adopción de prácticas agrícolas sostenibles que ayudan a preservar otras especies benéficas. Las estrategias nacionales para el incremento de la producción de cultivos agrícolas apuntan a un engranaje de trabajo mixto entre mejoramiento genético y preservación y reproducción de variedades criollas para resistir mejor los efectos del cambio climático. Las estrategias nacionales para el incremento de la producción animal buscan un mejor manejo de las excretas, destinándolas a la producción de energía y reciclaje de nutrientes. Así se reduce la contaminación de fuentes de agua y las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero. Mientras tanto, el sector pesquero y acuícola tiene como base la Política Nacional de Mitigación y Adaptación al Cambio Climático para la construcción de una estrategia integral para el desarrollo sostenible del sector con un enfoque ecosistémico de la pesca y la acuicultura. En el corredor seco de Nicaragua se trabaja en el fortalecimiento de capacidades para el manejo integrado de agua y suelo y para fomentar cultivos, razas y prácticas agrícolas adaptadas a las condiciones de la zona. También se trabaja en la reducción de la deforestación mediante la reforestación de las partes altas de la cuenca y el establecimiento de sistemas silvopastoriles y cortinas rompeviento. Igualmente se trabaja en prácticas de zoocriaderos como una alternativa económica para las familias del corredor seco mediante el aprovechamiento sostenible de la fauna silvestre en cautiverio. Y a través del sistema educativo del país se garantiza la merienda escolar reforzada como respuesta a las condiciones de la zona. Nicaragua cuenta con la mejor red de carreteras de Centroamérica y una de las 5 mejores redes en América Latina. Esto facilita la movilización de materia prima, traslado de insumos y la comercialización de bienes y servicios del sector productivo. El trabajo coordinado entre Policía Nacional, Ejército de Nicaragua, en conjunto con otras instituciones del Estado y la participación activa de la comunidad hace de nuestro país el más seguro de Centroamérica. Esto, que es reconocido por el PNUD, propicia un clima de paz, seguridad, tranquilidad y estabilidad en beneficio de todas las familias nicaragüenses y en beneficio de todos los sectores productivos que dinamizan la economía de nuestro país. En Nicaragua se construyen condiciones favorables para un crecimiento económico sostenible con desarrollo social, donde la producción de alimentos para la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de los nicaragüenses es un compromiso primordial.
Essa parceria ela foi feita em função do acordo da FAO com IBA, com a ABC, de criar um protótipo de colheita para pequenos agricultores.
Essa colhedora que está sendo testada aqui, ela é bastante idêntica a uma colhedeira automotriz. Porém, algumas diferenças por se tratar de um equipamento que está tracionado por um trator, para ficar perfeita para o trabalho no campo.
E nós, através da Abrapa, da MIPA, tivemos a condição e a honra de ter esse equipamento para ser colocado à disposição dos produtores, um modelo que está sendo ajustado às nossas condições de lavoura, às nossas condições de solo. E aqui nós estamos numa área de algodão de sequeiro. Existem algodões com maior produtividade, algodão que vai ser preparado para essa colheita mecanizada.
Em comparação com uma colhedora automotriz, a eficiência dela é a mesma coisa. Então, não precisa mudar muita coisa na eficiência de colheita, e sim nas questões mecânicas para receber o algodão.
Todo mundo sabe que hoje o mundo está em crise. Tá? O consumo de fibras naturais caiu muito, o consumo, os preços estão caindo. E o produtor precisa ficar na atividade agrícola. Quando os preços estão baixos, o produtor tem que procurar reduzir esses custos. E a colheita manual ela significa até 50% do custo de produção. A gente pode reduzir isso em 10% e gerar mais empregos ainda para a região. Primeiramente, agradecer aos parceiros, à MIPA, o governo de Minas através da CEAPA, agradecer à Abrapa, ao IBA, agradecer aos organismos, a FAO, Agência Brasileira de Cooperação do Ministério das Relações Exteriores, que também tem participação nesse projeto, e agradecer à Embrapa Algodão, por ter construído essa máquina que é um kit de colheita de algodão, acoplado a um trator que vai ajudar muito aos pequenos agricultores, a uma nova forma de trabalhar na agricultura, minimizando os impactos do custo de colheita manual, que não é possível mais com um pequeno produtor.
Imagina un lugar en el centro de América. Un hermoso paraíso de paisajes increíbles. Imagina sentir que cuando estés acá, hay todo un mundo alrededor tuyo. Para respirar profundamente y luego perder el aliento. Ahora, imagina a su gente, personas llenas de historias que te reciben con el corazón y los brazos abiertos. Nicaragua es como su gente, sus lagos y sus volcanes. Imagina un país al que lo bañan 2 océanos. Un lugar forjado por su historia, su geografía y su gente. Imagina que puedes viajar después de esta pequeña pausa para volvernos a encontrar. La naturaleza, paisajes, playas, volcanes y nuestros monumentos no irán a ninguna parte, esperando el mejor momento para que puedas vivirlos. La hermosa Nicaragua es un lugar donde descubres que te descubres a ti mismo. En América Latina y el Caribe, 62 millones de personas viven en inseguridad alimentaria severa. Y el sobrepeso afecta a más de 262 millones. Incluso antes del impacto de la pandemia, la mitad de los habitantes rurales vivían en pobreza. La región deberá responder y recuperarse del COVID-19, transformando su agricultura y sistema alimentario para cumplir los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Hay que mejorar la forma en que producimos, distribuimos y consumimos alimentos para que todos accedan a dietas saludables. Tenemos que asegurar que las comunidades rurales tengan las oportunidades y el bienestar de las zonas urbanas. Trabajando junto a sus países miembros y socios, la FAO promueve la innovación tecnológica e institucional en todos los ámbitos. Mano a mano, con gobiernos y empresarios, la sociedad civil, el sector académico y científico, el mundo parlamentario, los organismos multilaterales y agencias de Naciones Unidas y del sistema interamericano, impulsaremos la innovación para reconstruir transformando. América Latina y el Caribe debe aprovechar su riqueza natural para potenciar su rol como un gran productor y exportador de alimentos. La región puede digitalizar su agricultura y su comercio de alimentos, mejorando la conectividad de las zonas rurales y las capacidades de pequeños, medianos y grandes productores para aprovechar la revolución tecnológica en curso. La innovación y la digitalización son las claves para enfrentar el cambio climático y transitar con urgencia a una agricultura más sustentable, con mejor gestión de los riesgos y mayor resiliencia al cambio climático. Una agricultura capaz de producir sin desperdiciar una gota de agua. La innovación permitirá generar más ingresos y mejores empleos en las cadenas alimentarias. Con aplicaciones digitales podemos acercar a productores y consumidores, reduciendo el desperdicio de alimentos y la huella ambiental de la agricultura. La FAO trabajará mano a mano con los países para construir un futuro mejor, donde el campo, la agricultura y la alimentación sean sinónimo de innovación, progreso, inclusión social, sustentabilidad y resiliencia. La FAO invita a sumarse a este sueño y volverlo una realidad en la Conferencia Regional de la FAO del 19 al 21 de octubre. Para más información, visita nuestro sitio en fao.org/Conferencia FAO Américas. Y ahora también síguenos en Facebook como FAO en Español. Síguenos, comparte, comenta con nuestro hashtag Conferencia FAO Américas.
We are facing a global fight to address one of the biggest challenges of our time. 5 years after committing to eradicate hunger, we are not on track to reach our goals by 2030.
Chronic hunger is up by 10 million people in 1 year and up by nearly 60 million in 5 years. Almost 690 million people went hungry in 2019, with numbers highest in Asia and rising fastest in Africa.
If these trends continue, more than 840 million people will be hungry by 2030, with Africa overtaking Asia as the region affected most. The COVID-19 pandemic could add over 100 million people to this distressing toll.
Overcoming hunger is just one part of the problem. 2 billion people do not have regular access to safe, nutritious, and sufficient food. In 2019, 144 million children under the age of 5 were stunted,
while 47 million were affected by wasting. We are not on track to meet our 2030 targets for child stunting, low birth weight, and exclusive breastfeeding.
Countries are also facing the growing burden of obesity linked to poor quality diets, with 676 million of adults obese.
Around the world, many people are suffering from hunger, food insecurity, and malnutrition because they cannot afford healthy diets.
Even the cheapest healthy diets are out of reach for more than 3 billion people in the world. In sub-Saharan Africa and Southern Asia, around 57% of the population cannot afford nutritious food.
Our current dietary patterns are also taking a heavy toll in terms of health costs and the environment. By 2030, diet-related health costs linked to mortality and non-communicable diseases could be more than $1.3 trillion a year, while diet-related costs of greenhouse gas emissions could be more than $1.7 trillion a year.
As the world fights COVID-19, we cannot allow the pandemic to stop the global fight on hunger and malnutrition. To achieve a world free from hunger and malnutrition by 2030, countries must transform food systems and increase the affordability of healthy diets.
Shifting to healthy diets could reduce direct and indirect health costs by up to 97%,
while reducing the social costs of greenhouse gas emissions by up to 74%. We must ensure the cost of nutritious foods comes down.
If the whole world shifts towards a healthy diet, we have a real chance at ending hunger and malnutrition, once and for all.
We must act now to build back better and make a difference in lives and communities everywhere.
Nicaragua, toda dulce, en amor para vos. Aquí te esperamos, en la hermosa costa del Pacífico, vestida de playas que desbordan belleza natural, donde gente buena, gente amable, gente alegre, te abre las puertas de su tierra natal. Aquí también te esperamos, en la paradisíaca costa Caribe, en nuestras playas de arena blanca, rodeadas de aguas color turquesa, con un pueblo que celebra la vida, el amor y la paz. El cinturón de fuego recorre nuestra geografía. Se construyen majestuosos paisajes de potentes volcanes. Su deslumbrante belleza se aprecia desde el cielo y desde la tierra. Observarlos y explorar sus senderos es un privilegio. Y deslizarse desde sus alturas es toda una aventura. Nuestra Nicaragua ha sido bendecida con montañas de verdes bosques y abundantes fuentes de agua dulce. Lagos, lagunas, ríos dibujan todo nuestro territorio y es un verdadero regalo de Dios para todo nuestro pueblo. La producción alimentaria no solo es nuestra principal actividad económica. En Nicaragua somos capaces de producir nuestro propio alimento porque contamos con políticas integrales de apoyo al sector productivo en todos sus niveles. Somos un pueblo creativo y trabajador, un pueblo que innova, se reinventa y emprende. El trabajo es tu digno laurel, reza nuestro himno nacional, y eso lo reafirmamos cada día en el compromiso de lucha, esfuerzo y superación de todas y todos los nicaragüenses. En Nicaragua nos sentimos orgullosos de nuestra historia, de nuestra cultura y nuestras tradiciones, y lo expresamos a través de alegres manifestaciones populares que nos reúnen a todos para celebrar y compartir, y donde siempre salen a relucir los mejores platillos de nuestra cocina, que seguramente te enamorarán al primer bocado. También nos encanta visitar nuestras antiguas ciudades coloniales. La arquitectura de León y Granada es una joya que nos pertenece a todos los nicaragüenses y su oferta turística es una de las más completas del país. Aquí son cortas las distancias. Eso nos da la oportunidad de disfrutar de los destinos de nuestra ciudad capital, Managua, que, como podrás ver, tiene mucho que ofrecer. Y trasladarnos en cuestión de horas a la playa, a la montaña o a una mágica isla habitada por 2 volcanes, localizada en las dulces aguas del lago más grande de Centroamérica. ¡Qué linda, linda es Nicaragua! ¡Bendita de mi corazón! Si hay una tierra en todo el continente, hermosa y valiente, esa es mi nación. Tierra dulce, pueblo dulce, Nicaragua, toda dulce, en amor para vos.
El bienio 2018-2019 fue rico en resultados que contribuyeron a que los 33 países miembros de la FAO avanzaran hacia los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Pusimos en marcha la iniciativa Mano a Mano en Haití y en su marco, 6 países están construyendo estrategias de desarrollo para sus territorios rezagados. La Alianza para la Eliminación de la Pobreza Rural creó un índice de pobreza multidimensional rural que fue aplicado en Colombia, Perú y México. La FAO y las agencias de cooperación internacional para el desarrollo de México y España capacitaron a 271 legisladores de los frentes parlamentarios contra el hambre. Argentina, Colombia, El Salvador, México, Paraguay, Perú, República Dominicana y Uruguay aprobaron leyes para erradicar el hambre. Los programas de alimentación escolar mejoraron la nutrición de 285,000 niños y niñas en 13 países con el apoyo del Programa de Cooperación Internacional Brasil-FAO. 6 departamentos de Colombia mejoraron sus sistemas de abastecimiento de alimentos para volverlos más eficientes, favoreciendo a 10 millones de personas. Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panamá y República Dominicana crearon el Sistema de Información y Monitoreo de Mercados Agropecuarios. El proyecto de acceso al mercado agrícola de Surinam revitalizó los mercados del país mediante la comercialización de productos no tradicionales. Las Bahamas desarrollaron un sistema de producción agroecológica de pequeños rumiantes para mejorar el sector ganadero y fortalecer su seguridad alimentaria. La FAO, la OMS, el PMA y UNICEF publicaron 2 ediciones del Panorama de la Seguridad Alimentaria y Nutricional. 10 países mejoraron su capacidad para reportar el indicador de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible relativo al acceso de las mujeres a la tierra. Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Paraguay y República Dominicana crearon políticas para mejorar la situación económica de las mujeres. 8 países del SICA crearon un sistema de vigilancia de la sequía agrícola. FAO, CEPAL y 11 agencias de la ONU crearon el componente territorial del Plan de Desarrollo Integral de El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras y el sur-sureste de México. El SICA implementó su Agenda Regional Intersectorial para la Protección Social y la Inclusión Productiva con Equidad. FAO y FIDA capacitaron a 700 jóvenes rurales de Cuba, Granada, Belice, Guyana, República Dominicana y Haití. 3 países del Caribe impulsaron bancos de tierras agrícolas para mejorar su uso productivo. 7 países mejoraron sus leyes para reducir la pérdida y el desperdicio de alimentos. 18,000 familias mejoraron su producción de algodón en 40,000 hectáreas. 6 países enfrentaron la propagación de una enfermedad mortal para el banano. Ecuador, República Dominicana y Uruguay adoptaron prácticas de ganadería climáticamente inteligente. 7 países del Caribe adaptaron su pesca al cambio climático. La CELAC aprobó su estrategia regional para la gestión del riesgo de desastres en la agricultura. La FAO ayudó a movilizar $128 millones del Fondo Verde del Clima para 7 países y 67 millones del Fondo para el Medio Ambiente Mundial para 19 países. 9 países redujeron sus emisiones de gases producto de la deforestación y degradación forestal. La región impulsó el crecimiento azul para desarrollar de forma sostenible sus zonas marítimas. Para enfrentar la pesca ilegal, no declarada y no reglamentada, 16 países crearon estrategias nacionales. 6 se sumaron a la red de intercambio de experiencias y 2 se hicieron parte del acuerdo sobre las medidas del Estado rector del puerto. 8 países mejoraron la gestión de sus áreas protegidas en el Amazonas. 6 países combatieron la tala ilegal junto a la FAO y la Unión Europea. 10 países generaron mapas nacionales de carbono orgánico del suelo. Guyana creó un plan de acción para la administración de su tierra y Chile creó un sistema nacional de monitoreo de sus bosques nativos que cubre todo el país. La FAO movilizó $235 millones en contribuciones voluntarias adicionales a su presupuesto regular, 35% más que en el bienio anterior. Además, colaboró con 14 países en proyectos de inversión para el Banco Mundial, el BID, el FIDA y el Banco de Desarrollo del Caribe por $1.200 millones. Pero estos no son resultados de la FAO. Son el fruto de un trabajo mano a mano con los gobiernos de sus países miembros y con más de 900 socios a lo largo de América Latina y el Caribe. Por eso, todos podemos estar orgullosos. En el próximo bienio, vamos por más.
El gobierno de Nicaragua desarrolla políticas, programas y proyectos que impactan positivamente en la producción de alimentos y en la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de nuestro país, teniendo como premisa que no puede haber desarrollo económico sin sostenibilidad. Nuestra Ley de Soberanía y Seguridad Alimentaria y Nutricional tiene como objetivo garantizar el derecho a la alimentación de todos los nicaragüenses. Contamos con un sistema de soberanía y seguridad alimentaria y nutricional que tiene como instancia máxima la Comisión Nacional de Soberanía y Seguridad Alimentaria. Entre los programas desarrollados por el gobierno para garantizar la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional del pueblo nicaragüense, destaca el Bono Productivo Alimentario. Los protagonistas de Hambre Cero, organizados en cooperativas, negocios familiares y núcleos solidarios, producen y venden sus excedentes. Programas como Hambre Cero y Usura Cero fortalecen las capacidades de la mujer a través de créditos y círculos de ahorro y préstamo para su capitalización, así como sistemas de organización en cooperativas de mujeres y círculos solidarios que les permiten gestionar mejor los recursos y emprender en la comercialización. El Programa Especial de Granos Básicos, Cristiano, Socialista y Solidario, Crisol, trabaja con 144.237 protagonistas. Igualmente, se han establecido diversos mecanismos para garantizar la seguridad alimentaria de las familias más pobres, como la merienda escolar, la entrega de paquetes alimenticios y el programa Frijoles Solidarios. Desde ya el gobierno de Nicaragua tiene nuevas estrategias en marcha, con políticas agropecuarias enfocadas en la sostenibilidad social, la sustentabilidad ambiental y la resiliencia de los medios de vida ante los efectos del cambio climático. La Estrategia Nacional para el Desarrollo de la Ganadería Bovina contempla el mejoramiento de pastos, el establecimiento de sistemas silvopastoriles, el mejoramiento de la nutrición animal y el mejoramiento genético. Con este modelo de producción ganadera, esperamos aumentar la productividad, reducir la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero y propiciar el aumento de la biodiversidad. Las estrategias nacionales para el desarrollo de la caficultura y del cacao fino fomentan el modelo de cultivos de producción y consumo tradicional. Siguen un modelo de producción agroforestal que incorporan el uso de sumideros de carbono y la restauración y conservación de paisajes. Y a la vez que se respeta el arraigo de la población rural a estas actividades, se proponen frenar el avance de la frontera agrícola. La Estrategia Nacional para la Producción de Miel trabaja en la producción de abejas y meliponas, fomentando la adopción de prácticas agrícolas sostenibles que ayudan a preservar otras especies benéficas. Las estrategias nacionales para el incremento de la producción de cultivos agrícolas apuntan a un engranaje de trabajo mixto entre mejoramiento genético y preservación y reproducción de variedades criollas para resistir mejor los efectos del cambio climático. Las estrategias nacionales para el incremento de la producción animal buscan un mejor manejo de las excretas, destinándolas a la producción de energía y reciclaje de nutrientes. Así se reduce la contaminación de fuentes de agua y las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero. Mientras tanto, el sector pesquero y acuícola tiene como base la Política Nacional de Mitigación y Adaptación al Cambio Climático para la construcción de una estrategia integral para el desarrollo sostenible del sector con un enfoque ecosistémico de la pesca y la acuicultura. En el corredor seco de Nicaragua se trabaja en el fortalecimiento de capacidades para el manejo integrado de agua y suelo y para fomentar cultivos, razas y prácticas agrícolas adaptadas a las condiciones de la zona. También se trabaja en la reducción de la deforestación mediante la reforestación de las partes altas de la cuenca y el establecimiento de sistemas silvopastoriles y cortinas rompeviento. Igualmente se trabaja en prácticas de zoocriaderos como una alternativa económica para las familias del corredor seco mediante el aprovechamiento sostenible de la fauna silvestre en cautiverio. Y a través del sistema educativo del país se garantiza la merienda escolar reforzada como respuesta a las condiciones de la zona. Nicaragua cuenta con la mejor red de carreteras de Centroamérica y una de las 5 mejores redes en América Latina. Esto facilita la movilización de materia prima, traslado de insumos y la comercialización de bienes y servicios del sector productivo. El trabajo coordinado entre Policía Nacional, Ejército de Nicaragua, en conjunto con otras instituciones del Estado y la participación activa de la comunidad hace de nuestro país el más seguro de Centroamérica. Esto, que es reconocido por el PNUD, propicia un clima de paz, seguridad, tranquilidad y estabilidad en beneficio de todas las familias nicaragüenses y en beneficio de todos los sectores productivos que dinamizan la economía de nuestro país. En Nicaragua se construyen condiciones favorables para un crecimiento económico sostenible con desarrollo social, donde la producción de alimentos para la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de los nicaragüenses es un compromiso primordial.
Essa parceria ela foi feita em função do acordo da FAO com o IBA, com a ABC, de criar um protótipo de colheita para pequenos agricultores.
Essa colhedora que está sendo testada aqui, ela é bastante idêntica a uma colhedeira automotriz. Porém, algumas diferenças por se tratar de um equipamento que está tracionado por um trator, para ficar perfeita para o trabalho no campo.
E nós, através da Abrapa, da AMIPA, tivemos a condição e a honra de ter esse equipamento para ser colocado à disposição dos produtores, um modelo que está sendo ajustado às nossas condições de lavoura, às nossas condições de solo. E aqui nós estamos numa área de algodão de sequeiro. Existem algodões com maior produtividade, algodão que vai ser preparado para essa colheita mecanizada.
Em comparação com uma colhedora automotriz, a eficiência dela é a mesma coisa. Então, não precisa mudar muita coisa na eficiência de colheita, e sim nas questões mecânicas para receber o algodão.
Todo mundo sabe que hoje o mundo está em crise. Tá? O consumo de fibras naturais caiu muito o consumo, os preços estão caindo e o produtor precisa ficar na atividade agrícola. Quando os preços estão baixos, o produtor tem que procurar reduzir esses custos. E a colheita manual, ela significa até 50% do custo de produção. A gente pode reduzir isso em 10% e gerar mais empregos ainda para a região. Primeiramente, agradecer aos parceiros, a MIPA, o governo de Minas através da CEAPA, agradecer a Brapa, ao IBA, agradecer aos organismos, a FAO, Agência Brasileira de Cooperação, do Ministério das Relações Exteriores, que também tem participação nesse projeto, e agradecer a Embrapa Algodão, por ter construído essa máquina que é um kit de colheita de algodão, acoplado a um trator que vai ajudar muito aos pequenos agricultores, a uma nova forma de trabalhar na agricultura, minimizando os impactos do custo de colheita manual, que não é possível mais com um pequeno produtor.
Imagina un lugar en el centro de América. Un hermoso paraíso de paisajes increíbles. Imagina sentir que cuando estés acá, hay todo un mundo alrededor tuyo. Para respirar profundamente y luego perder el aliento. Ahora, imagina a su gente. Personas llenas de historias que te reciben con el corazón y los brazos abiertos. Nicaragua es como su gente, sus lagos y sus volcanes. Imagina un país al que lo bañan 2 océanos. Un lugar forjado por su historia, su geografía y su gente. Imagina que puedes viajar después de esta pequeña pausa para volvernos a encontrar. La naturaleza, paisajes, playas, volcanes y nuestros monumentos no irán a ninguna parte, esperando el mejor momento para que puedas vivirlos. La hermosa Nicaragua es un lugar donde descubres que te descubres a ti mismo. En América Latina y el Caribe, 62 millones de personas viven en inseguridad alimentaria severa. Y el sobrepeso afecta a más de 262 millones. Incluso antes del impacto de la pandemia, la mitad de los habitantes rurales vivían en pobreza. La región deberá responder y recuperarse del COVID-19, transformando su agricultura y sistema alimentario para cumplir los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Hay que mejorar la forma en que producimos, distribuimos y consumimos alimentos para que todos accedan a dietas saludables. Tenemos que asegurar que las comunidades rurales tengan las oportunidades y el bienestar de las zonas urbanas. Trabajando junto a sus países miembros y socios, la FAO promueve la innovación tecnológica e institucional en todos los ámbitos. Mano a mano, con gobiernos y empresarios, la sociedad civil, el sector académico y científico, el mundo parlamentario, los organismos multilaterales y agencias de Naciones Unidas y del sistema interamericano, impulsaremos la innovación para reconstruir transformando. América Latina y el Caribe debe aprovechar su riqueza natural para potenciar su rol como un gran productor y exportador de alimentos. La región puede digitalizar su agricultura y su comercio de alimentos, mejorando la conectividad de las zonas rurales y las capacidades de pequeños, medianos y grandes productores para aprovechar la revolución tecnológica en curso. La innovación y la digitalización son las claves para enfrentar el cambio climático y transitar con urgencia a una agricultura más sustentable, con mejor gestión de los riesgos y mayor resiliencia al cambio climático. Una agricultura capaz de producir sin desperdiciar una gota de agua. La innovación permitirá generar más ingresos y mejores empleos en las cadenas alimentarias. Con aplicaciones digitales podemos acercar a productores y consumidores, reduciendo el desperdicio de alimentos y la huella ambiental de la agricultura. La FAO trabajará mano a mano con los países para construir un futuro mejor, donde el campo, la agricultura y la alimentación sean sinónimo de innovación, progreso, inclusión social, sustentabilidad y resiliencia. La FAO invita a sumarse a este sueño y volverlo una realidad en la Conferencia Regional de la FAO del 19 al 21 de octubre. Para más información, visita nuestro sitio en fao.org/Conferencia FAO Américas. Y ahora también síguenos en Facebook como FAO en Español. Síguenos, comparte, comenta con nuestro hashtag Conferencia FAO Américas.
We are facing a global fight to address one of the biggest challenges of our time. 5 years after committing to eradicate hunger, we are not on track to reach our goals by 2030.
Chronic hunger is up by 10 million people in 1 year and up by nearly 60 million in 5 years. Almost 690 million people went hungry in 2019, with numbers highest in Asia and rising fastest in Africa.
If these trends continue, more than 840 million people will be hungry by 2030, with Africa overtaking Asia as the region affected most. The COVID-19 pandemic could add over 100 million people to this distressing toll.
Overcoming hunger is just one part of the problem. 2 billion people do not have regular access to safe, nutritious, and sufficient food. In 2019, 144 million children under the age of 5 were stunted,
while 47 million were affected by wasting. We are not on track to meet our 2030 targets for child stunting, low birth weight, and exclusive breastfeeding.
Countries are also facing the growing burden of obesity linked to poor quality diets, with 676 million of adults obese.
Around the world, many people are suffering from hunger, food insecurity, and malnutrition because they cannot afford healthy diets.
Even the cheapest healthy diets are out of reach for more than 3 billion people in the world. In sub-Saharan Africa and Southern Asia, around 57% of the population cannot afford nutritious food.
Our current dietary patterns are also taking a heavy toll in terms of health costs and the environment. By 2030, diet-related health costs linked to mortality and non-communicable diseases could be more than $1.3 trillion a year, while diet-related costs of greenhouse gas emissions could be more than $1 billion a year.
As the world fights COVID-19, we cannot allow the pandemic to stop the global fight on hunger and malnutrition. To achieve a world free from hunger and malnutrition by 2030, countries must transform food systems and increase the affordability of healthy diets.
Shifting to healthy diets could reduce direct and indirect health costs by up to 97%,
while reducing the social costs of greenhouse gas emissions by up to 74%. We must ensure the cost of nutritious foods comes down.
If the whole world shifts towards a healthy diet, we have a real chance at ending hunger and malnutrition, once and for all.
We must act now to build back better and make a difference in lives and communities everywhere.
Nicaragua, toda dulce, en amor para vos. Aquí te esperamos, en la hermosa costa del Pacífico, vestida de playas que desbordan belleza natural, donde gente buena, gente amable, gente alegre, te abre las puertas de su tierra natal. Aquí también te esperamos, en la paradisíaca costa Caribe, en nuestras playas de arena blanca, rodeadas de aguas color turquesa, con un pueblo que celebra la vida, el amor y la paz. El cinturón de fuego recorre nuestra geografía. Se construyen majestuosos paisajes de potentes volcanes. Su deslumbrante belleza se aprecia desde el cielo y desde la tierra. Observarlos y explorar sus senderos es un privilegio. Y deslizarse desde sus alturas es toda una aventura. Nuestra Nicaragua ha sido bendecida con montañas de verdes bosques y abundantes fuentes de agua dulce. Lagos, lagunas, ríos dibujan todo nuestro territorio y es un verdadero regalo de Dios para todo nuestro pueblo. La producción alimentaria no solo es nuestra principal actividad económica. En Nicaragua somos capaces de producir nuestro propio alimento porque contamos con políticas integrales de apoyo al sector productivo en todos sus niveles. Somos un pueblo creativo y trabajador, un pueblo que innova, se reinventa y emprende. El trabajo es tu digno laurel, reza nuestro himno nacional, y eso lo reafirmamos cada día en el compromiso de lucha, esfuerzo y superación de todas y todos los nicaragüenses. En Nicaragua nos sentimos orgullosos de nuestra historia, de nuestra cultura y nuestras tradiciones, y lo expresamos a través de alegres manifestaciones populares que nos reúnen a todos para celebrar y compartir, y donde siempre salen a relucir los mejores platillos de nuestra cocina, que seguramente te enamorarán al primer bocado. También nos encanta visitar nuestras antiguas ciudades coloniales. La arquitectura de León y Granada es una joya que nos pertenece a todos los nicaragüenses y su oferta turística es una de las más completas del país. Aquí son cortas las distancias. Eso nos da la oportunidad de disfrutar de los destinos de nuestra ciudad capital, Managua, que, como podrás ver, tiene mucho que ofrecer. Y trasladarnos en cuestión de horas a la playa, a la montaña o a una mágica isla habitada por 2 volcanes, localizada en las dulces aguas del lago más grande de Centroamérica. ¡Qué linda, linda es Nicaragua! ¡Bendita de mi corazón! Si hay una tierra en todo el continente, hermosa y valiente, esa es mi nación. Tierra dulce, pueblo dulce, Nicaragua toda dulce, en amor para vos.
El bienio 2018-2019 fue rico en resultados que contribuyeron a que los 33 países miembros de la FAO avanzaran hacia los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Pusimos en marcha la iniciativa Mano a Mano en Haití y en su marco, 6 países están construyendo estrategias de desarrollo para sus territorios rezagados. La Alianza para la Eliminación de la Pobreza Rural creó un índice de pobreza multidimensional rural que fue aplicado en Colombia, Perú y México. La FAO y las agencias de cooperación internacional para el desarrollo de México y España capacitaron a 271 legisladores de los frentes parlamentarios contra el hambre. Argentina, Colombia, El Salvador, México, Paraguay, Perú, República Dominicana y Uruguay aprobaron leyes para erradicar el hambre. Los programas de alimentación escolar mejoraron la nutrición de 285,000 niños y niñas en 13 países con el apoyo del Programa de Cooperación Internacional Brasil-FAO. 6 departamentos de Colombia mejoraron sus sistemas de abastecimiento de alimentos para volverlos más eficientes, favoreciendo a 10 millones de personas. Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panamá y República Dominicana crearon el Sistema de Información y Monitoreo de Mercados Agropecuarios. El proyecto de acceso al mercado agrícola de Surinam revitalizó los mercados del país mediante la comercialización de productos no tradicionales. Las Bahamas desarrollaron un sistema de producción agroecológica de pequeños rumiantes para mejorar el sector ganadero y fortalecer su seguridad alimentaria. La FAO, la OMS, el PMA y UNICEF publicaron 2 ediciones del Panorama de la Seguridad Alimentaria y Nutricional. 10 países mejoraron su capacidad para reportar el indicador de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible relativo al acceso de las mujeres a la tierra. Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Paraguay y República Dominicana crearon políticas para mejorar la situación económica de las mujeres. 8 países del SICA crearon un sistema de vigilancia de la sequía agrícola. FAO, CEPAL y 11 agencias de la ONU crearon el componente territorial del Plan de Desarrollo Integral de El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras y el sur-sureste de México. El SICA implementó su agenda regional intersectorial para la protección social y la inclusión productiva con equidad. FAO y FIDA capacitaron a 700 jóvenes rurales de Cuba, Granada, Belice, Guyana, República Dominicana y Haití. 3 países del Caribe impulsaron bancos de tierras agrícolas para mejorar su uso productivo. 7 países mejoraron sus leyes para reducir la pérdida y el desperdicio de alimentos. 18,000 familias mejoraron su producción de algodón en 40,000 hectáreas. 6 países enfrentaron la propagación de una enfermedad mortal para el banano. Ecuador, República Dominicana y Uruguay adoptaron prácticas de ganadería climáticamente inteligente. 7 países del Caribe adaptaron su pesca al cambio climático. La CELAC aprobó su estrategia regional para la gestión del riesgo de desastres en la agricultura. La FAO ayudó a movilizar 128 millones de dólares del Fondo Verde del Clima para 7 países y 67 millones del Fondo para el Medio Ambiente Mundial para 19 países. 9 países redujeron sus emisiones de gases producto de la deforestación y degradación forestal. La región impulsó el crecimiento azul para desarrollar de forma sostenible sus zonas marítimas. Para enfrentar la pesca ilegal, no declarada y no reglamentada, 16 países crearon estrategias nacionales. 6 se sumaron a la red de intercambio de experiencias y 2 se hicieron parte del acuerdo sobre las medidas del Estado rector del puerto. 8 países mejoraron la gestión de sus áreas protegidas en el Amazonas. 6 países combatieron la tala ilegal junto a la FAO y la Unión Europea. 10 países generaron mapas nacionales de carbono orgánico del suelo. Guyana creó un plan de acción para la administración de su tierra. Y Chile creó un sistema nacional de monitoreo de sus bosques nativos que cubre todo el país. La FAO movilizó 235 millones de dólares en contribuciones voluntarias adicionales a su presupuesto regular, 35% más que en el bienio anterior. Además, colaboró con 14 países en proyectos de inversión para el Banco Mundial, el BID, el FIDA y el Banco de Desarrollo del Caribe por 1.200 millones de dólares. Pero estos no son resultados de la FAO. Son el fruto de un trabajo mano a mano con los gobiernos de sus países miembros y con más de 900 socios a lo largo de América Latina y el Caribe. Por eso, todos podemos estar orgullosos. En el próximo bienio, vamos por más.
El gobierno de Nicaragua desarrolla políticas, programas y proyectos que impactan positivamente en la producción de alimentos y en la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de nuestro país, teniendo como premisa que no puede haber desarrollo económico sin sostenibilidad. Nuestra Ley de Soberanía y Seguridad Alimentaria y Nutricional tiene como objetivo garantizar el derecho a la alimentación de todos los nicaragüenses. Contamos con un sistema de soberanía y seguridad alimentaria y nutricional que tiene como instancia máxima la Comisión Nacional de Soberanía y Seguridad Alimentaria. Entre los programas desarrollados por el gobierno para garantizar la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional del pueblo nicaragüense, destaca el Bono Productivo Alimentario. Los protagonistas de Hambre Cero, organizados en cooperativas, negocios familiares y núcleos solidarios, producen y venden sus excedentes. Programas como Hambre Cero y Usura Cero fortalecen las capacidades de la mujer a través de créditos y círculos de ahorro y préstamo para su capitalización, así como sistemas de organización en cooperativas de mujeres y círculos solidarios que les permiten gestionar mejor los recursos y emprender en la comercialización. El programa especial de granos básicos, cristiano, socialista y solidario, Crisol, trabaja con 144.237 protagonistas. Igualmente, se han establecido diversos mecanismos para garantizar la seguridad alimentaria de las familias más pobres, como la merienda escolar, la entrega de paquetes alimenticios y el programa Frijoles Solidarios. Desde ya el gobierno de Nicaragua tiene nuevas estrategias en marcha, políticas agropecuarias enfocadas en la sostenibilidad social, la sustentabilidad ambiental y la resiliencia de los medios de vida ante los efectos del cambio climático. La Estrategia Nacional para el Desarrollo de la Ganadería Bovina contempla el mejoramiento de pastos, el establecimiento de sistemas silvopastoriles, el mejoramiento de la nutrición animal y el mejoramiento genético. Con este modelo de producción ganadera, esperamos aumentar la productividad, reducir la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero y propiciar el aumento de la biodiversidad. Las estrategias nacionales para el desarrollo de la caficultura y del cacao fino fomentan el modelo de cultivos de producción y consumo tradicional. Siguen un modelo de producción agroforestal que incorporan el uso de sumideros de carbono y la restauración y conservación de paisajes. Y a la vez que se respeta el arraigo de la población rural a estas actividades, se proponen frenar el avance de la frontera agrícola. La Estrategia Nacional para la Producción de Miel trabaja en la producción de abejas y meliponas, fomentando la adopción de prácticas agrícolas sostenibles que ayudan a preservar otras especies benéficas. Las estrategias nacionales para el incremento de la producción de cultivos agrícolas apuntan a un engranaje de trabajo mixto entre mejoramiento genético y preservación y reproducción de variedades criollas para resistir mejor los efectos del cambio climático. Las estrategias nacionales para el incremento de la producción animal buscan un mejor manejo de las excretas, destinándolas a la producción de energía y reciclaje de nutrientes. Así se reduce la contaminación de fuentes de agua y las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero. Mientras tanto, el sector pesquero y acuícola tiene como base la Política Nacional de Mitigación y Adaptación al Cambio Climático para la construcción de una estrategia integral para el desarrollo sostenible del sector con un enfoque ecosistémico de la pesca y la acuicultura. En el corredor seco de Nicaragua se trabaja el fortalecimiento de capacidades para el manejo integrado de agua y suelo y para fomentar cultivos, razas y prácticas agrícolas adaptadas a las condiciones de la zona. También se trabaja en la reducción de la deforestación mediante la reforestación de las partes altas de la cuenca y el establecimiento de sistemas silvopastoriles y cortinas rompeviento. Igualmente se trabaja en prácticas de zoocriaderos como una alternativa económica para las familias del corredor seco mediante el aprovechamiento sostenible de la fauna silvestre en cautiverio. Y a través del sistema educativo del país se garantiza la merienda escolar reforzada como respuesta a las condiciones de la zona. Nicaragua cuenta con la mejor red de carreteras de Centroamérica y una de las 5 mejores redes en América Latina. Esto facilita la movilización de materia prima, traslado de insumos y la comercialización de bienes y servicios del sector productivo. El trabajo coordinado entre Policía Nacional, Ejército de Nicaragua, en conjunto con otras instituciones del Estado y la participación activa de la comunidad hace de nuestro país el más seguro de Centroamérica. Esto, que es reconocido por el PNUD, propicia un clima de paz, seguridad, tranquilidad y estabilidad en beneficio de todas las familias nicaragüenses y en beneficio de todos los sectores productivos que dinamizan la economía de nuestro país. En Nicaragua se construyen condiciones favorables para un crecimiento económico sostenible con desarrollo social, donde la producción de alimentos para la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de los nicaragüenses es un compromiso primordial.
Essa parceria ela foi feita em função do acordo da FAO com IBA, com a ABC, de criar um protótipo de colheita para pequenos agricultores.
Essa colhedora que está sendo testada aqui, ela é bastante idêntica a uma colhedeira automotriz. Porém, algumas diferenças por se tratar de um equipamento que está tracionado por um trator, para ficar perfeita para o trabalho no campo.
E nós, através da Abrapa, da MIPA, tivemos a condição e a honra de ter esse equipamento para ser colocado à disposição dos produtores, um modelo que está sendo ajustado às nossas condições de lavoura, às nossas condições de solo. E aqui nós estamos numa área de algodão de sequeiro. Existem algodões com maior produtividade, algodão que vai ser preparado para essa colheita mecanizada.
Em comparação com uma colhedora automotriz, a eficiência dela é a mesma coisa. Então, não precisa mudar muita coisa na eficiência de colheita, e sim nas questões mecânicas para receber o algodão.
Todo mundo sabe que hoje o mundo está em crise. Tá? O consumo de fibras naturais caiu muito, o consumo, os preços estão caindo. E o produtor precisa ficar na atividade agrícola. Quando os preços estão baixos, o produtor tem que procurar reduzir esses custos. E a colheita manual ela significa até 50% do custo de produção. A gente pode reduzir isso em 10% e gerar mais empregos ainda para a região. Primeiramente, agradecer aos parceiros, à MIPA, o governo de Minas através da CEAPA, agradecer à Abrapa, ao IBA, agradecer aos organismos, a FAO, Agência Brasileira de Cooperação do Ministério das Relações Exteriores, que também tem participação nesse projeto, e agradecer à Embrapa Algodão, por ter construído essa máquina que é um kit de colheita de algodão, acoplado a um trator, que vai ajudar muito aos pequenos agricultores, a uma nova forma de trabalhar na agricultura, minimizando os impactos do custo de colheita manual, que não é possível mais com um pequeno produtor.
Imagina un lugar en el centro de América. Un hermoso paraíso de paisajes increíbles. Imagina sentir que cuando estés acá, hay todo un mundo alrededor tuyo. Para respirar profundamente y luego perder el aliento. Ahora, imagina a su gente, personas llenas de historias que te reciben con el corazón y los brazos abiertos. Nicaragua es como su gente, sus lagos y sus volcanes. Imagina un país al que lo bañan 2 océanos. Un lugar forjado por su historia, su geografía y su gente. Imagina que puedes viajar después de esta pequeña pausa para volvernos a encontrar. La naturaleza, paisajes, playas, volcanes y nuestros monumentos no irán a ninguna parte, esperando el mejor momento para que puedas vivirlos. La hermosa Nicaragua es un lugar donde descubres que te descubres a ti mismo. En América Latina y el Caribe, 62 millones de personas viven en inseguridad alimentaria. Y el sobrepeso afecta a más de 262 millones. Incluso antes del impacto de la pandemia, la mitad de los habitantes rurales vivían en pobreza. La región deberá responder y recuperarse del COVID-19, transformando su agricultura y sistema alimentario para cumplir los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Hay que mejorar la forma en que producimos, distribuimos y consumimos alimentos para que todos accedan a dietas saludables. Tenemos que asegurar que las comunidades rurales tengan las oportunidades y el bienestar de las zonas urbanas. Trabajando junto a sus países miembros y socios, la FAO promueve la innovación tecnológica e institucional en todos los ámbitos. Mano a mano, con gobiernos y empresarios, la sociedad civil, el sector académico y científico, el mundo parlamentario, los organismos multilaterales y agencias de Naciones Unidas y del sistema interamericano, impulsaremos la innovación para reconstruir transformando. América Latina y el Caribe debe aprovechar su riqueza natural para potenciar su rol como un gran productor y exportador de alimentos. La región puede digitalizar su agricultura y su comercio de alimentos, mejorando la conectividad de las zonas rurales y las capacidades de pequeños, medianos y grandes productores para aprovechar la revolución tecnológica en curso. La innovación y la digitalización son las claves para enfrentar el cambio climático y transitar con urgencia a una agricultura más sustentable, con mejor gestión de los riesgos y mayor resiliencia al cambio climático. Una agricultura capaz de producir sin desperdiciar una gota de agua. La innovación permitirá generar más ingresos y mejores empleos en las cadenas alimentarias. Con aplicaciones digitales podemos acercar a productores y consumidores, reduciendo el desperdicio de alimentos y la huella ambiental de la agricultura. La FAO trabajará mano a mano con los países para construir un futuro mejor, donde el campo, la agricultura y la alimentación sean sinónimo de innovación, progreso, inclusión social, sustentabilidad y resiliencia. La FAO invita a sumarse a este sueño y volverlo una realidad en la Conferencia Regional de la FAO del 19 al 21 de octubre. Para más información, visita nuestro sitio en fao.org/Conferencia FAO Américas. Y ahora también síguenos en Facebook como FAO en Español. Síguenos, comparte, comenta con nuestro hashtag Conferencia FAO Américas.
We are facing a global fight to address one of the biggest challenges of our time. 5 years after committing to eradicate hunger, we are not on track to reach our goals by 2030.
Chronic hunger is up by 10 million people in 1 year and up by nearly 60 million in 5 years. Almost 690 million people went hungry in 2019, with numbers highest in Asia and rising fastest in Africa.
If these trends continue, more than 840 million people will be hungry by 2030, with Africa overtaking Asia as the region affected most. The COVID-19 pandemic could add over 100 million people to this distressing toll.
Overcoming hunger is just one part of the problem. 2 billion people do not have regular access to safe, nutritious and sufficient food. In 2019, 144 million children under the age of 5 were stunted,
while 47 million were affected by wasting. We are not on track to meet our 2030 targets for child stunting, low birth weight, and exclusive breastfeeding.
Countries are also facing a growing burden of obesity linked to poor quality diets, with 676 million of adults obese.
Around the world, many people are suffering from hunger, food insecurity, and malnutrition because they cannot afford healthy diets.
Even the cheapest healthy diets are out of reach for more than 3 billion people in the world. In sub-Saharan Africa and Southern Asia, around 57% of the population cannot afford nutritious food.
Our current dietary patterns are also taking a heavy toll in terms of health costs and the environment. By 2030, diet-related health costs linked to mortality and non-communicable diseases could be more than $1.3 trillion a year, while diet-related costs of greenhouse gas emissions could be more than $1.7 trillion a year.
As the world fights COVID-19, we cannot allow the pandemic to stop the global fight on hunger and malnutrition. To achieve a world free from hunger and malnutrition by 2030, countries must transform food systems and increase the affordability of healthy diets.
Shifting to healthy diets could reduce direct and indirect health costs by up to 97%,
while reducing the social costs of greenhouse gas emissions by up to 74%. We must ensure the cost of nutritious food comes down.
If the whole world shifts towards a healthy diet, we have a real chance at ending hunger and malnutrition, once and for all.
We must act now to build back better and make a difference in lives and communities everywhere.
Nicaragua, toda dulce, en amor para vos. Aquí te esperamos, en la hermosa costa del Pacífico, vestida de playas que desbordan belleza natural, donde gente buena, gente amable, gente alegre, te abre las puertas de su tierra natal. Aquí también te esperamos, en la paradisíaca costa Caribe, en nuestras playas de arena blanca, rodeadas de aguas color turquesa, con la vida, el amor y la paz. El cinturón de fuego recorre nuestra geografía. Se construyen majestuosos paisajes de potentes volcanes. Su deslumbrante belleza se aprecia desde el cielo y desde la tierra. Observarlos y explorar sus senderos es un privilegio. Y deslizarse desde sus alturas es toda una aventura. Nuestra Nicaragua ha sido bendecida con montañas de verdes bosques y abundantes fuentes de agua dulce. Lagos, lagunas, ríos dibujan todo nuestro territorio y es un verdadero regalo de Dios para todo nuestro pueblo. La producción alimentaria no solo es nuestra principal actividad económica. En Nicaragua somos capaces de producir nuestro propio alimento porque contamos con políticas integrales de apoyo al sector productivo en todos sus niveles. Somos un pueblo creativo y trabajador, un pueblo que innova, se reinventa y emprende. El trabajo es tu digno laurel, reza nuestro himno nacional, y eso lo reafirmamos cada día en el compromiso de lucha, esfuerzo y superación de todas y todos los nicaragüenses. En Nicaragua nos sentimos orgullosos de nuestra historia, de nuestra cultura y nuestras tradiciones, y lo expresamos a través de alegres manifestaciones populares que nos reúnen a todos para celebrar y compartir, y donde siempre salen a relucir los mejores platillos de nuestra cocina, que seguramente te enamorarán al primer bocado. También nos encanta visitar nuestras antiguas ciudades coloniales. La arquitectura de León y Granada es una joya que nos pertenece a todos los nicaragüenses y su oferta turística es una de las más completas del país. Aquí son cortas las distancias. Eso nos da la oportunidad de disfrutar de los destinos de nuestra ciudad capital, Managua, que, como podrás ver, tiene mucho que ofrecer. Y trasladarnos en cuestión de horas a la playa, a la montaña o a una mágica isla habitada por 2 volcanes, localizada en las dulces aguas del lago más grande de Centroamérica. ¡Qué linda, linda es Nicaragua! Bendita de mi corazón. Si hay una tierra en todo el continente, hermosa y valiente, esa es mi nación. Tierra dulce, pueblo dulce, Nicaragua, toda dulce, en amor para vos.
El bienio 2018-2019 fue rico en resultados que contribuyeron a que los 33 países miembros de la FAO avanzaran hacia los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Pusimos en marcha la iniciativa Mano a Mano en Haití, y en su marco, 6 países están construyendo estrategias de desarrollo para sus territorios rezagados. La Alianza para la Eliminación de la Pobreza Rural creó un índice de pobreza multidimensional rural, que fue aplicado en Colombia, Perú y México. La FAO y las agencias de cooperación internacional para el desarrollo de México y España capacitaron a 271 legisladores de los frentes parlamentarios contra el hambre. Argentina, Colombia, El Salvador, México, Paraguay, Perú, República Dominicana y Uruguay aprobaron leyes para erradicar el hambre. Los programas de alimentación escolar mejoraron la nutrición de 285,000 niños y niñas en 13 países con el apoyo del Programa de Cooperación Internacional Brasil-FAO. 6 departamentos de Colombia mejoraron sus sistemas de abastecimiento de alimentos para volverlos más eficientes, favoreciendo a 10 millones de personas. Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panamá y República Dominicana crearon el Sistema de Información y Monitoreo de Mercados Agropecuarios. El proyecto de acceso al mercado agrícola de Surinam revitalizó los mercados del país mediante la comercialización de productos no tradicionales. Las Bahamas desarrollaron un sistema de producción agroecológica de pequeños rumiantes para mejorar el sector ganadero y fortalecer su seguridad alimentaria. La FAO, la OMS, el PMA y UNICEF publicaron 2 ediciones del Panorama de la Seguridad Alimentaria y Nutricional. 10 países mejoraron su capacidad para reportar el indicador de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible relativo al acceso de las mujeres a la tierra. Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Paraguay y República Dominicana crearon políticas para mejorar la situación económica de las mujeres. 8 países del SICA crearon un sistema de vigilancia de la sequía agrícola. FAO, CEPAL y 11 agencias de la ONU crearon el componente territorial del Plan de Desarrollo Integral de El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras y el sur-sureste de México. El SICA implementó su Agenda Regional Intersectorial para la protección social y la inclusión productiva con equidad. FAO y FIDA capacitaron a 700 jóvenes rurales de Cuba, Granada, Belice, Guyana, República Dominicana y Haití. 3 países del Caribe impulsaron bancos de tierras agrícolas para mejorar su uso productivo. 7 países mejoraron sus leyes para reducir la pérdida y el desperdicio de alimentos. 18,000 familias mejoraron su producción de algodón en 40,000 hectáreas. 6 países enfrentaron la propagación de una enfermedad mortal para el banano. Ecuador, República Dominicana y Uruguay adoptaron prácticas de ganadería climáticamente inteligente. 7 países del Caribe adaptaron su pesca al cambio climático. La CELAC aprobó su estrategia regional para la gestión del riesgo de desastres en la agricultura. La FAO ayudó a movilizar $128 millones del Fondo Verde del Clima para 7 países y 67 millones del Fondo para el Medio Ambiente Mundial para 19 países. 9 países redujeron sus emisiones de gases producto de la deforestación y degradación forestal. La región impulsó el crecimiento azul para desarrollar de forma sostenible sus zonas marítimas. Para enfrentar la pesca ilegal, no declarada y no reglamentada, 16 países crearon estrategias nacionales. 6 se sumaron a la red de intercambio de experiencias y 2 se hicieron parte del acuerdo sobre las medidas del Estado rector del puerto. 8 países mejoraron la gestión de sus áreas protegidas en el Amazonas. 6 países combatieron la tala ilegal junto a la FAO y la Unión Europea. 10 países generaron mapas nacionales de carbón orgánico del suelo. Guyana creó un plan de acción para la administración de su tierra. Y Chile creó un sistema nacional de monitoreo de sus bosques nativos que cubre todo el país. La FAO movilizó $235 millones en contribuciones voluntarias adicionales a su presupuesto regular, 35% más que en el bienio anterior. Además, colaboró con 14 países en proyectos de inversión para el Banco Mundial, el BID, el FIDA y el Banco de Desarrollo del Caribe por $1.200 millones. Pero estos no son resultados de la FAO. Son el fruto de un trabajo mano a mano con los gobiernos de sus países miembros y con más de 900 socios a lo largo de América Latina y el Caribe. Por eso, todos podemos estar orgullosos. En el próximo bienio, vamos por más.
El gobierno de Nicaragua desarrolla políticas, programas y proyectos que impactan positivamente en la producción de alimentos y en la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de nuestro país, teniendo como premisa que no puede haber desarrollo económico sin sostenibilidad. Nuestra Ley de Soberanía y Seguridad Alimentaria y Nutricional tiene como objetivo garantizar el derecho a la alimentación de todos los nicaragüenses. Contamos con un sistema de soberanía y seguridad alimentaria y nutricional que tiene como instancia máxima la Comisión Nacional de Soberanía y Seguridad Alimentaria. Entre los programas desarrollados por el gobierno para garantizar la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional del pueblo nicaragüense, destaca el Bono Productivo Alimentario. Los protagonistas de Hambre Cero, organizados en cooperativas, negocios familiares y núcleos solidarios, producen y venden sus excedentes. Programas como Hambre Cero y Usura Cero fortalecen las capacidades de la mujer a través de créditos y círculos de ahorro y préstamo para su capitalización, así como sistemas de organización en cooperativas de mujeres y círculos solidarios que les permiten gestionar mejor los recursos y emprender en la comercialización. El programa especial de granos básicos, cristiano, socialista y solidario, Crisol, trabaja con 144.237 protagonistas. Igualmente, se han establecido diversos mecanismos para garantizar la seguridad alimentaria de las familias más pobres, como la merienda escolar, la entrega de paquetes alimenticios y el programa Frijoles Solidarios. Desde ya el gobierno de Nicaragua tiene nuevas estrategias en marcha, con políticas agropecuarias enfocadas en la sostenibilidad social, la sustentabilidad ambiental y la resiliencia de los medios de vida ante los efectos del cambio climático. La Estrategia Nacional para el Desarrollo de la Ganadería Bovina contempla el mejoramiento de pastos, el establecimiento de sistemas silvopastoriles, el mejoramiento de la nutrición animal y el mejoramiento genético. Con este modelo de producción ganadera, esperamos aumentar la productividad, reducir la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero y propiciar el aumento de la biodiversidad. Las estrategias nacionales para el desarrollo de la caficultura y del cacao fino fomentan el modelo de cultivos de producción y consumo tradicional. Siguen un modelo de producción agroforestal que incorporan el uso de sumideros de carbono y la restauración y conservación de paisajes. Y a la vez que se respeta el arraigo de la población rural a estas actividades, se proponen frenar el avance de la frontera agrícola. La Estrategia Nacional para la Producción de Miel trabaja en la producción de abejas y meliponas, fomentando la adopción de prácticas agrícolas sostenibles que ayudan a preservar otras especies benéficas. Las estrategias nacionales para el incremento de la producción de cultivos agrícolas apuntan a un engranaje de trabajo mixto entre mejoramiento genético y preservación y reproducción de variedades criollas para resistir mejor los efectos del cambio climático. Las estrategias nacionales para el incremento de la producción animal buscan un mejor manejo de las excretas, destinándolas a la producción de energía y reciclaje de nutrientes. Así se reduce la contaminación de fuentes de agua y las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero. Mientras tanto, el sector pesquero y acuícola tiene como base la Política Nacional de Mitigación y Adaptación al Cambio Climático para la construcción de una estrategia integral para el desarrollo sostenible del sector con un enfoque ecosistémico de la pesca y la acuicultura. En el corredor seco de Nicaragua se trabaja en el fortalecimiento de capacidades para el manejo integrado de agua y suelo y para fomentar cultivos, razas y prácticas agrícolas adaptadas a las condiciones de la zona. También se trabaja en la reducción de la deforestación mediante la reforestación de las partes altas de la cuenca y el establecimiento de sistemas silvopastoriles y cortinas rompeviento. Igualmente se trabaja en prácticas de zoocriaderos como una alternativa económica para las familias del corredor seco mediante el aprovechamiento sostenible de la fauna silvestre en cautiverio. Y a través del sistema educativo del país se garantiza la merienda escolar reforzada como respuesta a las condiciones de la zona. Nicaragua cuenta con la mejor red de carreteras de Centroamérica y una de las 5 mejores redes en América Latina. Esto facilita la movilización de materia prima, traslado de insumos y la comercialización de bienes y servicios del sector productivo. El trabajo coordinado entre Policía Nacional, Ejército de Nicaragua, en conjunto con otras instituciones del Estado y la participación activa de la comunidad hace de nuestro país el más seguro de Centroamérica. Esto, que es reconocido por el PNUD, propicia un clima de paz, seguridad, tranquilidad y estabilidad en beneficio de todas las familias nicaragüenses y en beneficio de todos los sectores productivos que dinamizan la economía de nuestro país. En Nicaragua se construyen condiciones favorables para un crecimiento económico sostenible con desarrollo social, donde la producción de alimentos para la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de los nicaragüenses es un compromiso primordial.
Essa parceria ela foi feita em função do acordo da FAO com o IBA, com a ABC, e criar um protótipo de colheita para pequenos agricultores.
Essa colhedora que está sendo testada aqui, ela tem bastante idêntica a uma colhedeira automotriz. Porém, algumas diferenças por se tratar de um equipamento que está tracionado por um trator, para ficar perfeita para o trabalho no campo.
E nós, através da BRAPA, da AMIPA, tivemos a condição e a honra de ter esse equipamento para ser colocado à disposição dos produtores, um modelo que está sendo ajustado às nossas condições de lavoura, às nossas condições de solo. E aqui nós estamos numa área de algodão de sequeiro. Existem algodões com maior produtividade, algodão que vai ser preparado para essa colheita mecanizada.
Em comparação com uma colhedora automotriz, a eficiência dela é a mesma coisa. Então, não precisa mudar muita coisa na eficiência de colheita, e sim nas questões mecânicas para receber o algodão.
Todo mundo sabe que hoje o mundo está em crise. O consumo de fibras naturais caiu muito o consumo, os preços estão caindo. E o produtor precisa ficar na atividade agrícola. Quando os preços estão baixos, o produtor tem que procurar reduzir esses custos. E a colheita manual, ela significa até 50% do custo de produção. A gente pode reduzir isso em 10% e gerar mais empregos ainda para a região. Primeiramente, agradecer aos parceiros, a AMIPA, o governo de Minas através da SEAP, agradecer a BRAPA, ao IBA, agradecer aos organismos, a FAO, a Agência Brasileira de Cooperação, do Ministério das Relações Exteriores, que também tem participação nesse projeto, e agradecer à Embrapa Algodão por ter construído essa máquina, que é uma máquina de colheita de algodão, acoplada a um trator que vai ajudar muito aos pequenos agricultores. É uma nova forma de trabalhar na agricultura, minimizando os impactos do custo de colheita manual. Não é possível mais o pequeno produtor.
Imagina un lugar en el centro de América. Un hermoso paraíso de paisajes increíbles. Imagina sentir que cuando estés acá, hay todo un mundo alrededor tuyo. Para respirar profundamente y luego perder el aliento. Ahora, imagina a su gente, personas llenas de historias que te reciben con el corazón y los brazos abiertos. Nicaragua es como su gente, sus lagos y sus volcanes. Imagina un país al que lo bañan dos océanos. Un lugar forjado por su historia, su geografía y su gente. Imagina que puedes viajar después de esta pequeña pausa para volvernos a encontrar la naturaleza, paisajes, playas, volcanes y nuestros monumentos no irán a ninguna parte, esperando el mejor momento para que puedas vivirlos. La hermosa Nicaragua es un lugar donde descubres que te descubres a ti mismo. En América Latina y el Caribe, 62 millones de personas viven en inseguridad alimentaria severa. Y el sobrepeso afecta a más de 262 millones. Incluso antes del impacto de la pandemia, la mitad de los habitantes rurales vivían en pobreza. La región deberá responder y recuperarse del COVID-19, transformando su agricultura y sistema alimentario para cumplir los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Hay que mejorar la forma en que producimos, distribuimos y consumimos alimentos para que todos accedan a dietas saludables. Tenemos que asegurar que las comunidades rurales tengan las oportunidades y el bienestar de las zonas urbanas. Trabajando junto a sus países miembros y socios, la FAO promueve la innovación tecnológica e institucional en todos los ámbitos. Mano a mano, con gobiernos y empresarios, la sociedad civil, el sector académico y científico, el mundo parlamentario, los organismos multilaterales y agencias de Naciones Unidas y del sistema interamericano, impulsaremos la innovación para reconstruir transformando. América Latina y el Caribe debe aprovechar su riqueza natural para potenciar su rol como un gran productor y exportador de alimentos. La región puede digitalizar su agricultura y su comercio de alimentos, mejorando la conectividad de las zonas rurales y las capacidades de pequeños, medianos y grandes productores para aprovechar la revolución tecnológica en curso. La innovación y la digitalización son las claves para enfrentar el cambio climático y transitar con urgencia a una agricultura más sustentable, con mejor gestión de los riesgos y mayor resiliencia al cambio climático. Una agricultura capaz de producir sin desperdiciar una gota de agua. La innovación permitirá generar más ingresos y mejores empleos en las cadenas alimentarias. Con aplicaciones digitales podemos acercar a productores y consumidores, reduciendo el desperdicio de alimentos y la huella ambiental de la agricultura. La FAO trabajará mano a mano con los países para construir un futuro mejor, donde el campo, la agricultura y la alimentación sean sinónimo de innovación, progreso, inclusión social, sustentabilidad y resiliencia. La FAO invita a sumarse a este sueño y volverlo una realidad en la Conferencia Regional de la FAO del 19 al 21 de octubre. Para más información, visita nuestro sitio en fao.org/Conferencia FAO Américas. Y ahora también síguenos en Facebook como FAO en español. Síguenos, comparte, comenta con nuestro hashtag Conferencia FAO Américas.
Estimados delegadas y delegados, esto es un anuncio de que vamos a empezar.
Essentially, because the report is not yet ready. Now, the Spanish version of the report has already been sent out, but we are still waiting for the English and French
En América Latina y el Caribe, 62 millones de personas viven en inseguridad alimentaria severa. Y el sobrepeso afecta a más de 262 millones. Incluso antes del impacto de la pandemia, la mitad de los habitantes rurales vivían en pobreza. La región deberá responder y recuperarse del COVID-19, transformando su agricultura y sistema alimentario para cumplir los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Hay que mejorar la forma en que producimos, distribuimos y consumimos alimentos para que todos accedan a dietas saludables. Tenemos que asegurar que las comunidades rurales tengan las oportunidades y el bienestar de las zonas urbanas. Trabajando junto a sus países miembros y socios, la FAO promueve la innovación tecnológica e institucional en todos los ámbitos. Mano a mano, con gobiernos y empresarios, la sociedad civil, el sector académico y científico, el mundo parlamentario, los organismos multilaterales y agencias de Naciones Unidas y del sistema interamericano, impulsaremos la innovación para reconstruir transformando. América Latina y el Caribe debe aprovechar su riqueza natural para potenciar su rol como un gran productor y exportador de alimentos. La región puede digitalizar su agricultura y su comercio de alimentos, mejorando la conectividad de las zonas rurales y las capacidades de pequeños, medianos y grandes productores para aprovechar la revolución tecnológica en curso. La innovación y la digitalización son las claves para enfrentar el cambio climático y transitar con urgencia a una agricultura más sustentable, con mejor gestión de los riesgos y mayor resiliencia al cambio climático. Una agricultura capaz de producir sin desperdiciar una gota de agua. La innovación permitirá generar más ingresos y mejores empleos en las cadenas alimentarias. Con aplicaciones digitales podemos acercar a productores y consumidores, reduciendo el desperdicio de alimentos y la huella ambiental de la agricultura. La FAO trabajará mano a mano con los países para construir un futuro mejor, donde el campo, la agricultura y la alimentación sean sinónimo de innovación, progreso, inclusión social, sustentabilidad y resiliencia. La FAO invita a sumarse a este sueño y volverlo una realidad en la Conferencia Regional de la FAO del 19 al 21 de octubre. Para más información, visita nuestro sitio en fao.org/Conferencia FAO Américas. Y ahora también síguenos en Facebook como FAO en Español. Síguenos, comparte, comenta con nuestro hashtag Conferencia FAO Américas.
Delegados, delegadas y observadores.
I'm sorry to have to inform you that we are going to start in 15 minutes more. I have to tell you that the reason is because the English version of the report has only just been distributed, and out of courtesy to the English-speaking delegations, we want to leave them to have enough time to be able to read the report before the closing session. Therefore, we shall commence the session in 15 minutes at 15:15 Managua time, 18:15 Santiago time, and 23:15 Rome time. Thank you for your understanding.
Hay todo un mundo alrededor tuyo. Para respirar profundamente y luego perder el aliento. Ahora, imagina a su gente, personas llenas de historias que te reciben con el corazón y los brazos abiertos. Nicaragua es como su gente, sus lagos y sus volcanes. Imagina un país al que lo bañan 2 océanos. Un lugar forjado por su historia, su geografía y su gente. Imagina que puedes viajar después de esta pequeña pausa para volvernos a encontrar. La naturaleza, paisajes, playas, volcanes y nuestros monumentos no irán a ninguna parte, esperando el mejor momento para que puedas vivirlos. La hermosa Nicaragua es un lugar donde descubres que te descubres a ti mismo.
El bienio 2018-2019 fue rico en resultados que contribuyeron a que los 33 países miembros de la FAO avanzaran hacia los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Pusimos en marcha la iniciativa Mano a Mano en Haití, y en su marco, 6 países están construyendo estrategias de desarrollo para sus territorios rezagados. La Alianza para la Eliminación de la Pobreza Rural creó un índice de pobreza multidimensional rural, que fue aplicado en Colombia, Perú y México. La FAO y las agencias de cooperación internacional para el desarrollo de México y España capacitaron a 271 legisladores de los frentes parlamentarios contra el hambre. Argentina, Colombia, El Salvador, México, Paraguay, Perú, República Dominicana y Uruguay aprobaron leyes para erradicar el hambre. Los programas de alimentación escolar mejoraron la nutrición de 285,000 niños y niñas en 13 países con el apoyo del Programa de Cooperación Internacional Brasil-FAO. 6 departamentos de Colombia mejoraron sus sistemas de abastecimiento de alimentos para volverlos más eficientes, favoreciendo a 10 millones de personas. Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panamá y República Dominicana crearon el Sistema de Información y Monitoreo de Mercados Agropecuarios. El proyecto de acceso al mercado agrícola de Surinam revitalizó los mercados del país mediante la comercialización de productos no tradicionales. Las Bahamas desarrollaron un sistema de producción agroecológica de pequeños rumiantes para mejorar el sector ganadero y fortalecer su seguridad alimentaria. La FAO, la OMS, el PMA y UNICEF publicaron 2 ediciones del Panorama de la Seguridad Alimentaria y Nutricional. 10 países mejoraron su capacidad para reportar el indicador de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible relativo al acceso de las mujeres a la tierra. Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Paraguay y República Dominicana crearon políticas para mejorar la situación económica de las mujeres. 8 países del SICA crearon un sistema de vigilancia de la sequía agrícola. FAO, CEPAL y 11 agencias de la ONU crearon el componente territorial del Plan de Desarrollo Integral de El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras y el sur-sureste de México. El SICA implementó su Agenda Regional Intersectorial para la Protección Social y la Inclusión Productiva con Equidad. FAO y FIDA capacitaron a 700 jóvenes rurales de Cuba, Granada, Belice, Guyana, República Dominicana y Haití. 3 países del Caribe impulsaron bancos de tierras agrícolas para mejorar su uso productivo. 7 países mejoraron sus leyes para reducir la pérdida y el desperdicio de alimentos. 18.000 familias mejoraron su producción de algodón en 40.000 hectáreas. 6 países enfrentaron la propagación de una enfermedad mortal para el banano. Ecuador, República Dominicana y Uruguay adoptaron prácticas de ganadería climáticamente inteligente. 7 países del Caribe adaptaron su pesca al cambio climático. La CELAC aprobó su estrategia regional para la gestión del riesgo de desastres en la agricultura. La FAO ayudó a movilizar $128 millones del Fondo Verde del Clima para 7 países y 67 millones del Fondo para el Medio Ambiente Mundial para 19 países. 9 países redujeron sus emisiones de gases producto de la deforestación y degradación forestal. La región impulsó el crecimiento azul para desarrollar de forma sostenible sus zonas marítimas. Para enfrentar la pesca ilegal, no declarada y no reglamentada, 16 países crearon estrategias nacionales. 6 se sumaron a la red de intercambio de experiencias y 2 se hicieron parte del acuerdo sobre las medidas del Estado rector del puerto. 8 países mejoraron la gestión de sus áreas protegidas en el Amazonas. 6 países combatieron la tala ilegal junto a la FAO y la Unión Europea. 10 países generaron mapas nacionales de carbón orgánico del suelo. Guyana creó un plan de acción para la administración de su tierra y Chile creó un sistema nacional de monitoreo de sus bosques nativos que cubre todo el país. La FAO movilizó $235 millones en contribuciones voluntarias adicionales a su presupuesto regular, 35% más que en el bienio anterior. Además, colaboró con 14 países en proyectos de inversión para el Banco Mundial, el BID, el FIDA y el Banco de Desarrollo del Caribe por $1.200 millones. Pero estos no son resultados de la FAO. Son el fruto de un trabajo mano a mano con los gobiernos de sus países miembros y con más de 900 socios a lo largo de América Latina y el Caribe. Por eso, todos podemos estar orgullosos. En el próximo bienio, vamos por más.
We are facing a global fight to address one of the biggest challenges of our time. 5 years after committing to eradicate hunger, we are not on track to reach our goals by 2030.
Chronic hunger is up by 10 million people in 1 year and up by nearly 60 million in 5 years. Almost 690 million people went hungry in 2019, with numbers highest in Asia and rising fastest in Africa.
If these trends continue, more than 840 million people will be hungry by 2030, with Africa overtaking Asia as the region affected most. The COVID-19 pandemic could add over 100 million people to this distressing toll.
Overcoming hunger is just one part of the problem. 2 billion people do not have regular access to safe, nutritious and sufficient food. In 2019, 144 million children under the age of 5 were stunted,
while 47 million were affected by wasting. We are not on track to meet our 2030 targets for child stunting, low birth weight, and exclusive breastfeeding.
Countries are also facing the growing burden of obesity linked to poor quality diets, with 676 million of adults obese.
Around the world, many people are suffering from hunger, food insecurity, and malnutrition because they cannot afford healthy diets.
Even the cheapest healthy diets are out of reach for more than 3 billion people in the world. In sub-Saharan Africa and Southern Asia, around 57% of the population cannot afford nutritious food.
Our current dietary patterns are also taking a heavy toll in terms of health costs and the environment. By 2030, diet-related health costs linked to mortality and non-communicable diseases could be more than $1.3 trillion a year, while diet-related costs of greenhouse gas emissions could be more than $1.7 trillion a year.
As the world fights COVID-19, we cannot allow the pandemic to stop the global fight on hunger and malnutrition. To achieve a world free from hunger and malnutrition by 2030, countries must transform food systems and increase the affordability of healthy diets.
Shifting to healthy diets could reduce direct and indirect health costs by up to 97%,
while reducing the social costs of greenhouse gas emissions by up to 74%. We must ensure the cost of nutritious foods comes down.
If the whole world shifts towards a healthy diet, we have a real chance at ending hunger and malnutrition, once and for all.
We must act now to build back better and make a difference in lives and communities everywhere.
En América Latina y el Caribe, 62 millones de personas viven en inseguridad alimentaria severa. Y el sobrepeso afecta a más de 262 millones. Incluso antes del impacto de la pandemia, la mitad de los habitantes rurales vivían en pobreza. La región deberá responder y recuperarse del COVID-19, transformando su agricultura y sistema alimentario para cumplir los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Hay que mejorar la forma en que producimos, distribuimos y consumimos alimentos para que todos accedan a dietas saludables. Tenemos que asegurar que las comunidades rurales tengan las oportunidades y el bienestar de las zonas urbanas. Trabajando junto a sus países miembros y socios, la FAO promueve la innovación tecnológica e institucional en todos los ámbitos. Mano a mano, con gobiernos y empresarios, la sociedad civil, el sector académico y científico, el mundo parlamentario, los organismos multilaterales y agencias de Naciones Unidas y del sistema interamericano, impulsaremos la innovación para reconstruir transformando. América Latina y el Caribe debe aprovechar su riqueza natural para potenciar su rol como un gran productor y exportador de alimentos. La región puede digitalizar su agricultura y su comercio de alimentos, mejorando la conectividad de las zonas rurales y las capacidades de pequeños, medianos y grandes productores para aprovechar la revolución tecnológica en curso. La innovación y la digitalización son las claves para enfrentar el cambio climático y transitar con urgencia a una agricultura más sustentable, con mejor gestión de los riesgos y mayor resiliencia al cambio climático.
Hello, everyone. We're going to begin the final session of the plenary. Before I give the floor to the chair, I would simply like to say that on day 1 through YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook Live, we had 11,815 users participating. The second day, 10,759 participants, and today, to date, 9,495 users were connected. On the website, 10,058 participants and 54,000 page visits across all of the online content of the conference. You have the floor, Mr. Chair. We will now address the item, date, and venue of the 37th session of the Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. We will give the floor to the distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs and Human Mobility of Ecuador, Mr. Luis Benigno, Gallegos Trivoga, you have the floor, Minister.
Ecuador no se... Ecuador no se escucha.
Ecuador, we cannot hear you.
No se escucha. Ecuador, creo que el micrófono...
Ecuador, we cannot hear you. I think your microphone is off. You need to turn on your microphone, please.
Se está solucionando, entiendo.
I understand it's being worked on. Hello. Now we hear you. Thank you very much. Apologies for some technical difficulties. On behalf of the government of Ecuador, I am very pleased to thank the President of the Republic of Nicaragua for hosting this 36th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. We also are very grateful to the Director General of the FAO, Mr. Chidong Yu, and the regional representative of the FAO, Mr. Redegue, and the representative of FAO in Ecuador. We thank them. We also thank all the delegations for the support they have provided in ensuring a successful conference. We'd also like to give a particular greeting to the independent chairperson of the council, all of the country representatives, and all of the delegates. The regional conference does essential work to ensure the efficiency of the work of the FAO in the member states in our region. FAO's proposal to be host of the next conference, the next regional conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, which will be organized in 2022, will be not only for my country, but for the entire region, an opportunity to reaffirm the commitment of our countries to the FAO's goals, which are such an important part of the 2030 agenda. I'd like to thank all the delegations that participated from the brother countries of our region for their generous support, and we reiterate the commitment of Ecuador to be a host of the next regional conference, and we look forward to welcoming you all. We recognize the importance of this space for debate and to determine the priorities of work in the area of food, agriculture, and sustainable development. Thus, as a country, we are committed to rise to the challenges and work together to make a space for regional governance. We look forward to cooperate and coordinate with the FAO and with all of our countries in accordance with the different national sustainable development goals so that we can strengthen our path towards sustainable development and food security and nutrition. Ecuador, like all the other countries in the region, continues working to progress in agricultural policy, including a transformation towards more sustainable approaches, reduction of poverty, improving living conditions, including in rural areas, and protecting the most vulnerable ecosystems. We express our interest in one of the central topics of this period of sessions of the regional conference for 2022, namely fisheries. This is a fundamental area which is particularly relevant for the region. Fisheries is a very important sector in our region, It is particularly important for SDGs 1, 2, 4, and 14, and its important role in food production and creating employment makes it an important part of the agenda, and it also contributes to sustainable use of oceans and ecosystems. It helps to ensure the economies and the food security of the countries of our region, but it also faces challenges. This includes illegal, undeclared, and unregulated fishing, among other problems. Thus, we look forward to the next conference as an important opportunity to discuss these issues. In addition, in 2022, we will celebrate the International Year of Small-Scale and Artisanal Fisheries. This is an excellent opportunity for Latin America and the Caribbean to discuss this topic and adopt measures in this area. Before giving further thanks, I'll give the floor to my colleague, the Minister of Agriculture. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, distinguished ministers. I'd like to congratulate you all. I'd like to congratulate you, Chair, for your in this conference, and give a warm welcome, a warm greeting to the Director General and the FAO team in Rome, the Regional Director, and a warm greeting as well to the FAO team in Ecuador. On behalf of the President and the Vice President, we thank you for showing the trust in Ecuador to host the next regional conference. It's been 71 years since we last celebrated the conference in Quito. And this is a very important moment because the next conference probably will lead us to analyze and debate how effective we have been in this early reaction system to the impact of COVID. And in working with FAO, we've had technical support to develop and implement public policies for the long term, looking towards 2030, which we will also be able to debate at the next conference. We are committed to joining efforts and creating political awareness for this important meeting. We will continue working together with the partners in the region, and we will work to determine priority areas of work for technical cooperation with the FAO. So thank you very much. We give you a very warm greeting from all of us in the national government here, and often on behalf of the citizens of Ecuador. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Excelentísimo Canciller de Ecuador, don Luis Benigno Gallego.
Thank you, Mr. Luis Benigno Gallego. And thank you also to the Minister, Mr. Javier Lasso Guerra, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock of Ecuador. We are very grateful to the distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs for this generous offer. We have noted this proposal. I'd like to consult with the delegates. Are there any objections to the proposal that Ecuador host the next regional conference for Latin America and the Caribbean? It seems there are no objections, Mr. Chair. In that case, it is approved. Ecuador will be the host of the 37th FAO Regional Conference in 2022. I ask everyone present to give them a round of applause.
Felicidades al hermano pueblo y gobierno
to the brother state and country of Ecuador. I now would like to ask if there is any other business, any other matters. I invite the delegations to take the floor. It seems there are none, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary. If there are no other matters to address, we will continue with the agenda. Madam Secretary, do you have Any matter to add? Any comment? No, we do not have anything to add. Thank you. Thank you. Continuing with the agenda now, we will review and adopt the regional conference report. To this end, today the delegates received the draft text of the first part of the report to be examined. At this time, the delegates have in front of them the complete text, which includes the 2 topics recently discussed and which has been structured in 4 parts: introductory items, regional and global policy and regulatory matters, program and budget matters, and finally, other matters. In accordance with the usual procedure, the chair, in collaboration with the rapporteur and the assistance of the Secretariat, will submit this text to you for your comments and approval. Before we begin this process, I'd like to give the floor to the rapporteur, Ambassador Mario Arvelo, who will address certain specific aspects of this report. You have the floor, Mr. Rapporteur. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to say thank you to you and the ministers of Latin America and the Caribbean. It has been an honor to present to you the final report of the 36th FAO Regional Conference. It's a document developed by the drafting committee, which was made up of Argentina, Bahamas, Brazil, Chile, Cuba, Dominica, Ecuador, Guyana, Nicaragua, Peru, and Venezuela. The mission of the Dominican Republic to the FAO supported the rapporteur. At all times, we had the logistic, administrative, and technical support of the FAO Secretariat and the participation of the regional, sub-regional, and national offices, as well as the support of the headquarters in Rome. This report was developed based on 2 sources. First of all, the written inputs from Capital in response to the working documents, and the statements made by you, distinguished ministers, and other members of delegations during these 3 days of plenary sessions. Mr. Chair, distinguished ministers, this is a historic moment. The current geopolitical situation is extremely complex. We are facing a pandemic which has affected more than 10 million people, costing, unfortunately, hundreds of thousands of lives. Many of the indicators are falling when it comes to the goals of the 2030 Agenda, and despite these circumstances, you have in your hands a document that gives an opportunity to the 33 sovereign states of Latin America and the Caribbean to speak with a single voice. This is an ambitious document, and it is an achievable document. It will help us to face and overcome problems, working together and together with the FAO to address the shared problems our people face, to help those who are hungry and malnourished and who cannot wait. This is an example of multilateralism, dialogue, and Latin American brotherhood. In the document, there are some typos and spelling errors. They can be resolved later on. It is not necessary to fix them and correct them all right now. Having said that, I ask the ministers to examine this draft report, and I ask that, as in previous sessions and previous conferences, I ask that this be adopted by acclamation in block. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur Mario Arvelo. I congratulate you on your excellent work leading the drafting committee. In order to begin the closing of the conference, and considering that this session has to be closed at 15:45 Managua time or 18:45 Santiago time, as we have indicated earlier. My proposal is to approve the report of the conference as a whole by acclamation. We thank the drafting committee, which worked very hard over the past 3 days and worked before the conference to develop this report. Everyone had the opportunity to participate in this committee. You have received a number of drafts over the course of this week, and the committee was always open to participation and comments. Are there any objections to this proposal? It seems not, Mr. Chair. In that case, let us express our support and approval of this report by acclamation, turning on your microphones and giving a round of applause with great joy and satisfaction.
Muchas gracias. Con su aplauso se da por aprobado el informe.
With this applause, we approve the conference report. We thank the different delegations for their support to the important outcome of this historic forum. Next, we will begin the closing session of the regional conference. I am very pleased to give the floor to Mr. Yu, Director General of the FAO, who will make a closing statement. Distinguished Director General, dear friend Chu Jong-yu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my dear amigo, Minister of Nicaragua. Mucho trabajo, marvelous you have done for this conference, together with FAO Secretary and all the ministers, vice ministers, distinguished delegates. That's your moment to celebrate with typical Latin dancing. But unfortunately, you have to waiting till next time when the pandemic is over. I will join you to celebrate again. The regional conference, the first virtual FAO regional conference in this region, in LARC, has been a great achievement. I fully follow the progress, procedures, speaking, suggestion. You are mind-sorted and fast-sighted, and all those discussions. The level of the participation is unprecedentedly. We have had one prime minister, 3 ministers of foreign affairs, 50 ministers and 40 vice ministers, 346 other government officials, also 103 observers from the wider diversity of sectors and organizations. That's really appreciate very much. You get all the key players on the board and really build a solidarity for whole region. Historically record you made. It is a sign to support the new FAO, and also it's a strong indication and action to support the build one FAO, which we valued, and thank you very much. When I took office a little over 1 year ago, I instructed the regional representatives to make these conferences more dynamic, less formal, and more open for dialogue with members. Should we make member-centered? It's your conference. So I really appreciate I'm fully convinced by this conference, you can make a 3-dimension to perform, to show. Even during your lunchtime or after dinner time here, I saw you still play some introduction videos and about the region, about Nicaragua. So you have a very good promotion for your region and for Nicaragua. In that sense, I really congratulate to my colleague, Julio. You made the real model for regional conference should be, with your culture, with your professional, with your way of the leadership. I give you a special applause. Let's make a big applause. Use your reaction here on the screen. They have several choice. What do you want to do? I can show you. Yeah, they have a applause. You have a thumb, and you have a love, and you have a flame. Yeah, I don't know how you see it, but I didn't see so many. I did it. When some your talk is so good, I try to use, but I did it this time. I don't want to use tears. Here they have tears, but you can happy to tears, not sad to tears. So that's a digital life, my friend, Minister of Nicaragua. You are a little bit senior than me. You have to learn the digital life. That's a way of evolution. So, and COVID-19 drove us to meet the remote. However, where we are separated by some 10,000 kilometers away, the new modality has helped us to move away from formality and get closer together even. So I think you see for your region, 33 members. Who any meetings can get so many minutes at one time. That's really advantage, of a virtual meeting. You can really also save the cost. So FAO, I had two important town hall meetings during the lockdown globally. First is in headquarters, and the second is globally. FAO, any UN agency never did a town hall meeting, listening the suggestion, opinions from all over the world, our staff. You can see that's all. It's a way of building solidarity and build the care of each other and about to among the staff. And so I think it's really a new way of life. We face the new normal. The new way of the working have allowed thousands of people from government, civil society, private sector, scientists, and the academy, parliamentarians, youth, and women to participate in the process, leading to the regional conference. I just got the newest information from Lohan. He closely followed the Twitters and all those social media by the personal account of Julio. Every day it's more than 10,000 to follow this conference. Even today, still have more than 9,000 more. So it's really a social movement. I asked Julio to create. That's really good because FAO, you don't play the game within our own castle. I just said in the CFS. CFS was proud that they have a physical meeting about 1,000 participants. What do you mean, 1,000? But now you can create 11,000, no cost. And so we needed to go out and to go to the crowd, go to the people, which we offer the service. And that's why I said that last time we celebrated 75th anniversary of FAO establishment, and we video mapping on the cursor. And that's really drawn the millions attention from all over the world. So that's a way to promote FAO and to get our mission and mandate to be fully understood by the consumers, by the farmers, by our key players, not only ministers of agriculture or agricultural scientists or agricultural companies or private sector or even farmers, but we need all non-agricultural sectors to look at what we are doing here. So I think to close it, 3,000 persons have followed this conference through the digital platform. You never believe it before you're done. So something always they say, make it impossible is possible. That's the power of innovation of thinking and change your mindset. It's a power of innovation of doing business, new business, and it's a power of a digital world. I would not have been possible there would not be having possible in the older format. You have a saying in Latin America, no jamaica por beer, no vega. There is no evil that cannot bring some good. We turn a challenge into an opportunity. The digital FAO is more transparent, more open to dialogue, more inclusive, and above all, more responsive to the needs and the priority of its members. We had a thought-provoking discussion and reached consensus on a number of the important issues. We have listened carefully to your discussion. We have taken note of your views and recommendations. And so the day after tomorrow, Friday in Rome, we will have an informal discussion on strategic framework with the members, your representatives in Rome. And of course, it's open to others people, which is a senior manager or D1 above from FAO system. FAO COVID-19 response and recovery program is now in motion. We must work together to minimize the impact that the pandemic will have on our food systems and livelihood and health. We must also work together to maximize the contribution of agricultural food system and the rural society to a recovery with transformation and to build back better after crisis. The hand-in-hand initiative is coming together quite well, and your discussion has confirmed to me that FAO is moving in the right direction. Hand-in-hand, it's not only for vulnerable. We started with the vulnerable. We know your region have a high number of middle incomes. Also, you are welcome to join hand-in-hand. Yeah, hand-in-hand, it's a business model, bring the donors and the recipient countries together. It's a matchmaking arrangement through the new technology and especially big data technology. The session today on the innovation and digital technology has been inspiring. The potential of this region to help feed the world and to do so in more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive way is enormous. I'm also motivated by your discussion and recommendation on how to improve FAO. We share the common vision on the agile, efficient, inclusive FAO that supports its members for better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life. So we have to keep the balance of the four betters. Better production, it's our basic meaning for agriculture and food. Better nutrition, not only for poor, you need the enough food and the hunger, and also you need the more nutritional food and more healthy food. And a better environment. Your region here, you are lucky. You have so much potential and a good environment. You need a better environment management to keep the sustainable agriculture forever for our generations to come. And a better life, not only for consumers, also more important for us is a better life for the farmers. No matter small farmers and family farmers or bigger family entrepreneurs. entrepreneurs. So here, I would like to special draw your attention. 4 weeks ago, just 4 weeks ago, in Rome, September 29th, FAO and the World Tourism Organization of UN joined forces to promote sustainable tourism in rural areas with the aim of supporting the rural economy. Sustainable tourism in rural areas such as agritourism, ecotourism, pesca tourism is an important driver of the socio-economic growth that can reduce inequalities, increase the resilience of rural community, and boost the rural incomes. So that during that meeting, myself and the UNWTO Secretary General Zuraki Polikashvili signed the first ever memorandum of understanding. He specially came to Rome. So in that meeting, I especially mentioned we are going to have a 1,000 village project. I'm thinking to identify 1,000 villages across the world to convert them into digital villages or towns. Because we need to join force with tourism aspect sectors. So for your region, it's really a big potential and a big way to build the recovery and the back better. A successful implementation of this project can be digital village and rural tourism engines for increased resilience by diversifying incomes of farmers and for building better back during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. So now, before my closing, I strongly encourage you, and also I ask my colleague Julio, that's your homework. That's our commitment. Let us act it now from your LARC, Latin America and the Caribbean regions. Please, each member countries, you can recommend 2 or 5 locations, sites, which is a combined advantage and the characteristics of agricultural production and food system, and also the tourist attraction area, and transformed to be the digital village. So they can promote through the digital online, the tourism, as well as the food and the culture related to the agro food and also the agricultural production and the GIS and others, heritages, and that's will be big movement start from your region. Let's begin. Let's act now. You can consult with your relevant tourist agencies or ministers or sectors, whatever. And then you can put online and also the FAO web. We can start also promote. That's a way to help the farmers and to get the international global attraction. So let's do it now. And 3 to 5 recommendation sites from one country. Of course, some big countries like Brazil or others, and Mexico or even Argentina, you can have a little bit more. So that's a volunteer. You can start 3 to 5. Let's try to how to promote your country, your agricultural food, and your traditional culture, and with tourism. So I would like to thank you, the government of the Republic of Nicaragua, hosted this conference and this extraordinary exercise. I think after this conference, all of the world will remember Nicaragua and with a special seed sites and also special food and culture. When I was not able to visit your beautiful country, I'm grateful that you have guided this 36th session of the LARC to a successful conclusion. So one day, I promise to be with you and also Pescado, that's my favorite. I look forward to the time in the not too distant future when all FAO members can once again meet in person. On behalf of Secretary and the colleagues here in Rome, in the regional office in Chile, of FAO office in Nicaragua, and each of your country's office throughout the region, a large and united team has made this virtual session successful and unforgettable. You remember the song say unforgettable? So I thank you for your participation. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for your make history. It's different from your senior ministers and colleagues. Muchas gracias. Good night. Over to you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
Now we can use the here. My dear friend.
Nuestro amigo. El pescado y el arroz nicaragüense.
Thank you very much. Indeed, Gudongyu, our good friend, and the beautiful land of Nicaragua, and its fish, its crops, its welcoming attitude. Members of the Bureau, delegates, observers, Director General of FAO, Assistant Director General, Regional Representative of FAO, we have finished our activities in a satisfactory way. We have met the terms of the mandate that was given to us and the activities of the 36th Regional Conference. I would like to send warm greetings from our President and our First Lady, and it's been a great pleasure and filled us with pride to be able to have hosted this 36th Regional Conference of FAO and its very important results, which are a significant contribution to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We are determined to overcome poverty and hunger. This is vital. This is the most vital thing for our countries. With the support of FAO, with their technical and scientific support, we know that we can and we must continue to achieve this. Today's results show us very clearly the way forward and the work that needs to be done by all the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. It's also shown us today, as a result of this regional conference, which has been both historical, well, it has shown us the true unity of the peoples of Latin America. It shows that unity is vital for moving forward to achieve the goals that we have set ourselves. I would like to conclude with these final words. I would like to show my gratitude to the work carried out by FAO in supporting us and helping the means of life and survival of the peoples of our countries, particularly the poorer people in the country and the farmers, and the fact that we have nominated FAO for the Nobel Peace Prize, fighting to overturn and overcome hunger and poverty. This is something that is very deserving of a prize for peace. This is achieving peace. And this is something that has emerged from this 36th FAO conference. I'd like to thank the FAO team in Chile, the FAO team in Nicaragua. Particularly, I would like to speak about Madam Eve Crowley, Julio Verdeguer, and our good friend supporting the FAO Nicaragua for their help, the communication team and the entire team of the National Unity and Reconciliation Government of Nicaragua that has made it possible for this enormous challenge to be carried out in this format. This regional FAO conference has been a success. We've achieved it. We did it. And this is a cause of enormous satisfaction and pride for all the peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean. Will be waiting for you in Nicaragua, a land of lakes and volcanoes, mountains, and our national hero of free people, Augusto César Centino, and our poet, Rubén Darío. Thank you very much for all of you, and a huge hug, a huge embrace to you all from Nicaragua, a free country.
Felicidades. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Declaramos.
I officially declare this 36th Regional Conference of FAO for America, Latin America and the Caribbean officially closed. Thank you to all of you.
Muchas gracias. Mucho trabajo. Okay. Yeah, you make it. You make it.
Great job.
Yeah, it's not so easy, but you make it. Yeah. Ambassador Maria, huh? You are good Robert. Very good. Very good.
Bravo, bravo, bravo.
Bravo, bravo.